Written by Liang Gu, The Legend of Chu Liuxiang, author, Gu Long. Chapter 1, Resurrection from a Dead Body. This is not a ghost story, but it is stranger and scarier than any ghost story in the world. September 28th, the beginning of winter. If Chu Liuxiang hadn't witnessed what happened at Tuabei Villa that day, it would have happened. I'm afraid I'll never believe it. Tuabei Villa is located outside Songjiang Prefecture, less than 3 miles away from the world-famous Xiuya Bridge. Every year around the winter solstice, Chu Liuxiang almost always comes here to stay for a few days. Because he is also like Mr. Ji Ying and Zhang Han, and the autumn wind is with him. This brings me to the thought of water shield perch, because in the world only the perch produced under the Xiuya Bridge in Songjiang has 4 gills, and everyone in the world knows that Zui Yuri, the owner of Tuabei Villa, is the best in the south of the Yangtze River in his skills. The sea bass meat cooked by one's own hands is even more delicious. Everyone in the world also knows that there are only 2 people in the world who can make Mr. Zhuo go to the kitchen himself, wash his hands and make fish soup. Chu Liuxiang happened to be one of these 2 people. But this time Chu Liuxiang came to Tuabei Villa. I didn't taste the sea bass cooked by Master Zhuo, but I encountered the most absurd, bizarre, and terrifying thing I had never encountered in my life. He never believed that such a thing could really happen in the world. Zui Yuri is the same as Chu Liuxiang. He is the person who knows how to enjoy life best. He does not ask for a title, but seeks constant happiness, so he calls himself Qingho. There are the most beautiful singing girls and the finest wines in the south of the Yangtze River in the Tuabei Villa. The fastest horses in the 7 southern provinces are in the stables, and the most elegant diners are in the hall. But these are not the things that Mr. Zhuo is most proud of. There are 3 things that Mr. Zhuo is most proud of in his life. The first thing that made him proud was that he had a friend like Chu Liuxiang. He often said that he would rather chop off his left hand. He also didn't want to lose Chu Liuxiang as a friend. The second thing that made him proud was that he had the most terrifying enemy in the world, the man in blood, Xue Daxia, who was known as the best swordsman in the world. He and Xue Yuran have been enemies for 30 years. He is still able to live comfortably until now. Although Xue Yuran is powerful in the world, there is nothing he can do about it. Every time Mr. Zhuo mentioned this matter, he couldn't help but laugh. The third thing is also the thing he is most proud of. That is, he has the smartest, most beautiful and most obedient daughter. Mr. Zhuo had no son, but he never felt regretful because he believed that his daughter was 10 times better than other people's 200 sons put together. Zhuo Mingzhu has indeed never disappointed her father. Growing up, she almost never got sick or got into any trouble. Now she is 18 years old, but she is still as cute and obedient as she was when she was 2 years old. Although her martial arts is not very good. But she is already considered a leader among women. After going out twice, she also has a very famous name, called Jade Fairy Baby. Although everyone knows that at least half of the reason why people in the world praise her so much is for the sake of Mr. Zhuo. But Mr. Zhuo himself didn't care at all. Mr. Zhuo does not want his daughter to be a female devil. What's more, she doesn't have much time to practice martial arts. Not only does she have to play chess and drink with her father, she also has to play the piano, arrange flowers, write lyrics, and recite poems for her father. Whatever she does it for her father, because there is no second man in her life. All in all, this girl Zwa was exactly the kind of good daughter every father expected. Mr. Zwa almost never worried about her. Until now, Mr. Zwa has not worried about her. But now, the most absurd, bizarre, mysterious, terrifying, and almost completely unbelievable thing happened to her. In September, the chill is already severe. But no matter how cold the weather is, as soon as you walk into Tobii Villa, you will feel a warm and comfortable feeling, just like a tired prodigal son returning home. Because everyone in Toiling Villa, up and down. There are happy and hospitable smiles on their faces, and even the doorman guarding the door is so attentive and polite to the guests. Before you walk through the door, you will smell the fragrance of wine, vegetables, powder, flowers, and trees. You will hear bursts of melodious silk and bamboo orchestral sounds, hearty laughter, and the crisp sound of clinking glasses. These sounds seem to tell you that all the joy is waiting for you, and the feeling is like soaking a pair of numb feet in warm water. But this time, Chu Liuxiang was still dozens of feet away, so she felt something was wrong. The two black doors of Tobii Villa, which were always open all year round, were actually closed at the moment, and the entrance was deserted, with no cars or horses in sight. Chu Liuxiang knocked on the door for a long time. Only then did an old man come out to open the door. When he saw Chu Liuxiang, although he immediately showed a welcoming smile, his smile was obviously very forced. The joyful atmosphere of the past is now gone. The yard was actually filled with fallen leaves that had not been swept away. Gusts of autumn wind rolled up the fallen leaves, giving people an indescribable feeling of desolation. When Chu Liuxiang saw Zwa Qingho, she was even more surprised. The rosy complexion of this wealthy man has turned pale and haggard, and even his eyes have become sunken. We haven't seen him for only a year, and he seems to have aged more than 10 years. There is no trace of the former cheerful and optimistic look on his face, and the forced smile cannot hide the melancholy and sorrowful look between his brows. The hall was also deserted. The guests had dispersed, but the gold bottles containing the wine were filled with dust. Even the swallows on the beams had flown to other courtyards. What shocking changes happened in the Beibei Villa? How could it become like this? Chu Liuxiang was so surprised that she could hardly speak. Master Zwa held his hand tightly and was speechless for a long time. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Second brother, how are you lately?" Second Master Zwa said, okay. He said the word good 7 or 8 times in a row. It seemed that hot tears were about to burst out of her eyes. She held Chu Liuxiang's hand tighter and said in a voice, "It's just Mingzhu Shi." Chu Liuxiang said with emotion, "How is Mingzhu?" Zwa Qingho sighed heavily and said sadly, "She is ill, very ill." In fact, there was no need for him to tell. Chu Liuxiang also knew that Zwa Mingzhu must be seriously ill, otherwise how could this happy old man be so miserable? Chu Liuxiang forced a smile and said, "What does it mean for a young man to get sick? He will eat more when he recovers." Zwa Qingho shook his head. He sighed and said, You don't know, this child's disease is a strange disease. Chu Liuxiang said, strange disease? Zhou Qinghe said, she is lying on the bed, not a drop of water has entered, not a grain of rice has touched her, and she has not eaten or drank for almost a month. Even you and I cannot withstand such torture. What's more, she, Chu Liuxiang said, has the cause of the disease been found? Zhou Qinghe said, I have called all the famous doctors in Jiangnan, but I still can't find out what the disease is. Some people took the pulse and even refused to prescribe it. If it weren't for Zhang Jianzhai's life-extending meatballs that kept her alive, this child would have been, long ago. His voice was choked with sobs, and he couldn't help but shed tears. Chu Liuxiang said, the Zhang Jianzhai my second brother is talking about is the one who is known as Mr. Jianzhai, the famous doctor who can judge life and death with one finger? Zhou Qinghe said, yes. Chu Liuxiang showed his face and said, if this old gentleman comes, what else does the second brother have to worry about? As long as the old man is willing to take action, what diseases in the world can't be cured? Zhou Qinghe said. You don't know, he was not willing to write a prescription in the first place, but... Suddenly, an old man in Chinese clothes with a clear face and bright eyes walked in hurriedly, nodded to Chu Liuxiang. He hurriedly walked up to Zhou Qinghe, stuffed a pill into his mouth, and said, swallow it. Zhou Qinghe swallowed the pill involuntarily and said in surprise, what is this for? But the old man turned his head and said, follow me. Chu Liuxiang recognized this old man as the world-famous Mr. Jianzhai, and saw his expression. Chu Liuxiang had already vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The three of them hurriedly walked into the back garden and saw more than a dozen old ladies and little girls standing solemnly outside the pavilion among the chrysanthemums. All of them had their heads lowered and their eyes were red. Zhou Qinghe said horrifiedly, could she have? Mr. Jianzhai sighed deeply and nodded heavily. Zhou Qinghe shouted wildly and rushed in. When Chu Liuxiang followed him in, Zhou Qinghe had already fainted in front of the hospital bed. Lying quietly on the bed was a beautiful girl with a pale face and closed eyes. Mr. Jianzhai pulled up the sheet and covered her face, but said to Chu Liuxiang, I am afraid that Mr. Zhou will suffer from severe pain and have an accident, so he first makes him take a heart-protecting pill before he dares to take this heart-protecting pill. The bad news was told to him, and he didn't expect that he would still, or... This old man, who had always regarded life and death very lightly, could not help but show a sad look on his face at this moment. He sighed and said, he has worked hard for days, and the old man is only afraid of internal and external attacks and unexpected events. Fortunately, Xiang Shui came and used his inner strength to protect his heart. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Liuxiang pressed her palm against Zhou Qinghe's heart, sending a steady stream of internal energy to it. The dusk was getting darker and night was approaching, but the vast cup throwing there are no burning lights in the villa yet. Although the autumn wind was strong, it could not dissipate the strong feeling of sadness and gloominess. The 6 or 7 courtyards in front and back were all quiet, with no one moving around. Everyone seemed to be afraid of ghosts from hell, hiding in dark corners waiting to capture people's souls. Almost all the leaves have fallen away, leaving only the lonely dead branches dancing in the wind. Even the busy autumn insects have sensed this suffocating sadness and no longer whisper. Zhuo Mingzhu's body still remains in the desolate Xian. Master Zhuo did not allow anyone to touch her. He knelt beside the coffin, as if he had turned into a stone statue. Chu Liuxiang's mood was also indescribably heavy, because he knew very well the old man's feelings for his beloved daughter. The famous doctors from all over the world were sitting there in silence, not knowing whether they should leave or not. They felt ashamed and a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Only Zhang Jinzhai kept pacing back and forth in the room, but his steps were as light as a ghost. It seemed as if he was afraid of breaking the boundless silence. Mr. Zhuo had been burying his head deeply in his palms. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes stared blankly into the distance, and hissed, "Where is the lamp? Why didn't anyone light the lamp? Don't you even allow me to look at her?" Chu Liuxiang stood up silently and found a fire knife and flint on the table. Just as he lit the bronze lamp with a crystal cover, a gust of wind suddenly rolled in from the window. The white sheet covering the body was rolled up, the bed curtains were rolled up, and the copper hooks on the tent made a monotonous ding-dong sound, like a ghost bell, and it seemed as if countless devils were laughing in the strong wind. Flying. There was a pop sound. The light in Chu Liuxiang's hand was also blown out. He felt that there seemed to be a strange chill in the wind, which made him shiver. The light in Chu Liuxiang's hand was also blown out. He felt that there seemed to be a strange chill in the wind, which made him shiver. The crystal lampshade in his hand also fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Everything was immediately swallowed up by darkness again. The wind was still howling, and the famous doctors from the south of the Yangtze River could not help but shrink their necks. Some of them could not help but start to tremble, and some had cold sweat on their palms. At this moment, the corpse on the bed suddenly opened its eyes and sat up. In this moment, everyone's heart suddenly stopped beating. Then someone couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. Everyone's heart suddenly stopped beating. Then someone couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. Even Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but take a half step back. The eyes of the corpse were first staring blankly ahead, and then gradually began to move. But there is still a mysterious deathly aura in his eyes. Zhuo Qinghe was obviously stunned. His lips were moving but no sound came out. The corpse turned its eyes dully twice, and suddenly screamed loudly. The cry was indescribably shrill and terrifying. Some people wanted to run away through the door, but their legs were shaking and they still had no strength to move. The voice of the corpse gradually became hoarse, and then he gasped and said in a hoarse voice, "Where is this place? How did I get here?" Mr. Zhuo opened his eyes wide and said in a trembling voice, "God is merciful. God has mercy on me. Mingzhu is not dead. Mingzhu is alive again." His eyes showed ecstasy. He suddenly jumped up, hugged his beloved daughter, and said, "Mingzhu, don't be afraid. This is your home. You have returned to the world of heaven." Unexpectedly, his daughter pushed him away with all her strength. Her two hands convulsively grasped the white sheet covering her body, and her whole body was shaking with nervousness. Her eyes stared at Zhuo Qinghe in surprise, and the pupils in her eyes dilated with fear, as if she had seen a ghost. Same. Second Master's Wa gasped and said, Mingzhu. You, don't you recognize Daddy anymore? The corpse shrank into a ball, and suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, I am not a pearl, not your daughter, and I don't recognize you. Mr. Zhuo was stunned, Chu Liuxiang was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Second Master Zhuo looked at Chu Liuxiang for help and said, This child is just afraid of being frightened. Before he finished speaking, the corpse shouted again, I'm not your child. Who are you? Why did you tie me here? Let me go back quickly, let me go back quickly. The second Master Zhuo was frightened and anxious. He stamped his feet repeatedly and said, Is this kid crazy? Is this kid crazy? In fact, he himself was really going crazy. The corpse struggled to jump out of bed and said hoarsely, You are the madman, you are the madman, I want to go back, let me go. Although Chu Liuxiang was also filled with surprise, he also knew that at this time, if he didn't calm down, no one would be able to calm down. He patted Mr. Zhuo on the shoulder and said softly, Don't talk for the time being. I'll go and calm her down first. He walked over slowly and said softly, Girl, you have just recovered from a serious illness. No matter who you are, you should not make any noise. If your illness relapses, everyone will be sad. The corpse was jumping out of bed in panic, but under Chu Liuxiang's gentle eyes. But he seems to have an irresistible calming force that makes no one distrust him. She covered her chest tightly with both hands. Although her face was still full of fear and panic, her breathing gradually calmed down. Chu Liuxiang smiled softly, By the way, this is what makes a good boy. Now I ask you, do you recognize me? The corpse stared for a long time with his eyes wide open, then shook his head vigorously. Chu Liuxiang said, You don't recognize anyone in this room? The corpse shook his head again. Didn't even look at anyone. Chu Liuxiang said, So, do you know who you are? The corpse said loudly, Of course I know, I am Miss Shi from Shijiazhuang. Chu Liuxiang frowned and said, So, are you Mrs. Jin Gong's daughter? That. The corpse's eyes lit up and he said, That's right at all. Since you know my mother's name, you should send me back as soon as possible to avoid getting into trouble. Mr. Zhuo was already so angry that his face turned yellow. He stamped his feet and said, This girl, look at this girl, she actually regards a thief as her mother. The corpse stared and said, Who is the thief? You are the thieves, how dare you tie up my ticket? Mr. Zhuo was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He took 2 steps back, fell on the chair and gasped for air. After a while, he couldn't help but shed tears again in his eyes, and said in a trembling voice, I don't know what kind of disease this child has. If you can cure her well, I will not hesitate to give him half of all the family property. Chu Liuxiang was also obviously surprised. He looked at Zhang Jinzhai and said, Mr. Zhang, in your opinion. Zhang Jinzhai pondered for a long time and then slowly said, looking at her condition, it seems that she has died. Soul disease. But only people who have been greatly frightened and stimulated will suffer from this disease. I have been practicing medicine for nearly 50 years and have never seen it before. The face of the corpse actually turned red with anger, and he said loudly, who suffers from soul-leaving syndrome. I think you have soul-leaving syndrome, and you are talking nonsense. Zhang Jianzhai stared at her for a long time, then suddenly moved a bronze mirror in the corner of the room, moved it in front of the girl, and said in a deep voice, "Look again, do you know who you are?" The girl said angrily, "Of course I know who I am, there's no need to look." Although she said, "No need," she couldn't help but glance in the mirror. After just one glance, her face suddenly turned into unspeakable horror and fear, and she exclaimed, "Who is this? I don't recognize her. I don't recognize her." Zhang Jianzhai said in a deep voice, "It's reflected in the mirror." "Of course it's you, don't you even recognize yourself?" The girl suddenly turned around and threw herself on the bed, covering her head with a quilt, and said hoarsely, "This is not me, not me, how could I become like this, how could I become like this?" she said while banging the bed hard. He burst into tears. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded and silent. Although everyone had a vague idea of what was going on, no one dared to believe it. Zhang Jianzhai pulled Chu Liuxiang and Zhuo Qinghe aside and said solemnly, "She is not sick." Mr. Zhuo said, "How could it have happened if I wasn't sick? How could it have turned out like this?" Zhang Jianzhai sighed and said, "Although she is not sick, I hope she will be better if she is sick." Mr. Zhuo said, Why? Zhang Jianzhai said, "Just because she is not sick is worse than being sick. Much scarier." Cold sweat broke out on Zhuo Qinghe's forehead, and he muttered, "Terrible?" Zhang Jianzhai said, "She has been lingering on the sick bed for a month, and she has not touched her body. Even if she recovers, her physical strength will never recover so quickly. What's more, it was obvious just now that her heart was broken. There is no way to return to the soul. I can guarantee my reputation for 50 years and I will never make a wrong diagnosis." Chu Liuxiang forced a smile and said, "Everyone in the world knows Mr. Zhang's medical skills and doesn't believe them." Zhang Jianzhai's face became more serious and he said, "In that case, I have to ask Xiang Shui for advice. How can a person suddenly come back to life when he is clearly dead?" Xiang Shui is well informed, but has he ever seen such a strange thing? Chu Liuxiang was stunned for a long time, and said with a wry smile, "Not only have I never seen it, I have never even heard of it." Zhang Jianzhai said, "But she has obviously come back alive." In Xiang Shui's opinion, how to explain this kind of thing? Chu Liuxiang was stunned for a while and said, "Mr. Zhang, how do you think this matter should be explained?" Zhang Jianzhai was silent for a long time, with a look of horror in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "In my opinion, there is only one explanation for this matter. Resurrection of a dead body. Resurrection from a dead body." Zhuo Qinghe jumped up and shouted, "Zhang Jianzhai, I thought you had some great ideas. Who knew you would say such ridiculous things? Please, a famous doctor like you." Zhuo no longer dared to accept the lesson. Zhang Jianzhai's face darkened and he said, "In that case, I will take my leave." In a rage, he was about to walk away, but Chu Liuxiang held him back. While trying to persuade him to stay, he also advised Zhuo Qinghe, "The situation is very serious, everyone should be extra calm. Don't act on impulse." Zhuo Qinghe stared and said, Do you believe this kind of nonsense?" Chu Liuxiang was silent for a while, and then said in a deep voice, "Anyway, both of you, please calm down first, and wait until I go to ask her again, and then I'll talk clearly." He walked to the bed. When the girl's crying gradually subsided, she said softly, "Not only do I understand the girl's mood, but I also sympathize with it. No matter who encounters this, it will definitely be difficult. I just hope that the girl will believe me. We have no intention of harming the girl. It's not like we tied the girl here." There seemed to be a calming power in his voice. The girl's crying stopped as expected, but she still covered her head under the quilt and muttered, "You didn't tie me here. How could I be here?" "Come here," Chu Liuxiang said. "Why don't you, girl, calm down and think about how you got here?" The girl said, My mind is so confused, I can't seem to remember anything." She raised her head involuntarily, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Chu Liuxiang did not rush her. After a long time, she slowly continued, "I remember that I was sick for a long time, and very sick." Zhuo Qingho's eyes immediately showed joy and he said, "Good boy, you finally remembered that you have indeed been sick for a long time, for more than a month. You lie in this bed all the time and never get up." The girl shook her head decisively and said loudly, "Although I have been lying in bed for more than a month, I am definitely not lying on this bed." Zhuo Qingho said, "Where is it if it's not here?" The girl said, "Naturally in my own home, in my own room." Chu Liuxiang saw Zhuo Qingho's expression change again, and rushed to ask, "Miss, do you still remember what kind of room it was?" The girl said, "That's where I grew up. How could I not remember it?" She glanced around and then said, "That house is similar to this one. The bed I sleep on is over there. There is a rosewood dressing table next to the bed. Next to the dressing table is a flower stand with a flower stand on it. Incense." Chu Liuxiang's eyes flashed and said, "What's on the dressing table?" The girl said, "There is nothing special. It's just that the powder and sesame oil I used were bought by someone from the Baoxiang Zhai in Beijing." Her face seemed to suddenly turn red again and again, and she immediately continued, "But there are absolutely no flowers in my house, because my skin will itch when I smell pollen, and the windows in my house are hung with thick purple velvet curtains, because I have never liked sunlight since I was a child. Although there are curtains on the windows of this room. But it was made of xiangfei bamboo." There was a pot of chrysanthemums in full bloom in the corner of the room. When the girl saw the pot of chrysanthemums, her eyes immediately showed hatred. Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly, because he also knew that Zhuo Mingzhu liked flowers very much. "And my favorite thing is chrysanthemums, so I brought the chrysanthemums in their pots into the house." But he didn't say anything. He just moved the anus out. The young girl glanced at him gratefully and said, "But after being bored in the room for more than a month. But I suddenly longed to see the sun, so this morning, I asked people to open all the windows in the house." Chu Liuxiang said, "This morning? Who did the girl ask to open the window?" The girl said, "It's Ma Yang, my nanny. Has taken care of me for many years. Because my mother is always very busy, she rarely has time to spend with us." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Mrs. Jin Gong's name has been admired by me for a long time." Zhuo Eri snorted, and finally endured without speaking. The girl stared out the window and said slowly, I still remember what happened this morning very clearly, but now, how could it suddenly get dark now? Did I sleep for a long time again? Chu Liuxiang said, What does the girl remember about this morning? The girl said, I saw that the sunshine outside was beautiful, and I felt very happy. Suddenly I wanted to go to the garden to relax. Chu Liuxiang said, Can the girl move around? The girl smiled sadly and said, Actually, I can't even stand up anymore, but Mother Liang couldn't bear to brush my mind. He helped me up and changed my clothes. Chu Liuxiang said, Is this what the girl is wearing now? The girl said, Absolutely not, that is my favorite set of clothes. It was made by Mother Liang herself, and the material was the brocade brought back from the Rufuxiang store in Beijing. The purple phoenix is embroidered on the red background. I don't know why, but as she spoke, her face turned red again. Chu Liuxiang said, Did the girl go out for a walk later? The girl said, No, because my mother happened to come and brought a very famous doctor. Zhang Jinzhai rushed to ask, Who is it? The girl said bitterly, My mother often said that because all the famous doctors in the south of the Yangtze River were taken away by Tobii Villa, my illness would not be cured, so she specially invited Mr. Wang Yuxuan from the north this time. That is, Mr. Wang, who is as famous as Zhang Jinzhai from the south, and is known as Northern King Nanzhang in the world. Zhang Jinzhai said with a straight face, He is the king of the south and the king of the north, not the king of the north and south. The girl glanced at him and said in silence, Are you Zhang Jinzhai? Is this the throwing cup villa? Zhang Jinzhai ignored her and said in a deep voice, Then what did Wang Yuxuan say after seeing your illness? The girl's eyes turned around, looking surprised and scared. After a long time, she slowly said, Mr. Wang didn't say anything. After checking my pulse, I immediately walked out. My mother covered me up and told me to have a good rest and not to think too much. Chu Liuxiang said, What happened next? The girl said, Later. Her eyes became confused again, biting her lip and said, Later, I seemed to have a dream, in which I suddenly recovered from my illness and flew out of the window wearing those clothes. There seemed to be a lot of people in the yard, but no one could see me or hear me. I spoke. I'm wondering in my heart. Suddenly I heard Mother Liang burst into tears, and everyone else immediately rushed to the room where I lived. Chu Liuxiang coughed twice and said, You, where are you? Did you go back too? The girl said, I originally wanted to go back to the house and have a look. But suddenly a gust of wind blew over me, and I couldn't help myself. I was blown over the wall by the wind, and then. Chu Liuxiang asked, What happened next? The girl let out a long sigh and said, It's strange, I don't even remember what happened next. Although the lights had been lit. But the eerie atmosphere in the room remained undiminished. The girl was trembling all over, sweating coldly, and said in a trembling voice, I don't know how I got here. I have told everything I can remember. What are you going to do to me? How am I? Chu Liuxiang said, I have just said that we have no ill intentions towards you, girl. The girl said loudly, Since there is no harm, why don't you let me go back? Chu Liuxiang glanced at Zhou Qinghe, forced a smile, and said, "The girl's illness is not cured yet. Let's recuperate here for a while first, until—" The girl suddenly jumped up and shouted, "I don't want to recuperate here, I want to go home. Whoever dares to stop me again, I will fight him to the death." Amidst the shouts, she flew up and wanted to rush out of the window. Zhou Qinghe shouted, "Stop her! Stop her quickly!" The girl's eyes were blurred. Somehow, Chu Liuxiang, who was standing by the bed just now, suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her way. She gritted her teeth and suddenly grabbed Chu Liuxiang's shoulder blade. Passed by. I saw her delicate fingers. Curved like claws, with his body still in the air, his two hands had already grabbed Chu Liuxiang's left and right jianjing points, and his attack was actually very vicious and sophisticated. But Chu Liuxiang slipped and passed under her elbow. The girl's moves were obviously old, and her palms suddenly turned again and again. He used his left palm to grasp the two large acupoints Bingfeng and Etsuheng behind Chu Liuxiang's shoulder. He raised his left palm and grabbed the two large acupoints Shaohai and Etsuza between Chu Liuxiang's elbows. What he grasps is the key points at the opponent's joints, and his accuracy in identifying the points is absolutely flawless. But Chu Liuxiang's martial arts was so high that a young girl like her could not imagine it. She clearly felt that her fingers had touched Chu Liuxiang's acupuncture points. As long as she penetrated her fingertips, she could pinch Chu Liuxiang's acupuncture points and make him. "My whole body feels sore and numb, and I have lost the ability to resist." Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chu Liuxiang's body suddenly slipped out like a fish, slid behind her, and whispered softly, "Girl, you'd better sleep first. When you wake up, things may get better." The girl felt that Chu Liuxiang's hand seemed to be gently brushing her body, as gentle as the spring breeze, which was almost imperceptible. Then, she felt an irresistible sleepiness coming over her suddenly, before she could stand still. Then he fell into sleep. Zhang Jianzhai had been paying attention to their moves, and then he let out a long sigh and said, "Be as quiet as a virgin, and be as active as a stripped rabbit." These two sentences can't be more appropriate to describe Xiang Shui. Chu Liuxiang smiled. When Zhou Qinghe rushed over and helped the girl onto the bed, he suddenly asked, "What kind of martial arts did she use just now? Did the old gentleman see it?" Zhang Jianzhai pondered and said, "But the little eagle's claw power?" When Zhou Qinghe rushed over and helped the girl onto the bed, he suddenly asked, "What kind of martial arts did she use just now? Did the old gentleman see it?" Zhang Jianzhai pondered and said, "But the little eagle's claw power?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Yes, the old gentleman is really clever. She used exactly. The little eagle claw power is mixed with the 72 ways of splitting muscles and crossing bones, and the skill is not weak." Zhang Jianzhai looked at Zhou Qinghe and said slowly, "As far as I know, there are not many women in the world who can use this kind of kung fu, only." He coughed twice and suddenly stopped talking. Language. Zhou Qinghe said sternly, "I also know that the little eagle claw power is the family martial arts of Shijin Gong, the old woman, but she is also my daughter, no one can deny it." Zhang Jianzhai said, "Did your wife also practice this kind of kung fu in the past?" Zhou Qinghe was startled. speechless. In fact, he didn't need to answer. Others also knew that Zwayiri's flying flower hand was famous in martial arts. It was the most varied palm technique in the martial arts world, the nemesis of masculine palm techniques. How could his daughter practice eagle claw power? Although Zhang Jianzhai is a famous doctor in the south of the Yangtze River, it is said that his magic power has been practiced to the realm of transformation. He is also a great expert in the martial arts world and knows all the martial arts of various schools. He saw Zhua Qingho's anxious and distressed expression. Allow. He couldn't help showing sympathy and sighed. I am not unaware of the owner's mood at the moment, but there are some incredible and unexplainable things in the world, and now this kind of thing has happened. Zhua Qingho said in a low voice, You. Why do you have to believe this nonsense? Do you really believe that this is a resurrected corpse? Chu Liuxiang said, Mr. Zhang just wants you, second brother, to calm down first, and then we can think of how to deal with this matter. Zhang Jianzhai sighed. Xiang Shui is right, manpower is not invincible. Zhua Qingho rubbed his hands and stamped his feet. Now my heart is also in confusion. Just do whatever you want. Chu Liuxiang said in a deep voice, There are indeed many things that are incredible about this matter. How could Mingzhu suddenly bring martial arts to Mrs. Jin Gong's family? This is even more unexplainable, but we still need to find out first whether what she just said is true or not, and whether Mrs. Jin Gong's daughter is really dead. Zhua Qingho stamped his feet and said, You clearly know that the old godly woman is the in-law of my nemesis, the old monster, so do you still want me to go to Shijiazhuang to ask her? Zhang Jianzhai said, Although Master Zhua can't go, Chu Xiangshui can. Zhua Qingho said, Chu Liuxiang is Zhua Qingho's good friend. No one in the world knew about this. When Chu Liuxiang arrived at Shijiazhuang, it would be strange that the old godly woman didn't drive him out with a broom. Zhang Jianzhai smiled and said, But the owner of the village must not forget that Chu Xiangshui's Qinggong is unparalleled in the world. He can even come and go from the Shinshui Palace with ease. Not to mention the small Shijiazhuang. Chapter 2 The Tigress of Shijiazhuang. Not only is the village it is implemented in not small, but it is also majestic in scale and vast in scope. People in the world. But Mrs. Shi's flower gold bow is famous in the world. Her gold bow, silver bullets and iron eagle claws can be said to be unique in the south of the Yangtze River. There is another well-known thing in Shijiazhuang, which is being pecked of his wife. People in the world may not be familiar with Shijiazhuang, but when mentioning Lion's Roar Village. But really no one knows it, no one knows it. Zhua Qingho and Shi Xiaoyan were family friends, but it was because he married this wife that they turned against each other. One time, Mr. Zhua, while drunk, went to the door of Shijiazhuang and hung a sign, There is a vicious dog inside. All relatives and friends must stop. After this incident, the two families became even more in conflict. This incident was naturally passed down as a joke by people in the world, because everyone knew that the old village owner Shi had a penchant for filial piety, and the young village owner Shi Chuanzong was even more afraid of his wife. In fact, this can't be blamed on Shi Chuanzong's lack of masculinity, it can only be blamed on the wife he married, who is too rich. Although Hua Jingong was brave and fierce, she could not offend her family. There is almost no one in the world who can offend her family. Just because her in-laws are the hero Shui Yuan, who is known as the best swordsman in the world. When Shui Yuan was a young man, he roamed the world under the name of the man in bloody clothes. He was interested in enmity and killing people like a piece of grass. Although his anger has dissipated in his middle age and he has retired to the forest, he has become even more perfect with his sword. It is said that in 40 years, no one has been able to survive 10 moves with his sword. And Shui Yuan was also Zhou Qinghuo's biological and living enemy. The night was dark, and the lights in Shizhizhuang were also very dim. The flowers and trees in the back garden have all fallen, the autumn mood is chilling, and the evening breeze is chilly. Even the cluster of yellow chrysanthemums could not dance in the dim moonlight. Chu Liuxiang also felt very heavy. Although his qinggong was unparalleled in the world, he still didn't dare to be careless when he got here. He was hiding in a sycamore tree and didn't know how to start. Suddenly he heard a faint sobbing sound in the autumn wind. He immediately jumped up and flew over like a flying swallow, like a huge bat in the night. There are several exquisite huts in the bamboo forest, with lights like beams and dim windows, and the sound of sad sobs. Apparently it came from inside the house. There was a bed in the corner of the room. Next to the bed was a carved rosewood dressing table. Next to the dressing table was a flower stand. The evening breeze entered the window, and the cigarettes on the flower stand were lingering and disappearing in the evening breeze. There is a woman lying on her back on the bed. But there was an old woman with silky silver hair, kneeling beside the bed and crying sadly, as if she was still murmuring, "Ener, Ener, how could you die? How could you die?" Chu Liuxiang only glanced at it and made Ling Ling shiver. The eldest girl of the Shi family is indeed dead. The furnishings in her boudoir were indeed exactly what the girl said, and what she was wearing was a water-red brocade dress with several lifelike purple phoenixes embroidered on it. But why hasn't her body been buried yet? Who is kneeling beside the bed in mourning at this moment? Chu Liuxiang knew that this old woman was definitely not Hua Jingong. So, is she the mother Liang that girl said? I saw the old woman crying, her head gradually lowered, and she fell on the bed, as if she was too sad. He fell asleep without realizing it. The water-red brocade lined her head of pale hair, and wisps of light smoke drifted past the window with purple velvet curtains. There were scattered sounds of watch drums in the distance. It was already the 4th watch. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation in her heart, and felt a bit chilly. Even the misty fragrance seemed to carry a mysterious and terrifying breath of death. He hid in the darkness outside the window and stood still for a long time. Seeing that the old woman beside the bed was breathing heavily and seemed to have really fallen asleep, he gently walked through the window and entered the house. His footsteps were even lighter than the autumn wind outside the window. Even if the old woman was not asleep, she would not be asleep. Won't be heard. The girl on the bed has a waxy face and a withered appearance. He was so thin that there was only a handful of bones left. He must have struggled with the disease for a long time before his death. Although this girl's features were absolutely not similar to Zhou Mingzhu's, it was still vaguely apparent that she must have been a beauty during her lifetime. And now, Death has not only taken away her life, but also her beauty. Death knows no mercy and will never leave anything for anyone. Death has not only taken away her life, but also her beauty. Death knows no mercy and will never leave anything for anyone. Chu Liuxiang stood behind the old woman, looking at the girl's body on the bed, looking at the phoenix on her clothes, and thought of that girl. As he spoke, cold sweat suddenly broke out in his palms. He quickly turned around and picked up a box of pollen on the dressing table. He saw a small red seal printed on the bottom of the box, which clearly read, Kyoto Boxiangzai. Take this box of pollen. Chu Liuxiang felt that all the hairs on her body stood up one by one, and the cold sweat on her hands had seeped into the carton. Suddenly I heard the old woman shouting in a hissing voice, "You took away my inner, give me back my inner." Chu Liuxiang's hand shook and the pollen box fell. The old woman's withered hands were seen tightly grasping the red satin clothes worn by the dead body. After a long while, she gradually relaxed. Beads of cold sweat broke out on her withered neck, but her head fell on the bed again, her breathing gradually calmed down, and she gradually fell asleep again. Chu Liuxiang had encountered many dangerous and terrifying things in her life, but she had never been so frightened before. Of course, he was not afraid of the old woman or the dead body on the bed. Strictly speaking, he didn't even know what he was afraid of. He felt that the room was filled with an eerie and mysterious aura, as if something irresistible and unbelievable might happen at any time. He would have never believed in such a thing as bringing a corpse back to life, but now all the evidence was in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. A gust of wind blew up and rolled up the purple velvet curtains. It was like a scary ghost was about to fly up in the curtains, making people want to leave the house immediately, as far away as possible. Chu Liuxiang wiped her palms on her clothes and picked up the pollen on the ground. He must take this box of powder back and let Zhuo Qingho make his own judgment. Otherwise, he really doesn't know how to explain it to Zhuo Qingho. There is simply no explanation for this. But as soon as he bent down, he found a pair of embroidered shoes. Chu Liuxiang had seen many pairs of embroidered shoes in her life. He had seen all kinds of embroidered shoes, worn on the feet of all kinds of women. He never thought that a pair of embroidered shoes would surprise him. But now he was indeed taken aback. This pair of embroidered shoes seemed to have suddenly emerged from an underground hell prison. Strictly speaking, he did not see a pair of shoes, only a pair of shoe tips, which were very delicate and green. It looks like a pair of newly sprouted bamboo shoots. The rest of the shoes were covered by a pair of lime-colored trousers with leggings. The trousers were also embroidered with gold edges, which were very delicately embroidered. This is a pair of beautiful embroidered shoes and a pair of beautiful trousers, but I don't know why. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but think, could the owner of these feet be headless? He couldn't help but want to look up, but before he saw it, he heard someone say coldly, "Just squat like this, don't move, you only move half an inch anywhere in your body. I'll smash your head right away." This is undoubtedly a woman speaking. Her voice is cold and hard, and there is no hint of the gentleness and beauty of a woman. Just listening to her voice, you can tell that if this kind of woman wants to smash a person's head, she can definitely do it. And never just break half of it. Chu Liuxiang didn't move. He never takes unnecessary risks in front of women. What's more, this may not be a woman, but a female ghost. The voice said, "Who are you and what are you doing secretly here?" Say it honestly, but remember, I only want your mouth to move. Chu Liuxiang thought about it for a long time and felt that in this case, it was best to tell the truth. No matter whether a person or a ghost heard the name Chu Liuxiang, they would be surprised. As long as she was surprised, he'll have a chance. So he immediately said, "I am Chu Liuxiang." Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, the woman sneered and said, "Chu Liuxiang, hee, if you were Chu Liuxiang, I would be the jellyfish Ing. Chu Liuxiang could only smile bitterly. Every time he said that he was Zhang Sanli Si, others always suspected that he was Chu Liuxiang, but every time he actually said his name, others did not believe it, and seemed to find it ridiculous. The woman sneered and said, "Actually, I know who you are, and you can't hide it from me." Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "If I am not Chu Liuxiang, then who am I?" The woman said sternly, "I knew you were that little beast, that damn little beast. But I didn't expect that you actually had the guts to come here." Her voice was suddenly full of anger, and she said sternly, "Do you know how Ener died? She died in your hands. You have harmed her all her life. It's not enough to kill her. What else do you want to do?" Chu Liuxiang had no idea what she was talking about. "Just keep your mouth shut." The woman said even more angrily, "You clearly know that Ener is betrothed to Daxia Shui's second son, yet you still have the guts to seduce her. Do you think I don't know these things?" Chu Liuxiang naturally knew by now that this woman was not a ghost. It was Shi Yin's mother, Mrs. Jin Gong, who was famous for her fierceness. His biggest headache in life was shrewd women. Suddenly someone said, "Is this kid Yi Xinglan? He's really brave." This sound is sharper and more powerful than the Huajin Bao. Another pair of legs appeared in front of Chu Liuxiang, wearing water-red trousers, bright red satin bao shoes, and a red pom-pom on the toe of the shoe. If you want to know a woman's temper, you only need to look at the shoes she wears to know half of it. These shoes look like two red peppers. Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly. If there is anything more troublesome than meeting one shrew, it is meeting two shrews. He knows that in front of this kind of woman, even if there is a great truth, it cannot be explained clearly. The best way is to quickly wipe the bottom of your feet and run away. But he also knew that the silver bullet of Huajin Gong must have been aimed at his head, not to mention that this girl in red pants seemed to be Shui Yin's eldest daughter. The eldest daughter-in-law of Shizhezhuang. Shui Yin's swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world, and his daughter will never be a fuel saver. It's not that he's afraid of them, it's just that he really doesn't want to do anything with such a woman. Huajin Gong said, "Young lady, you came just in time. How do you think we should deal with this kid?" Mrs. Shi sneered and said, "This kind of deceitful man spends his whole day seducing women from good families, so it would be best to bury him alive." Chu Liuxiang was angry and funny. It's no wonder that Master Shi Shaozhuang was as afraid of his wife as a tiger. It turns out that this young lady wants to bury people alive regardless of the facts. Huajin Gong said, "It's too cheap to bury him alive. In my opinion, I might as well light his sky lantern. Mrs. Sher said, "It's okay to light a sky lantern, but I want to see first how he is better than our second child. He could actually make Miss Een get lovesick for him." Hua Jingong said, "That's right. Hey, young man, raise your head." Chu Liuxiang also wanted to see what they looked like. Although Mrs. Jingong was over 50 years old, she was still dressed up. There is at least a pound of powder scraped off the face. Moreover, her eyes were still watery. She glanced to the left and turned to the right, which really seemed to be like a ghost. She thought that this must have been how she seduced the practitioner back then. The young lady didn't dare to compliment her. It has a long horse face and a mouth as big as a blood basin, but its nose is twice as big as the mouth. If she wasn't Shui Erin's daughter, it would be surprising if she could get married. Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt that Master Shi Shao was worthy of sympathy. It was pitiful enough to marry a shrew. And the one he married was literally a mare. When Chu Liuxiang was sizing them up, they were naturally sizing up Chu Liuxiang as well. Hua Jingong's eyes were definitely dripping with water, and even the young mistress's thin and long pony eyes seemed to be watery. The expression on his face softened a little, and he said, "He is indeed a pretty boy with oily hair and pink face. No wonder our aunt is fascinated by him." Hua Jingong said, "He actually dares to pretend to be Chu Liuxiang. I think he is too young to be Chu Liuxiang's son." You must know that Chu Liuxiang has been famous for nearly 10 years. Everyone in the world knows that Chu Liuxiang has peerless palm skills and unparalleled lightness skills, but few people have actually seen this Chu Xiangshui. Everyone thinks that since Chu Liuxiang is so famous and has such great ability, naturally, he is not too young. Some people even think that he is an old man. Chu Liuxiang could only smile bitterly. The old woman Liang Ma also came forward at some point, as if she also wanted to take a look at this disciple. Chu Liuxiang thought she looked very kind. An idea suddenly came to his mind, but at this moment Hua Jingong said loudly, "Whether we want to bury him alive or light a sky lantern, we must restrain him first." There was a flash of golden light, and the golden bow in her hand was pointed at Chu Liuxiang's sea of qi and blood point. It turns out that her golden bow can not only fire silver bullets, but the bow handle is like the first moon, and both ends can be used as acupuncture points. She can accurately identify acupuncture points and shoot faster. She is actually a master of acupuncture points. Naturally, Chu Liuxiang couldn't pretend to be confused now. She shrank and retreated a few feet. His body retreated faster than Hua Jingong's attack. Hua Jingong's move failed, and he turned around to fight back. The golden bow brought up a strong wind and swept across Chu Liuxiang's left waist. The pointing stick turned into a stick. Only then did Chu Liuxiang realize that Mrs. Jingong's subordinates were indeed not weak. A golden bow can be used as several weapons. No wonder people in the world say she is the #1 female martial arts master in Jiangnan. At this time, Chu Liuxiang had retreated to the dressing table, with no way to retreat. This move swept across him, and he could not dodge to the left or right at all. If you step back any further, you'll hit the dressing table. However, Mrs. Jingong's move obviously still had some backup moves. She was waiting for him to hit the dressing table before changing her moves to defeat the enemy and tap the acupuncture points instead. Unexpectedly, Chu Liuxiang shrunk again and floated lightly onto the bronze mirror of the dressing table. Suddenly it slid sideways against the wall. His body is like a flowing cloud, able to flow freely in the air. Hua Jingong's expression changed, and he scolded, "Good boy, I didn't expect you to be really capable." Mrs. Shi said with a cold face. Naturally, this kind of prostitute who knows 5 ways can't go wrong with his petty tricks. She stretched out her hand to explore, and suddenly there were 2 daggers with cold light in her palms. Without saying a word, she thrust 7 swords at Chu Liuxiang. This kind of dagger was a self-defense weapon for ancient women. This young mistress has a family background, and she used the Chang'e Feihong sword, created by Gongsun Auntie. Aunt Gongsun was a sword master in the early Tang dynasty. Her swordsmanship was so advanced that it was said that she was no longer inferior to plain girls. At this moment, young Mistress Shi will use these 8864 hands of the Chang'e Feihong sword. When unfolded, the sword is like a flying rainbow, and the person is like a swimming dragon. It changes quickly and cannot be adjusted. What's more, this room is not big, which is suitable for using this kind of dagger-like short sword. If her opponent is not Chu Liuxiang, he has been forced into the corner and can no longer avoid her 7 swords. It's a pity that she met Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang sighed and murmured, "Even if I am Yi Xinglan, you too don't have to kill me." He only said 2 sentences in total, but by the time he finished speaking, his people had already slid onto the roof. He slid down from the roof again and slid to the door. Hua Jingong scolded, "Good boy, you want to leave? Is Shizhuang a place where you can come and go freely?" She was not slow in taking action. Before she finished speaking these 2 sentences, she heard the sound of the bow strings sounding like a string of pipa strings. Golden bows and silver bullets were already hitting Chu Liuxiang like a torrential rain. The silver bullets shot out quickly and slowly, and those fired later arrived first. Some of them still collided with each other in the air and suddenly changed directions. Some seemed to have missed the shot and hit the door frame, but after a collision with the door frame, he immediately reacted and hit Chu Liuxiang diagonally in front of him. Mrs. Jingong's silver bullets and golden bows was extraordinary and worthy of being a unique skill in Jiangnan martial arts. However, Chu Liuxiang's body did not know how to turn around, and she flew out from the rain of silver bullets. With another flick of his body, he was already 10 feet away. Mrs. Jingong was startled, then jumped to the door and said loudly, "Hey, kid, let me ask you, are you really Chu Liuxiang?" Chu Liuxiang landed on the bamboo tip, then flew up again with a slight bounce, and saw him waving his hand. But it's not clear whether he's waving or waving his hand. Mrs. Shi gritted her teeth and said, "How could Chu Liuxiang and us come here if they are not in conflict with the river?" Mrs. Jingong was lost in thought for a while, suddenly smiled and said, "No matter whether he is Chu Liuxiang or not, he can't escape anyway." Mrs. Shi said, "Oh?" Mrs. Jingong looked far away at a pavilion over there and said, "Since your precious second uncle has sent us back, how can he leave without a midnight snack? I'm sure he is still waiting in the pavilion now." A malicious smile appeared on the corner of young Madame Scher's lips, and she said, "Yes, as long as Uncle Bao is in the pavilion, no one can leave." Sure enough, there was a man in the pavilion, sitting on the stone steps, looking up at the sky, mumbling something, but he didn't know what he was talking about. Listen carefully and you will see that he is counting the stars in the sky. 1327, 1328. He was at least in his 40s, and his beard was a little gray, but he was wearing a bright red embroidered dress with bangs and money embroidered on it. On her feet she also wore a pair of tiger-head red velvet shoes. Under the starlight, his face seemed to be very rosy, but upon closer inspection, it turned out that he was actually wearing rouge. He counted the stars wholeheartedly, pointing with his fingers, and his hands jingled. It turned out that he was wearing several gold bracelets with bells on his wrists. Chu Liuxiang only wanted to leave this place quickly. She didn't notice that there was someone else in the pavilion at first. She heard the sound of ding-ding in the pavilion and glanced over there. Just glanced at it. He couldn't help but laugh. If it were normal times, he would have couldn't help but go over and see who this living treasure was, but now he was no longer in such a good mood. The pavilion passed by, just 2 more ups and downs. This garden can be plundered. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a sudden whoosh sound, and a figure jumped out of the pavilion like an arrow, blocking Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang swept up to the pavilion and then down, but this man jumped out from the pavilion. Although the distance is shorter than Chu Liuxiang, this skill is still amazing. Chu Liuxiang never imagined that she would meet such a master of Qigong here. When she looked again, she saw that this master was actually the living treasure who was busy counting stars. After he stood up, it can be seen that the clothes on his body are short and small, as if they were stolen, and his hair and beard are combed and shiny, and they seem to be smeared with shaving oil. Plus, his face is covered with pollen rouge. He looks a bit like the old Lizzie who married in colorful clothes. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't imagine that such a living treasure could have such amazing skills. The living treasure also looked him up and down, suddenly smiled and said, "Uncle, where do you come from? Why have I never seen you?" This old man actually called him uncle. Chu Liuxiang was really dumbfounded. Fortunately, Hua Jingong and the others hadn't chased him yet. Chu Liuxiang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Old sir, you're welcome. I really can't bear the word uncle." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the living treasure burst out laughing and said, "So you are an idiot. I am only 12 years old, but you call me Mr. Old." My elder brother will burst into laughter when he hears this. Chu Liuxiang was stunned again. I couldn't help but touched my nose and said, You are only 12 years old?" The living treasure counted on his fingers and said, "I just turned 12 today, not a day more, not a day less." Chu Liuxiang said, "What about your eldest brother?" The living treasure smiled and said, "My eldest brother is much older. I'm afraid he's a few years older than his uncle." Chu Liuxiang said, "Who is he?" The living treasure said, "His name is Shuiren, and I am called Shuishaoren, but others call me Shuibaobao, Shuibaobao, Shuibaobao. Do you think this name sounds good or not?" This idiot is actually the younger brother of Shuiren, a great swordsman of the generation. This is why it is called 9 sons are born from a dragon, and the sons are different. Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly, and really didn't want to talk to this person. She smiled and said, "This name sounds very nice, but since you call me baby, you should be a good baby. Let me go quickly. I will definitely bring you candy next time." He actually called this 40 or 50-year-old person a good baby. Even he couldn't help but find it a little funny. While waving his hands, he flew up. Who knew that this Shui Baobao was also suddenly he flew up. He smoothly pulled out the soft sword like a poisonous snake from his belt, whoosh, 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 and thrust out 3 swords in a row. These 3 swords are really fast, accurate, and ruthless. Their sword skills are so fast and precise that even people like Zhong Yuan Yidianhong and Junzi's sword, Huang Luji, can't compare with them. Although Chu Liuxiang avoided these 3 swords, she was forced down. I saw Shui Baobao standing with one foot on the rockery opposite, shouting with a smile, "Uncle, you ruined my big thing and haven't compensated me yet. How can you leave?" Chu Liuxiang looked at him. I can't figure out whether this person is an idiot or not. Looking at his appearance and listening to his words, it is obvious that he is an out-and-out idiot, but how could an idiot master such a sharp and fast swordsmanship? Chu Liuxiang could only smile bitterly and said, "I ruined your important matter? What's the big deal?" Shui Baobao pouted and said, "I was counting the stars in the sky just now, and I finally counted all the stars on the other side of the moon. As soon as you came, Uncle, you made me forget all about it. Jing, you must compensate me." Chu Liuxiang said, Okay, I will compensate you. But how to make amends?" As he spoke, he jumped out diagonally. He had tried his best in this sweep. With Chu Xiangshui's wonderful lightness skills, who in the world can catch up? Unexpectedly, Shui Baobao seemed to have known that he was going to escape, and Chu Liuxiang just moved. The gold bracelet on his hand had flown out. Just hearing a series of dings and lings, for gold bracelets drew 4 golden arcs in the night sky, and they turned around and walked in front of Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang only felt a flash of golden flowers in front of her eyes, and 2 sounds of ding-dong, ding-dong. 4 gold bracelets collided in mid-air and suddenly hit him head-on. This idiot not only has great qinggong and swordsmanship, but his technique of using concealed weapons is also extremely wonderful. Compared with him, Hua Jingong's silver bullet was like a child playing with clay balls. Chu Liuxiang's castration was as fast as an arrow. Seeing that he was almost hitting the golden bracelet, in this unforgettable moment, he had no choice. He bowed tremblingly and stepped back, his hands, splitting light, Zhuiying, grabbed 3 gold bracelets. The remaining one was also knocked away by the 3 he caught in his hand. Shrinking your body and reaching out to catch it, although it sounds easy, it is actually extremely difficult. No matter the body, eyes, time, or position, you have to get it just right without making any mistakes. If you don't take action very quickly. Although it is impossible to copy these 4 gold bracelets, without extreme lightness skills, it is impossible to release the strength of the gold bracelets. Even if you can barely copy the gold bracelets, the tiger's mouth will probably be shattered. But by the time he grabbed the gold bracelet, his men had already retreated to their original positions. I saw Shui Baobao stamping his feet and saying, "Uncle, you clearly promised to compensate me, why did you slip away again? How can an adult lie to a child?" Chu Liuxiang suddenly discovered that this idiot was a rare and difficult opponent in his life. Although he had experienced hundreds of battles. For a moment, I didn't know how to deal with it. Shui Baobao was still stamping his feet and said, "Uncle, tell me, do you want to compensate or not?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Of course we have to compensate, but how to compensate?" Shui Baobao immediately smiled and said, "That's very easy. Just count the stars on the other side of the moon for me." Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said, "Which side?" Shui Baobao pointed and said, "It's over there." In fact, there was no moon in the sky at this time, but there were stars all over the sky. Even if a person has 200 pairs of eyes and 100 hands, there is no way to count the stars in the sky. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Oh, are you talking about this side? That's great." Shui Baobao blinked his eyes and said, "Why is it so good?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I just counted the stars here, there are 28,437 in total." Shui Baobao said, "Really?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Of course it is true. How can adults lie to children? If you don't believe it, just count it yourself." He had already made up his mind, this idiot. If he is not fooled, then his dementia must be fake. Although Chu Liuxiang is unwilling to fight with real idiots, it is different with fake idiots. Unexpectedly, Shui Baobao already smiled and said, "You said it was 28,437, okay, let me count." He actually raised his head and started counting. Chu Liuxiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and jumped out like an arrow. This time, Shui Baobao seemed to be so absorbed in counting that he didn't notice him at all. Only then did Chu Liuxiang realize that he had really met an idiot with terrifyingly high martial arts skills. He felt a little funny and a little surprised. This matter was indeed a bit unbelievable, but he decided not to think about it for the time being. Because there is something even more incredible that has yet to be solved. Resurrection from a dead body. Shi Yin's soul seems to have really been resurrected by borrowing Zhou Mingzhu's body. When Mr. Zhou saw the pollen he brought back, he couldn't help but be stunned and sweating profusely. I was speechless for a long time with a cup of tea. Zhang Jinzhai frowned and asked, "Is that house exactly what she said?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Exactly the same." Zhang Jinzhai said, "That Miss Shi really died today?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Not bad. Her body has not been buried yet, and I saw the clothes." Mr. Zhou suddenly jumped up and yelled, "I don't care what kind of clothes they are, and I don't care whether the daughter named Shi is dead or not. I only know that the pearl is my daughter and no one can take it away." Zhang Jinzhai said, "But what if she doesn't admit that you are her father?" Mr. Zhou roared angrily, "If she dares not to recognize me as her father, I will kill her." Zhang Jinzhai said, "Do you really have the heart to do it?" Mr. Zhou was startled and said, "Why can't I make a move? I. Speaking of the third I word." Tears welled up in his eyes, and his tall body fell on the chair, as if he could no longer stand up. Zhang Jinzhai shook his head and sighed, fate has a way with people. If nature has a way with people, what can you and I say? Mr. Zhua held his head in his hands and said sadly, But do you want me to admit that Mingzhu is the daughter of that shrew? Do you want me to give my daughter to others alive? Zhang Jianzhai twirled his beard vigorously and paced back and forth. Although this famous doctor in the world has the ability to make a difference. But there was nothing that could be done about this matter. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, Is she still sleeping? Second Master Zhua said sadly, Still sleeping deeply. Chu Liuxiang stood up and said, Second brother, if you believe me, just leave this matter to me. Zhang Jianzhai sighed. If there is one person in the world who can solve this matter, it must be Chu Xiangshui. If Master Zhua doesn't believe you, who else can he believe? Chapter 3 The Absurd Beauty. It is already dawn. The rising sunlight shines in through the window, illuminating her pale face. A pair of beautiful eyes are covered with red threads. This is indeed Zhua Mingzhu's face, indeed Zhua Mingzhu's eyes, but even Chu Liuxiang can't figure out whether the girl is Zhua Mingzhu. He didn't even know how to call her. If he called her Zhua Mingzhu, she clearly had Zhua Mingzhu. Shirin, thought and soul, but if you call her Shirin, she is clearly Zhua Mingzhu. The girl lowered her head, bit her lip and said, Since you have seen it, it's time to believe what I say, right? Chu Liuxiang sighed, You did not lie to me. The girl said, So why don't you let me go? So why don't you let me go? Chu Liuxiang said, I can let you go, but can you go back? The girl said, Why can't I go back? Chu Liuxiang said, With your current appearance, will others still recognize you as Shirin after you go back? The girl immediately shed tears and said in pain, Oh my God, how could I become like this? What do you want me to do? Chu Liuxiang said softly, Since I believe your words, you should also believe mine, no matter who your heart is. But your body is indeed Zhua Mingzhu, the daughter of Zhua Qingho. The girl beat the bed with her hands and said, But I am indeed not Zhua Mingzhu, let alone Zhua Qingho. How can I admit that he is my father? Chu Liuxiang said, But Shi Juren is afraid that he will not recognize you as his daughter. I'm afraid even Yi Xinglan won't recognize you and will never give you the pollen from Boxiangzai again. The girl trembled and said in a low voice, I'm afraid even Yi Xinglan won't recognize you and will never give you the pollen from Boxiangzai again. The girl trembled and said in a low voice, How did you recognize him? That was a long time ago, and I don't know how I could be. That was a long time ago, and I don't know how I could be. She suddenly raised her head again and said loudly, But no matter what, that incident has long passed, and now I don't recognize Yi Xinglan. I only know that I am the maiden daughter-in-law of the Shui family. Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly. The most troublesome part of this matter was here, because he knew that Zhua Yiri had already betrothed Zhua Mingzhu to the young master of the Ding family. Even if Zhua Yiri and Shi Juren can handle this matter calmly. Even if this girl is willing to admit that they are both her fathers, she can never marry two husbands. At this moment, a loud bang was heard outside, followed by all kinds of messy sounds, including the sound of bottles being smashed and cans being hit. There were sounds of stones being thrown on the roof tiles being broken, and the sound of a large group of people yelling and cursing. Chu Liuxiang frowned, feeling very strange. Is there really anyone who dares to go to Throwing Cup Villa to cause trouble? A sharp and loud female voice was heard saying, "Marquise Waqing, give me back my daughter." The girl's eyes lit up and she said happily, "My mother is here. She already knows that I am here. Can you still not let me go?" Chu Liuxiang said, "She didn't come here to find you." The girl said, "Who are you looking for if you're not looking for me?" Before Chu Liuxiang could speak, Hua Jingong's sharp voice came in again. "My daughter was killed by you, an old thief. You knew she was sick, so you deliberately hid all the doctors in your house so that no one could treat her disease. Otherwise, how could she die? I want you to pay for your life." The girl wanted to rush out, but she was stunned again at this moment. Chu Liuxiang sighed. "You should know why she came here by now, right?" The girl stepped back step by step and said in a trembling voice, "She also said that I was dead. Could I? Is he really dead?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Of course you are not dead, but this matter is too strange. No one will believe it, not even your mother. If you go out now, she will not admit you. It's her daughter." The girl was stunned for a long time, then suddenly turned around and threw herself on the bed, beating the bed with her hands, and choked. "What should I do? What should I do?" Chu Liuxiang said softly, "If you are willing to trust me completely, I may have a way to solve this matter for you." The girl lies on the bed. After crying for a long time, he turned around, stared at Chu Liuxiang and said, Are you really Chu Xiang handsome?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Sometimes I really wish that I am not Chu Liuxiang, but fate has destined me to be Chu Liuxiang." The girl stared into his eyes and said, "Okay. I will lie here for 3 days. After 3 days, if you still can't solve this matter, I will die. It would be better to die." Chu Liuxiang felt that it was better not to meet Hua Jingong for the time being, so she decided to go and have a good sleep first. Only when you have enough energy can you do things in the evening. He seemed to have many ideas in his mind, but he didn't say them out loud. When he woke up, it was already dark. Mr. Zhua had already visited him countless times. Seeing him wake up was like finding a treasure. She took his hand and said with a wry smile, "Brother, you slept well, but do you know how much I suffered this day? I'm almost going bald." He stamped his feet and said, "Did you know that shrew Hua Jingong has already been here? She actually dared to bring a group of scoundrels here to run wild, and she even asked me to pay for her daughter's life." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "How did you send her away?" Zhua Qingho said bitterly, "When I meet such a shrew, I really have no choice. If I hurt her, do I want my friends in the world to laugh at me for being the same as her?" Chu Liuxiang sighed, "That's right at all. She only dared to come because she knew that the second brother would never take action." Zhua Qingho said, "I can only vent my anger on those rogues." When she saw that all the people she had brought with her were lying down, her arrogance became less intense, but when she left, she was still acting wild, saying that she would come back tomorrow. He took Chu Liuxiang's hand and said, "Brother, at least you have to go to Shijiazhuang tonight. Teach that tigress a lesson. If she comes again tomorrow, I really can't bear it. He himself did not want to fight Hua Jingong, but he asked Chu Liuxiang to go. Although Chu Liuxiang had dealt with this kind of hot potato many times, he was still a little bit dumbfounded. Zhuo Qinghe himself seemed a little embarrassed, and said with a wry smile, I also know that this is a very troublesome matter, but if there is one person in the world who can solve this kind of thing, that person is you, Chu Xiangshui. Chu Liuxiang had heard this kind of thing a lot. I couldn't help but sigh and murmured, it's a pity that Xiao Hu didn't come this time, otherwise letting him deal with Hua Jingong would have been the right medicine. Zhuo Qinghe said, Brother, don't you go. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Second brother, don't worry. I must find a way to prevent her from coming tomorrow. Zhuo Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly frowned and said, There is another thing, I need you to make an idea for me, brother. Just as Hua Jingong left, someone followed him. Chu Liuxiang said, Who? Is there anyone in the world who is more difficult to deal with than Hua Jingong? Zhuo Qinghe said, Brother, you should know about the two heroes of the Ding family in Qixingtang in Luodang, right? Today's guest is Wu Gojin Ding Yu and Ding Laoer. Chu Liuxiang said. Aren't the two Ding heroes your good friends, second brother? Zhuo Qinghe said, Not only are they my good friends, they are also my in-laws, but that's where the trouble lies. Chu Liuxiang said, Is he here to welcome the bride? Zhuo Qinghe stumbled and said, That's not bad at all. Just because we had agreed last month that Zhu'er and Ding Rufeng would get married this month, Ding Laoer came here this time precisely for this matter. Chu Liuxiang said, Didn't Mingzhu become ill last month? Zhuo Qinghe sighed, Just because she is sick. That's why I wanted to be happy for this child. I just hoped that once she got married, her illness would get better. Who would have thought that something like this would happen now? He said with a grimace, Now if I promise him to get married in the middle of the month, Pearl, how can Pearl be willing to marry her? If I don't agree, how can I shirk it? I am simply committing suicide. Chu Liuxiang could only touch her nose and murmured, I wonder if Hua Jingong has also set a wedding date for her daughter and second young master Shui. I saw a servant hurried over and bowed. Ding Erxia asked the villain to ask the master if Chu Xiangshui was awake. If he wakes up, he will also come to offer Chu Xiangshui's wine. If you don't wake up, please ask me to go to the front first. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, I have heard for a long time that the brothers of the Ding family are also massive, but Zhang Jinzhai has to take care of his body. If you don't even drink a glass of wine, Ding Laoer must feel that drinking alone is boring. Zhuo Qinghe said, Yes, brother, please accompany me to deal with him. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Second brother, do you want me to rush to Shizhuang drunkenly? In the legend of the world, there are some wine beggars and wine fairies. The more wine they drink, the higher their martial arts skills become. Chu Liuxiang always finds these legends a bit ridiculous. Just because he knows that if a person drinks too much, his courage may be stronger and his strength may be greater, but his reaction will definitely become much slower. In a competition between masters, if one person's reaction is slow, he will definitely lose. Therefore, although Chu Liuxiang also likes to drink, when he really encounters a strong enemy, he must stay awake the night before. The strange thing is that some people in the world actually say. The more Chu Xiangshui drank, the better his martial arts became. Chu Liuxiang believes that these words must be said by people who don't know how to drink. People who don't drink always seem to think that people who drink are some kind of monsters. Even the structure of their bodies is different from others. In fact, Jiu Xian. We are all human beings, and drunkards are also human beings. People who drink too much will also become confused. Chu Liuxiang didn't drink today, not because Hua Jingong's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were difficult to deal with, but because of that idiot who was extremely skilled in martial arts. He always felt that the idiot was somewhat mysterious. It's a bit strange and should never be taken lightly. Chu Liuxiang had already arrived at Shizhizhuang before the third watch. This time he was familiar with the road and went straight to the back garden. There was no one in the back garden, only the light was still on in the small house among the bamboo trees. Is Shi Yin's body still in the hut? Chu Liuxiang swept up to the eaves like light smoke, looked down and saw that Shi Yin's body had been moved out, and a girl dressed in green and plain clothes was cleaning the house. In the light, this girl seemed to be very beautiful, and she didn't look like someone doing rough things. Her hands were making the bed, but her watery eyes glanced at the dressing table. Suddenly she reached out and grabbed a box of rouge and secretly hid it in her arms. After a while, she looked at the bronze mirror again and gently twisted her waist. Twisting and turning, he pursed his lips and laughed secretly. Chu Liuxiang was feeling a little funny when she suddenly heard someone say, "You can't escape this time." A figure flashed from behind the corner of the room and jumped out. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help being surprised. This man's sharp eyesight actually found Chu Liuxiang's hiding place. Unexpectedly, this man didn't even look in his direction, and while he was talking, he rushed into the room, but it was a young man wearing white morning clothes. The girl was obviously taken aback, but when she turned around and saw the young man, she smiled, patted her chest and said with a smile, "It turns out to be the young village owner." It startled me. Only then did Chu Liuxiang take a clear look at the young owner of Shizhizhuang. He saw that his face was white and he was already a little fat. He obviously ate too well and slept too much. Although he was wearing morning clothes. But you can still see the azure satin clothes inside, and there is no trace of sadness on his face. Instead, he smiles and says, "What are you afraid of? I don't know how to eat people. The most I can do is eat the rouge on your mouth." The girl laughed and spat. "I didn't put on rouge today." Shi Chuanzong said, "I don't believe how your mouth could be as red as a cherry without rouge. I want to try it." While he was talking, he already hugged the girl's waist. The girl stamped her feet and said, You are so brave, let go. Otherwise I will scream." Shi Chuanzong gasped, "Just scream." "I'm not afraid, and I didn't steal anything." The girl rolled her eyes and coquettishly said with a half-smile, "Okay. If you want to hold me hostage, I don't care about this box of rouge. If I want it. I don't know how many people rushed to give it to me." Shi Chuanzong smiled and said, "I will give it to you, I will give it to you. Good Inger, as long as you are willing to give in to me, I will buy all the rouge pollen from Boxiangzai and give it to you." Inger bit her lip and said, I don't dare to ask for it. I'm afraid that the young lady will peel off my skin. Shi Chuanzong said, It doesn't matter, the tigress won't know. As soon as he threw himself, the two of them rolled onto the bed. Inger gasped and said, It can't work today, and it can't work in this place. Yesterday, the second lady. She didn't finish her words. Finished. The mouth seemed to be blocked by something. Shi Chuanzong's breathing became louder and he said, If you can't do it today, you won't have a chance tomorrow. That tigress is staring so fiercely. Good Inger, as long as you promise me this time, I will give you everything. Chu Liuxiang is angry and funny. Thinking of the young lady's respectable appearance, he also felt that the young village owner was a bit pitiful. He also knows that the more fiercely his wife stares at her, the more men want to steal her words. Men all over the world are the same, and he cannot blame the young owner. It's just that the time and place he chose were really wrong. Although Chu Liuxiang didn't want to meddle in such nosy matters, she really couldn't stand it. The bed kept moving, and there was already a white leg hanging on the edge of the bed. Chu Liuxiang suddenly knocked on the window and said, Someone is coming. Before these 4 words were finished, the 2 people on the bed had already jumped up like 2 cats whose tails were stepped on. Shi Chuanzong huddled up and trembled. Inger was more courageous, and while putting on her clothes, she said loudly, Who is it? Want to steal something? Shi Chuanzong immediately said, Yes, it must be a thief. I'll call someone to catch the thief. He rubbed oil on the soles of his feet and wanted to escape. But Chu Liuxiang's body flashed and blocked his way. Shi Chuanzong didn't know how this person came so fast. He was surprised and said, Who are you? You are so brave. You dare to steal things here. Hurry up and run away with your tail between your legs. The young owner of the village can spare your life. Seeing that the person coming was a stranger, his courage suddenly grew stronger. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, You'd better understand 3 things first. First, I will never run away. Second, you are no match for me. Third, I am not afraid of you calling anyone. He didn't make any protest move at all, because he knew that such a romantic and wealthy young man as Shi Chuanzong. A few words will suffice. Shi Chuanzong's face turned green as expected, and he quipped, What do you want? Chu Liuxiang said, I just want to ask you what you want. Do you want me to find your wife, or do you want me to find Liang Ma? Shi Chuanzong was startled and said, Take you to find Liang Ma? Chu Liuxiang said, Yes, you can choose any of these 2 things. This choice was just like asking someone whether he would rather eat braised pork or poop. Shi Chuanzong's heart suddenly settled. He was afraid that Chu Liuxiang would change his mind. He quickly nodded and said, Okay, I'll take you to find Mother Liang. The side hall in the small courtyard has been converted into a mourning hall. Mother Liang was sitting next to the funeral seat, with her head hanging down, as if she had fallen asleep again. The dim candlelight reflected the white curtain of the yellow coffin and her pale hair, which looked really desolate. Shi Chuanzong took Chu Liuxiang around the path and walked here. He kept wondering in his heart. He couldn't figure out why this person wanted to find Liang Ma. Chu Liuxiang walked over and stood in front of Liang Ma, coughing slightly. Liang Ma was shocked. She almost fell to the ground with her chair, but when she saw the person in front of her clearly, her old eyes that were red from crying seemed to show a hint of relief, and said, "It turns out it's you again. You are finally a conscientious person. I will not waste my time doing it for you." Speaking of Ener, her throat was blocked again. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "People who don't recognize you will definitely think that you are Miss Yin's mother." Liang's mother choked and said, "Although Ener was not born by me, I brought her up since she was a child. I am alone and helpless. She is the only one who can be regarded as my relative. Now that she is dead, Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but feel a little desolate. At this time, Shi Chuanzong had slipped away quietly, but he deliberately pretended not to see it. Ma Liang wiped her tears and said, "You are here. You have done your best, so you better leave now. If Madam finds you again, I'm afraid." Chu Liuxiang suddenly said, "Do you want to see Miss Yin again?" Liang Ma suddenly raised her head, looked at him in surprise, and said, But she is dead." Chu Liuxiang said, "If you want to see her, I still have a way." Liang Ma said in shock, What can you do? Do you know how to summon spirits?" Chu Liuxiang said, "You don't need to ask any more. In short, if you are willing to wait for me at Shuya Bridge at noon tomorrow, I will have a way to take you to see Miss Yin." Liang Ma stayed for a long time and murmured, "Tomorrow at noon, Shuya Bridge, could you?" Suddenly someone said, "Good boy, you are brave enough. I spared you yesterday, but you still dare to come today." Chu Liuxiang knew that Hua Jingong was coming without looking back. But he didn't seem surprised at all, as if he had been waiting for her to come. "I saw that Hua Jingong and young Master Shi had both changed into tights today, and brought with them more than a dozen maids in fancy outfits. Each of them was holding a golden bow, with 2 swords on their backs, and they all moved very vigorously." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "I have heard for a long time that Madam's women's army is more brave than men. When I saw it today, it was indeed extraordinary." Hua Jingong sneered, "Don't flatter me, I just ask you, are you Chu Liuxiang?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Chu Liuxiang, do I look like Chu Liuxiang?" Mrs. Shi's face was livid and she said sternly, "I don't care whether you are Chu Liuxiang or Chu Liuxiang. Since you have the courage to come, we have the ability to make sure you come or go." Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "You are so majestic and murderous. No wonder Master Shi Shaozhuang is as afraid of you as a tiger." Shi Chuanzong suddenly poked his head out of the window and said loudly, "We husband and wife respect each other as guests. Don't come here to sow discord." Hua Jingong said, "Don't talk nonsense, I just want to ask you, do you want to die or live?" Chu Liuxiang said, "It's very interesting to live here, so naturally I want to live." Hua Jingong said, "If you want to live, just kneel down obediently and tie your hands. When we ask you clearly about your origin, maybe, instead of killing you, we will also give you benefits." She deliberately said the word benefits softly, but Chu Liuxiang didn't seem to understand it at all. He asked lightly, "What if I want to die?" Hua Jingong said angrily, "That would be easier. I just need to raise my hand and fire arrows, and you will become a hedgehog. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, You can die under the peony flowers and be a ghost. What's the harm in being a hedgehog? Hua Jingong said, Okay, you asked for this. You can't blame me. With a move of her hand, the golden bow was set up, and more than a dozen women soldiers also immediately opened their bows and set arrows. Looking at their gestures, it was already known that each of these little girls were good players, not to mention that the continuous arrows, even if you can dodge the first round of arrows. You may not be able to dodge the second round of arrows. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chu Liuxiang's body suddenly flashed, and he heard a series of cooing calls. For some reason, more than 10 golden bows suddenly came into Chu Liuxiang's hands, and more than 10 girls stood there like stone statues. All the acupuncture points have been tapped. Although Hua Jingong and Mrs. Shi knew that this beautiful young man had a problem, they never expected that he would take action so quickly. The two exchanged glances, then struck out with a bow and 2 swords like lightning. But Chu Liuxiang seemed to be deliberately trying to show off to them today. He was no longer as polite as yesterday. He turned around and, without knowing what moves he used, he caught young Madame Shi's wrist and thrust her sword forward. Send it off, just listen to a bang sound. The bowstring of Hua Jin Bao has been cut. Chu Liuxiang took a few steps back, bowed and said with a smile, My rude beauty, I have no choice but to forgive you. Mrs. Shi's face turned pale. After all, she was the daughter of a famous family and was very knowledgeable. At this moment, she could see that she was no match for this young man. Suddenly he threw down his 2 swords and grabbed Shi Chuanzong from the door. He stamped his feet and said, Your wife is being bullied, but you just stand by and be a coward. Can you still be considered a man? Beat him to death. He vented his anger for me. Shi Chuanzong's face was paler than his wife's, and he said, Yes, yes. I'll beat him to death, and I'll vent my anger on your behalf. Although he spoke loudly, his legs did not move even half a step. Mrs. Shi beat his chest with her fist and said, Go, go, don't you even have the courage to do so? Shi Chuanzong was beaten until he grinned and said repeatedly, Okay, I'll go. I'll go right away. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly ran away. Mrs. Shi gritted her teeth and burst into tears, shouting, Oh my God, I married such a useless man, how can I live? She suddenly ran into Hua Jingong's arms and hissed. It's been 8 lifetimes of bad luck for me to marry into your family. Otherwise, if anyone dares to bully me, I won't want to live anymore. You might as well kill me. Chu Liuxiang was so angry and funny at the same time. He never thought of this. This young lady not only knows how to use a sword. He's also good at being playful. Hua Jingong's eyes were straightened, and he obviously had nothing to do with his wife. Chu Liuxiang said leisurely, Is the young lady's cheating skills also inherited from the family? Mrs. Shi jumped up and cried, What the hell did you fart? Besides bullying women, what else do you do? Chu Liuxiang said, I originally thought you were really a woman, but now I have some doubts. Mrs. Shi gritted her teeth and said, Can you be considered a man? If you dare to follow me to see Dad, you will be treated as a man. Otherwise you are a neither male nor female coward. Chu Liuxiang said lightly, if I don't dare to go, I won't come again tonight, but you'd better be quiet now, otherwise I will stuff your mouth with straw. The scale of Shuiren's village is not as grand as Tubi Villa, but the style is more quaint. Although the furnishings in the hall are not gorgeous, they are spotless. There is no dust on the window lattice. There is not a fallen leaf in the courtyard. Although it is early in the morning, someone is already sweeping the courtyard. Mrs. Shi was indeed very honest along the way. Chu Liuxiang was secretly amused. He found that the saying, ghosts are also afraid of evil people, was indeed true. But as soon as she arrived at Zuojiazhuang, she immediately became majestic, jumped her feet, pointed at Chu Liuxiang's nose and said, "If you have the guts, don't run away. I'll call Daddy out." Chu Liuxiang said, "If I want to leave, why should I come?" Hua Jingong glanced at him and sneered, "If you are too courageous, your life will be short." Not long after Mrs. Shi rushed in, she heard someone say in a deep voice, "If you don't serve Wengu well at home, why are you here?" This voice was deep and powerful, and you could tell it was someone who was used to giving orders. Mrs. Shi said with a cry, "Someone bullied my daughter, and Dad didn't even ask." So, the man said sharply, "If you behave yourself, who would bully you for no reason? It must be that you have a childish temper again. My mother-in-law, you should discipline her more, don't be polite." Hua Jingong quickly stood up and said with a smile, "I can't blame my aunt at all for what happened this time, it's all this kid." Chu Liuxiang was too lazy to listen to what she was talking about. She saw Shuiren, the world's best swordsman, at this moment already in front of him. He saw this old man with a pale face and cloth shoes and white socks. Wearing a blue cloth gown, there is nothing special about his appearance, but his eyes are so bright that people dare not look into them. Young Mistress Shi was saying loudly, "This man's name is Yi Xinglan. He was the one who killed Sister Yin. He actually has the nerve to act wildly. He doesn't even look at you, old man." Hua Jingong said, "It is said that this man is a prodigal in the capital. He knows nothing but works hard on women. He has harmed many people." Mrs. Shi said, "You old man, hurry up and teach him a lesson." Shuiren didn't seem to hear anything they were saying. He just stared at Chu Liuxiang for a moment, suddenly clasped his fists and said, "I am ignorant, but I hope you will forgive me." Chu Liuxiang also bowed and said, "Master Shui is serious." Shuiren said, "Please have some tea first." After a while, the old man will buy wine to wash away the dust for you. Chu Liuxiang said, "Thank you very much." Mrs. Shi's eyes were straightened when she saw it, and she couldn't help but said, "Dad, why are you so polite to this kind of person?" Shuiren suddenly darkened his face and said, "What about him? If he doesn't think you are young and ignorant, can you still come back to see me alive?" Young Mistress Shi was stunned, and she didn't know how her father could see that she was no match for him. Hua Jingong said with a smile, "But he..." Shuiren said in a deep voice, "Dear mother-in-law, if I am not blind yet, it can be concluded that this friend is definitely not a prodigal from the capital, nor is he Yi Xinglan, otherwise he would not come." He turned to Chu Liuxiang, smiled slightly, and said, Your Excellency is charming and restrained. Although there are many talented people in the world, they are better than before, but as far as I know, there are only 2 or 3 young heroes like you in the world. Chu Liuxiang said, "Thank you, Senior." Shui Yiren's eyes flashed and he said, "It is said that the Vabat master of Qianlu village in Jintan has the potential to lead the martial arts in the Central Plains regardless of his martial arts skills. But you are obviously not a bat boy." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "How dare I compare with young Master Bat?" He stared at Chu Liuxiang and said word by word, "Chu Xiang is handsome." The old man could see where he came from at a glance. Chu Liuxiang was secretly surprised and said with emotion, "Senior, your eyes are really as bright as lightning. I am so admired by this junior." Shui Yiren stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "That's it." After all, the old man's eyes are not blind, and he can still recognize heroes. The faces of Hua Jingong and young Master Shi all changed, and they lost their voices and said, "Are you really Chu Liuxiang?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and nodded. Hua Jingong's eyes were straightened and he said, Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I said it last night, but my wife just didn't want to believe it." Hua Jingong was stunned for a long time, then let out a long sigh and said, "If you weren't Yi Xinglan, why did you come to our place?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I've heard Madam's name for a long time, so I went to pay her a special visit." Hua Jingong smiled. Even his eyes smiled, and he said, Okay, you finally think highly of me, but I seem a little sorry for you. Well, I'll treat you to sea bass tomorrow night, and I'll go to the kitchen myself to show you what my cooking skills are. No worse than old man Zhua. You must give me a favor." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "How dare you refuse, madam?" Mrs. Shi suddenly rushed in again and said with a smile, "I can also cook sea bass. I'll go to the kitchen right now." Hua Jingong chuckled and said, "Chu Xiangshui, you are such a blessing. Our Zonger has been married to her for several years. I never saw her go out to the kitchen once." Shui Yiren could only pretend not to hear, coughed a few times, and said slowly, "I've heard for a long time that Xiangshui doesn't use swords, but the world's famous swords, once Xiangshui tastes them, will immediately be worth 100 times, and he will become an old man. There are also a few hidden swords. I would like to ask Xiangshui Fian to comment." Chu Liuxiang was overjoyed and said, "It's my wish, but I don't dare to ask my ears." Hua Jingong smiled and said, "Not only do you have a good taste today, but your eyesight is even better. The swords owned by our father-in-law are never shown to anyone, not even me." Shui Yiren said calmly, "The sword is a murder weapon, so it's better for my mother-in-law not to go see it today." Chapter 4: The Best Sword in the World. Zhuojiazhuang is also built on the mountains, with green mountains winding into the back mountains. Sometimes the fog in the garden can almost merge with the clouds and mist on the mountain top. They walked on the gravel road through the back garden. There were no bright flowers and trees in the garden, and every pavilion and stone had an elegant and clumsy feel. Chu Liuxiang and Shui Yiren walked side by side. No one spoke. When a person reaches a certain status, he will naturally become a person of few words. The wind was not cold in the autumn morning, but the sky was high. They walked into a green bamboo forest, and dewdrops condensed on the bamboo leaves, like pearls inlaid on emerald. The end of the bamboo forest is connected to the foot of the mountain. On the wall that has been dyed green by moss, there is an ancient iron gate, which looks solid and heavy. Shui Yiren opened the door and said, "Xiang Shui, please, I will lead the way." Behind the door is a long and dark stone path. The air is so cold that it bites the skin. When Shui Yiren waited for Chu Liuxiang to walk in, he immediately closed the door tightly again, blocking out the light and warmth. Suddenly, everything fell silent, and not even a sound could be heard. If you want to kill people, this is indeed a good place. But Chu Liuxiang was not uneasy at all. He seemed to trust Shui Yiren. He didn't seem surprised that Shui Yiren brought him to this secret place when they first met him. After turning several times on the rocky ground, we arrived at a deep cave. There are copper lamps embedded in the stone walls. Under the gloomy light, I can see stone tables lined up on all sides of the cave, and there is a dark iron box on each stone table. The iron box on the stone table in front of you is long and narrow. It must contain swords that Shui people regard as gongbi. But what's in the other iron boxes? Shui Yiren held the sword box and seemed to have forgotten that Chu Liuxiang existed beside him. He had integrated his whole heart and soul into the sword, reaching a state of forgetfulness of others and self. Chu Liuxiang suddenly discovered that the old man seemed to have completely changed. When Chu Liuxiang saw him for the first time, she felt that his demeanor was elegant and calm, like a wise man who did not seek to be famous, or like a celebrity who was tired of the world and retired to the woods. Although his expression was a little sharp, it was definitely not revealing a disturbing edge. Chu Liuxiang had just walked side by side with him on the path that was less than 3 feet wide. She didn't have the slightest worry, as if she was walking with an ordinary old man. But now, before the sword was unsheathed, Chu Liuxiang already felt an overwhelming sword energy that was chilling to the bone. This sword energy obviously did not come from the sword. This sword energy comes from Shui Yiren himself. Here he is no longer an old man chatting with his children and in-laws. As soon as he steps into this door, he becomes the famous knight who once dominated the world and took pleasure in revenge. This place hides not only the sword, but also the memories of his past, so he will never allow anyone to invade here. But why did he want Chu Liuxiang to come again? Shui Yiren slowly opened the iron box and took out the sword. This sword has a simple shape. The dark green sword body had no dazzling light, but Chu Liuxiang was 8 feet away and could already feel the coldness on his skin. With a clang sound, Shui Yiren flicked the sword with his fingers, and the sword made a dragon's roar. Chu Liuxiang blurted out, "What a sword!" Shui Yiren's eyes flashed and he said, "Does Xiang Shui know what kind of sword this is?" Chu Liuxiang said slowly, "In the past, the famous masters of the Zhou dynasty, Tai Kong and Shao Kong, father and son, gathered famous craftsmen from all over the world to cast Bafang's copper. After 10 years, they got a sword, which is the Bafang bronze sword." Shui Yiren said, "Okay, good eyesight." Although he was praising loudly, there was no expression on his face, and he took out his sword again. The leather scabbard of this sword is gorgeous. The hilt is inlaid with turquoise stone and inlaid with gold wire. Although the hilt and the pig in the sword body look like they are made of gold, they are made of bronze. Shuiren said, "Where is this sword?" Chu Liuxiang said, "In ancient times, heroes all had famous swords. Shao Kong cast Bafang bronze swords, Zhuanxu had the sword name Huaying, Tinkong, Taijia had the sword name Wenguang, Wu Ding had the sword name Zhao Dan." He smiled and said, "This is the sword. The sword is Zhao Dan, but the sword box has been decorated by later generations." Shuiren said, "Okay, good eyesight." His cold face remained calm, but there was some appreciation in his eyes. After a while, he slowly took out a sword. The sword was sheathed in black shark skin, and the copper was swallowed. Only half an inch after the sword was taken out of the sheath, a gray and cold light shone into the eyebrows. Shuiren held the sword in his hand, and the light in his eyes seemed to be brighter. He stared at the sword's edge and was silent for a long time before saying word by word, "Xiang Shui, please look at it. What kind of sword is this?" Chu Liuxiang also stared at the sword's edge and was silent for a long time before slowly saying, "This is the nameless sword." Shuiren's long eyebrows suddenly raised and he said, "The nameless sword?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Yes, it is a nameless sword, but although the sword is nameless, the person is famous." Shuiren said, "How do you say this?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Senior, do you know about the generals?" Shuiren said, "Even though I haven't seen it, I have heard about it." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Actually, Ganjiang is just the name of a couple. But 100 years later, when the 4 words Ganjiang are mentioned, all one knows is the sword, and the person is forgotten." He didn't wait for Shuiren to speak, and then said, "The king of Yu hired O Yezi to make 5 swords, which are called Chenjun, Zhanlu, Haichao, Yuchang, and Juk. The king of Chu ordered Feng Huzi to ask for the sword. The 3rd one is Longyuan, Tia, and Gongshi. For thousands of years, these 8 swords have been mentioned. It can be said that no one knows it, but how many people know the 2 masters O Yezi and Feng Beard? Lu, Juk. But I didn't know there was O Yezi." Shuiren said, "Yes, there are indeed not many people in the martial arts who still remember O Yezi." Chu Liuxiang said, "Senior holds this sword in his palm. Although the sword is nameless, the person who can wield it must be an extraordinary person." Shuiren said, "Oh. How can you see it?" Chu Liuxiang said, "This is why the sword is sharp and murderous. If you are not an unparalleled master or have amazing methods, but you are not strong enough to control this sword, you may be injured by the sword instead." He smiled and said, "If only I were not blind." This sword must be what the senior wore when he traveled across the rivers and lakes in the past. Hearing this, Shuizi was horrified and moved, and said in a loss of voice, "Xiang Shui is really a god with lightning eyes. I admire him very much." These words are exactly what Chu Liuxiang praised Shuiren. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled, and each of them couldn't help but feel a bit of respect for each other. Shuiren said, "The rumors in the world are indeed true. Xiang Shui's knowledge and eyesight are indeed extraordinary, but does Xiang Shui know what these iron boxes on the 4 walls contain?" Chu Liuxiang said, If you can keep a famous sword as your companion, you will definitely find something extraordinary in the box. Shui Yiren opened an iron box, but there was only a long gown in the box. The snow-white gown has turned slightly yellow, which shows that it has been stored for many years. Shui Yiren put the long gown into a shake. Only then did Chu Liuxiang discover a string of blood stains on the front of the gown, snaking there like a red poisonous snake. Under the dim light, the blood stains had turned black. Shui Yiren said slowly, "Xiang Shui, does he know whose blood is stained on these clothes?" Although his eyes were staring at the blood stains on his gown, he seemed to be looking far away. After a long time, he smiled faintly and continued, "This happened a long time ago. I'm afraid Xiang Shui has not yet. I've heard this man's name before, but 30 years ago. The killer, Impermanence, Pei Huan, is no ordinary person." Chu Liuxiang said solemnly, "Although I am young and have little knowledge, I still know that the killer Impermanence has a pair of impermanent hooks in his palms and has hit all 7 southern provinces, but I don't know that this person has died in the hands of my predecessors." Shui Yiren said, "That was at Guluo Mountain." His mind seemed to have returned to the distant past, and he spoke slowly. A picture of sobering desolation seemed to have been displayed in front of Chu Liuxiang's eyes. Guluo Mountain is covered with mist and mist at dusk, and the western sky is like blood. The people in Shui Yi are dressed in white as snow, standing alone in the cold wind on the top of the mountain. Looking at the ferocious-looking killer Impermanence slowly walked over. Then, the sword flashed. Blood splashed on the snow-like clothes, like a string of plum blossoms scattered on the snow. Shui Yiren said slowly, "Although 30 years have passed away now, their blood. But it will never disappear." Chu Liuxiang said, "Their blood? Could it be that in these iron boxes?" Shui Yiren said coldly, "Don't Xiang Shui understand how the 3 words 'the man in blood' came about?" Chu Liuxiang looked at the iron boxes on the stone tables on all sides. Thinking that there is a snow-white gown hidden in every iron box, and every gown is stained with a person's blood, and every drop of blood contains a horrifying story, and there must be a scene in every story. Thrilling bloody battle. Think of this. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Shui Yiren's eyes were like a knife, and he said word by word, "I will not offend anyone unless they offend me. If someone offends me, the sword will be merciless. This sword has drank the blood of many people." His sword flashed. Suddenly, he stabbed Chu Liuxiang like lightning. When he saw Zhongyu and Yidianhong, Chu Liuxiang felt that his swordsmanship was unparalleled in the world. When he saw Shui Yifan, Chu Liuxiang felt that Yidianhong was not the fastest sword in the world. When he saw that idiot, Chu Liuxiang felt that Shui Yifan's swordsmanship was nothing. But at this moment, Chu Liuxiang finally knew what the real, quick sword was. Shui Yiren's sword thrust came completely without a trace, and no one could see how he used the sword. Where did it come from? Chu Liuxiang actually didn't dodge at all. But the sword, which was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder, suddenly stopped half an inch before Chu Liuxiang's throat. The stopping time is just as fast, just as sudden, and just as unpredictable as the starting time. Unbelievably, this stop surprised Chu Liuxiang more than the shot. Shui Yiren obviously didn't use all his strength when he fired this sword, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stop. The sword thrust when he didn't use all his strength was already so urgent, but it was still okay when he used all his strength. Shui Yiren looked at Chu Liuxiang and seemed a little surprised. When the sword reached his throat, not only did his expression remain unchanged, but he didn't even blink. This young man already has the concentration of Taishan collapses in front, but his color remains unchanged, and the elk rises to the left, but his eyes don't blink. This concentration alone. He also clearly has the courage of a generation of sect masters. Although the tip of the sword had not penetrated Chu Liuxiang's throat, the cold sword energy had already penetrated his skin. Although there were shivers on the skin of his throat, his face remained calm. Speaking of Chu Liuxiang, this was not the first time that someone held the tip of a sword to his throat. Although he also knew that the sword this time was much faster than any before. If such a fast sword had reached the throat, no one in the world could dodge it. Shui Yiren looked at him coldly, and after a long time, he said one by one, "Are you here for my sword?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "You think I want to steal your sword?" Shui Yiren said, "I have admired Chu Xiangshui's reputation for a long time." Chu Liuxiang said, "Then you should know that he has never thought about his friends." Shui Yiren said, "No matter everything, there are exceptions. Maybe you are the exception this time." Chu Liuxiang said, "Why should I make an exception this time?" Shui Yiren said, "You are not only very knowledgeable about swords, very interested too, right?" Chu Liuxiang smiled again and said, "Yes, I am very interested in swords. I am also very interested in braised pork, but I have never thought about stealing a pig and raising it at home." Shui Yiren said sternly, "Then why are you here?" Chu Liuxiang said lightly, "I usually don't like talking to someone when they have a sword to my neck." Shui Yiren said, "Do you like me to stab the sword down?" Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "If Shui Yi is someone who can stab Ling Jian, then I will really misjudge you." "If I misjudge you, even if I die in your hands, I can only blame myself for being blind, and I am not unjust at all." Shui Yiren stared at him for a long time, then slowly said, "Have you never misjudged someone?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "If I am willing to let him hold the sword in his hand and stand beside me, you will never misjudge him." Shui Yiren looked up and laughed and said, "Okay, Chu Liuxiang is indeed full of courage, and she truly deserves her reputation." With a sound of clang, the sword was sheathed. Shui Yiren smiled and said, "But if Chu Xiangshui came to Shizhizhuang just for Huajin Gong, I wouldn't believe it anyway." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Even I don't believe it myself." Shui Yiren's smile gradually disappeared and he said, "Xiang Shui went to Shizhizhuang. Could it be that he wanted Huajin Gong to bring you to see me?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Now that Shui Daxia has retired to Linquan, if I want to meet extraordinary people, I can only use extraordinary means." Shui Yiren's eyes flashed and he said, "Why are you so anxious to see me?" Chu Liuxiang pondered for a long time and said, 3 or 4 years ago, a group of professional assassins suddenly appeared in the world." Shui Yiren said in awe, "Professional assassin?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Yes, these people do not distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil. they only make murder their profession. No matter who can afford the price, they will kill for him. He sighed and continued, they kill no matter who they are. They kill those in the underworld, they also kill those in the white realm, even those who have nothing to do with martial arts. Because of this, I think they are actually more hateful and terrifying than those robbers who kill people and set fires. Because robbers at least have to choose their targets to kill. Shui Yiren said with emotion, there is such a person in the world, how come I don't even know about it? Chu Liuxiang said, these people are very secretive. If they hadn't found me, I wouldn't have known about it at all. Shui Yiren smiled and said, if they plot against Xiang Shui, I'm afraid the end is not far away. Chu Liuxiang said, these people are indeed dead now and can no longer do evil, but the leaders of these people are still at large. Shui Yiren said. Who is their leader? Chu Liuxiang said, I still don't know who this person is. I only know that he is not only witty, but also has superb swordsmanship. Shui Yiren smiled slightly and said, so Xiang Shui suspects that this person is me? Chu Liuxiang also smiled slightly and said, if it wasn't like that, I won't come here either. Shui Yiren's eyes were burning and he said, has Xiang Shui been found out now? Chu Liuxiang said slowly, Your Excellency's sword shot just now is indeed very similar to them. Shui Yiren said in a deep voice, so, do you think I am the leader? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, if you were the leader of the assassin, you wouldn't have taken back that sword just now. Shui Yiren didn't say anything. He turned around slowly and hid the long sword in the stone box. He saw his shoulders rising and falling, and he seemed to be very excited. After a long time, he slowly said, do you know why I haven't killed Zhuo Qingho yet? He suddenly asked this question, and Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but be startled. Fortunately, Shui Yiren did not wait for his answer, and said, because I have not only few friends in my life, but also enemies. Not much. Especially for an enemy like Zhuo Qingho, if I kill him, I will be even more lonely. Although Chu Liuxiang couldn't see his face, looking at his thin back and his long white hair, she couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation in her heart. She sighed, in ancient times, heroes were so lonely. When a person is at a low place, he always wants to go to a high place, but the higher he goes, the fewer people are following him. When he finds that he is the only one left at the high place, it is too late to look back. Shui Yiren's body, which stood upright like a javelin, suddenly seemed to become a little rickety. He was silent for a long time, then sighed and said, but I am getting older. When a person is about to die, he always wants to settle the accounts before him, so as not to take them into the coffin after death. Chu Liuxiang was silent because he didn't know what to say. Shui Yiren said, so Zhuo Qingho and I have agreed to have a life and death duel on New Year's Eve this year. It will not only be a duel between him and me, but also a duel between our Shuezhua family, because our two families have been feuding for hundreds of years. The hatred is almost so far away that one has forgotten the reasons for the hatred. Chu Liuxiang was horrified and said, why didn't Zhuo Qingho tell me about this? He suddenly understood why Zhuo Qingho was eager to marry his daughter to the Ding family. Just because once his daughter gets married, she is no longer a member of the Zhuo family, and she no longer has to participate in this bloody battle of life and death, Zhuo Qinghe's painstaking efforts for his daughter are really meticulous. Shui Yiren suddenly turned around, stared at Chu Liuxiang, and said, "But I thought he had told you. I thought you came to Songjiang Mansion just to help me, so you had to try to find out my truth first." Chu Liuxiang said, "That's why I tried to steal your sword. If a person wants to fight a tiger, it's best to try to pull out his teeth first." He smiled and said lightly, "But even if Chu Liuxiang is such a person, Zhuo Qinghe will never be such a person, otherwise he would not be worthy of being Shui Yiren's enemy." Shui Yiren said, "If Chu Liuxiang is this kind of person, then even if I misjudge you, I can only blame myself for being short-sighted. No one else to blame, right?" This is exactly what Chu Liuxiang said to him just now. Looking at his cold face, Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt a sense of warmth in his heart, just because he had discovered that the old man was not as cold as he appeared. He sighed secretly and said, "Is your New Year's Eve duel inevitable?" Shui Yiren was silent for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, "The fish is already cooked now, why don't we go have a drink first?" Chu Liuxiang is not an alcoholic like Hu Taihua. He rarely drank during the day, except when he was particularly happy or sad. Today is an exception. But he didn't know whether he was particularly happy or sad today. He has a lot on his mind, and it's very complicated. He needs to find time to think it over. Before thinking clearly, he decided to do nothing. The sea bass was indeed cooked well, but Chu Liuxiang suspected that the fish was not made by Mrs. Shi, because her hands were not even a little greasy. Chu Liuxiang has seen many women who don't know how to cook, but they like to hide in the kitchen on purpose, and then bring the dishes out and say, "The food is not cooked well, please forgive me." Let others think that she cooked the food. Because even this kind of woman knows that being able to cook is not only an honor for a wife, but also an honor for her husband. Chu Liuxiang always felt that such people were ridiculous, and always wanted to ask them, "Since you think it's embarrassing not to know how to cook, why didn't you learn how to cook before?" As expected, Mrs. Shi smiled coquettishly and said, "I'm afraid the fish won't be cooked well. Don't make fun of Xiang Shui." Before Chu Liuxiang could speak, Shui Yiren said calmly, "You don't even know how to scramble eggs, and you didn't cook this fish." He didn't finish speaking. Mrs. Shi had already slipped in with a blushing face. Hua Jingong chuckled and said, "I didn't expect that my brother-in-law can speak. I must be in a particularly good mood because I met Xiang Shui. You should thank me for that." Shui Yiren said, "Yes, when Shiju comes, I will definitely give him a toast." Hua Jingong was startled, then forced a smile and said, "Xiang Shui sits here, I will go to the back to chat with my mother-in-law." Shui Yiren waited for her to leave, then sighed and said, "She finally understood what I said and finally knew where she should go. This is not easy." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "It is indeed not easy." Shui Yiren raised his glass and said, "If we don't drive women away, how can men drink with peace of mind? Come and have a drink." Chu Liuxiang drank it all and suddenly sighed. If it weren't for the feud between Shui's family, Yu and Zhuo Qinghe would definitely become good friends. Shui Yiren's expression changed and he said, "You were Zhuo Qinghe's friend, and now you are also my friend. I only hope you understand one thing. No one can resolve the hatred between the Shui's family. Chu Liuxiang said, "Why?" Shui Yiren said in a deep voice. Do you know how many people from the Shui family have died at the hands of the Zhou family in the past 100 years? Chu Liuxiang said, Is it similar to the death of the Zhou family at the hands of the Shui family? Unless one of the two families is killed, no one can resolve this hatred. Chu Liuxiang felt cold in her heart and didn't know what to say. Suddenly someone shouted, "Okay, you have good wine and food, but you don't ask me to come and eat." A man walked in, but it was the idiot Shui Baobao. The red clothes he wore today actually had a green turtle embroidered on them. Chu Liuxiang found that he didn't seem to recognize her at all. As soon as he sat down, he moved the whole plate of fish in front of him. Just pick it up with your hands and eat it. Shui Yiren frowned and said with a wry smile, "This is my brother laughing at him, he. Shui Baobao's mouth was full of fish. He spit out thorns and said with a smile, "Shui Yiren is a great swordsman, but Shui Shaoran is a big eater." Although Shui Shaoran has not been able to beat Shui Yiren since he was a child. But when it tasted, Shui Yiren was about to flee. Shui Yiren said angrily, "Who asked you to come?" Shui Baobao said with a smile, "This is also my home, why can't I come? You can scold me and call me worthless, but you can't say that I am not Father Shui's son." Shui Yiren sighed, shook his head and said, "Xiang Shui is not funny. He was not like this originally. Until 7 or 8 years ago, I don't know why, but suddenly changed." Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly. Every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite. This generation of famous heroes. In fact, just like ordinary people, he also has his troubles and misfortunes, but these things have been covered up by his dazzling brilliance. People can only see his brilliance, but forget that where there is light, there must be shadows. Chu Liuxiang's original intention was indeed to investigate the mysterious leader of the assassin group, but now his main purpose has changed. Zhuo Qinghe is his good friend. He must solve this problem for Zhuo Qinghe, not to mention bringing back the soul. This matter was so unbelievable that he himself wanted to figure it out. Before Zhuo Jiazhuang came, he had many things to say to the people in Shui. But now he suddenly changed his mind. He suddenly discovered that there was much worth studying in this matter. So he decided not to say anything for the time being. Shui Yiren did not insist on keeping him, he only set a date for their meeting with him, then personally walked him to the door and watched him go away. Shui Baobao hid behind the door and chuckled. Chu Liuxiang did not take the bus. No riding either. He has always believed that when walking, the mind tends to become clearer, because walking can make the blood drop. When the blood drops, the mind will naturally calm down, and what he needs most now is a calm mind. But what did he find? What are you thinking about? The autumn sun shines on people, as soft and warm as a lover's hands, making people feel indescribably comfortable. Autumn is the right time for walking. However, we haven't gone very far yet. Chu Liuxiang found someone behind him staring at him intently. This man was riding a black donkey, wearing a wide and big hat on his head, and kept his head lowered, as if he was afraid that others would see his face. Chu Liuxiang didn't even look back at him. As if she didn't know there was someone behind her, the man became more and more bold and walked closer and closer. Chu Liuxiang secretly found it funny. This person must be a newbie. Otherwise, how could he have the courage to stare at Chu Liuxiang? At nearly noon, Chu Liuxiang arrived at Xiuya Bridge. On the bridge, there is a woman in green clothes shivering and looking to the west. She has a blue cloth handkerchief wrapped around her head and is holding it tightly with both hands. Apparently he was also afraid of being seen. But Chu Liuxiang could still tell who she was at a glance. The man riding the black donkey saw Chu Liuxiang walking onto the bridge and hid behind a tree, but with half of his face and one eye exposed, he casually took off his hat. He seemed to think that he was the only one with eyes and everyone else was blind. Chu Liuxiang seemed to have suddenly become blind. The woman in green clothes on the bridge is naturally Mother Liang. Her old and shriveled face is probably caused by being blown by the wind. Or because I was afraid of turning blue. As soon as she saw Chu Liuxiang, she hurried over and gasped, "Thank God, you are finally here." Chu Liuxiang said, "Do you think I lied to you? Think I won't come?" Liang Ma murmured, "But do you really have a way to let me see the young lady again?" "As long as I can see the young lady, I am willing to die." Chapter 5 Assassin. Liang Ma looked at Chu Liuxiang and said hopefully, "Can you really let me see the young lady?" Chu Liuxiang said, "If you are sincere, you will naturally be able to see her." Mother Liang said, "Of course I am sincere." Guanyin Bodhisattva. Chu Liuxiang didn't let her finish her sentence and rushed to say, "Okay, then you come back in 3 days. Don't come back at noon or wait until dark." Liang Ma was startled and said, 3 days? 3 more days? Chu Liuxiang said seriously, "It is natural to choose the day for this kind of thing. You can't wait. If you were really sincere, wouldn't you be able to wait even 3 days?" Liang Ma was naturally sent away easily. Although Chu Liuxiang felt a little sorry for the kind old woman, the 3 days were really too important. 3 days later. Maybe everything will change. Suddenly, there was a sudden sound of hooves. The man riding the black donkey suddenly accelerated and galloped over, caught up with Chu Liuxiang, and suddenly whipped Chu Liuxiang's neck with his backhand. The long whip broke through the air and made a sharp sound of wind. Chu Liuxiang didn't even look back. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the tip of the whip, laughing and scolding, "Come down." He shook his hand casually, and the man flew up from the saddle, turned over in the air, and landed on the bridge. The sun hat on his head also fell off, revealing a long horse face. This person turned out to be Mrs. Shi. The black donkey rushed straight to the end of the bridge and then stopped. It rubbed its neck against the bridge pillar and hissed softly. Its expression was somewhat similar to that of Mrs. Shi. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "I don't know if it was the young mistress who arrived, but I almost offended him. Forgive me, forgive me." Mrs. Shi stared at him bitterly and said, "Stop talking sarcastically. Let me ask you, what are you doing sneaking around all day long? What exactly do you want from us?" Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "I have great courage. I don't dare to have any ideas about you, young mistress." Mrs. Shi's face actually turned red, and she said loudly, "Then, why did you bring Mother Liang here?" Chu Liuxiang said, nothing, just chatting. Mrs. Shi sneered. When did Chu Xiangshui's appetite change? When did he start to like chatting with old ladies? Chu Liuxiang sighed again and said, I don't want to chat with the old lady. Will the young lady be willing to chat with me? Mrs. Shi stared at him, with a smile suddenly in her eyes. Suddenly he turned around and left. She has a good figure. Just looking at her back, she looks quite charming. Chu Liuxiang just hoped that she would not look back. It would be bad if she did. Unfortunately, Mrs. Shi turned around and smiled and said, Since you want to talk to me, why don't you come with me? Chu Liuxiang really sighed this time. He thought that if anyone dared to use the phrase, look back and smile to be charming, to describe this young lady, he would definitely fight with that person. Not only was Mrs. Shi smiling, she also rolled her eyes and said, What are you afraid of? Could it be that I will eat you? Chu Liuxiang murmured, You really look like you can bite people. Mrs. Shi said, What are you talking about in your mouth? Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, I didn't say anything, it's just that my mouth suddenly cramped. In his heart, he just hoped that young Madame Shi's neck would suddenly cramp and never come back. However, young Madame Shi's neck was very flexible, and she suddenly turned around and said with a smile, You are not a puppy, why are you following me? Walking behind others? Chu Liuxiang had no choice but to step forward. After a while, she couldn't help but said, Young mistress, you can chat anywhere, where are you going? Mrs. Shi rolled her eyes at him again and said, Many young men are secretly calling me Zulihong. Thought I didn't know. Chu Liuxiang could only touch her nose and vowed never to eat dishes like shredded pork stir-fried with Zulihong again. She would rather eat dried radish than Zulihong. Shui Honghong pouted and said, Hey, you want to chat with me, why don't you say anything? Has he become mute? When Chu Liuxiang saw her pouty mouth, she wished she could hang an oil bottle on it. She just regretted that Hu Taihua didn't come. Maybe he could really do it. Chu Liuxiang coughed twice, he smiled and said, That second uncle of yours is really interesting. He was like a child, but his swordsmanship was so high. If I hadn't run fast that night, he would have stabbed me through a transparent hole. He forced my father to fight him, and even my father was almost stabbed by him. Chu Liuxiang's eyes suddenly lit up and said, What happened next? Chu Liuxiang said, According to your father-in-law, he was not originally like this. Shui Honghong said, Well, he just went crazy practicing sword practice. Chu Liuxiang said, Oh. He wanted to be better than my dad, and even practiced without eating or sleeping. But no matter how hard he practiced, he still couldn't compare to his dad. One night he suddenly killed his second aunt, saying that she always disturbed his sword practice. But after killing his second aunt, he himself became crazy. He always said that he was only 10 years old, and because of his young age, his swordsmanship was not as good as that of his father. Chu Liuxiang sighed. When a person is helpless, he can only deceive himself. It's just that he... Shui Honghong suddenly said coquettishly, Why do we always have to mention him? Is there nothing else to mention? Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said, I will talk with you about whatever you want to hear. Shui Honghong glanced at him, pursed her lips and smiled. when a man and a woman are together, there are too many things to talk about, don't you know? Do you still want me to teach you? She chuckled and said, if you still want others to teach you, you are not Chu Liuxiang, the romantic thief. Chu Liuxiang had a headache when he heard the name romantic thief. What made him even more troubled was that he found that the road Shui Honghong took him was getting more and more remote. And at the end of the road, hidden among the trees, there seemed to be several houses. He couldn't imagine what would happen after entering the houses. But by now it was too late for him to leave. Shui Honghong had taken his hand and said with a charming smile, I will take you to a good place. How should you thank me? Chu Liuxiang said, this, dash. He suddenly jumped up and said, no, your black donkey is gone. Go back and look for it. Shui Honghong chuckled and said, it's no big deal if a donkey is lost. I have you. What else do you need a donkey for? If someone said that Chu Liuxiang would blush, not only would others not believe it, but even he himself would not believe it. But now, his face is really red. Shui Yuan may have killed too many people. That's why I gave birth to such a precious daughter. It's a strange thing that he hasn't been mad at his daughter yet. Shui Honghong had already pulled Chu Liuxiang and ran towards the maple forest. The sunlight reflects the maple leaves as red as the sunset. There are 3 or 5 mountain houses in the maple forest. The buildings are small and exquisite, and they look like pictures. This is really a good place for lovers to meet. If it weren't for Shui Honghong, who was next to Chu Liuxiang at this moment, he would definitely feel a little elegant when he got to a place like this. But now, he felt like a living ghost. A living unlucky ghost. Shui Honghong held him with one hand and was already pushing the door open with the other. Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, you don't know whose house this is, so how can you just push open the door? If you are caught as a thief, wouldn't it be unfair? Shui Honghong said, who dares to treat me as a thief? Chu Liuxiang said, of course not, but if you are with me, it might happen. My reputation has never been very good, and it might hurt you. As he spoke, he wanted to run away. But Shui Honghong held his hand tighter and said with a smile, don't worry. This is also the property of the Shui family. Chu Liuxiang wanted to touch her nose again, but her hands were held by Shui Honghong. She could only smile bitterly and said, your family has quite a lot of property. Shui Honghong said, this is where my second uncle lived alone to practice swordsmanship when he wasn't crazy. Later, it was free. Although my second brother often came to stay when he was hunting, these few days he came. As she spoke, she opened the door. When she said this, she suddenly heard someone roaring. Said, who dares to break in? Amidst the roar, something black was shot out. It flew past Shui Honghong's scalp and landed far outside the door. It turned out to be a boot. The room was decorated simply and exquisitely. The floor was covered with thick and soft animal skins. 2 people, almost completely naked, were rolling around on the animal skins. Shui Honghong opened the door. The man immediately roared and jumped up, picked up a boot and threw it out. The woman quickly grabbed a piece of clothing and covered her chest and abdomen, but she still couldn't cover her 2 bare legs. Even from Chu Liuxiang's perspective, these two legs were considered first-rate. The man was very young and had thin skin and white flesh. He was quite handsome, but his face was pale and his eyes were full of red threads. Seeing Shui Honghong pushing open the door, the angry look on his face immediately turned into surprise. When Shui Honghong saw him, she was also surprised and said in a voiceless voice, "Is it you?" The young man grabbed his clothes and hid behind a chair. The woman wanted to stand up, but when she saw Chu Liuxiang's smiling eyes, she quickly sat down again and retracted her two long, straight legs as hard as she could. Shui Honghong's face was livid and she said sternly, "Have you already gone to the provincial capital to do some New Year shopping? How did you get here?" The young man put on his clothes and said with an apologetic smile, "Anyway, it's still very early before the Chinese New Year. I think it's not too late to wait for 2 days before going." Shui Honghong sneered, "I've been wondering for a long time. How come you suddenly become so diligent and rush to do things? It turns out that you want to avoid Daddy and go outside to hunt for wild food." Her eyes widened and she said, "Let me ask you, who is this woman?" The young man said, "Yes, he is my friend." Shui Honghong sneered, "Friends? I see you." The young man suddenly stretched out his head and said, "Let me ask you, who is this man of yours?" Shui Honghong was startled and said, "Yes, of course he is my friend." The young man also sneered, "Friend? I'm afraid not necessarily." Shui Honghong became angry with shame, jumped up and shouted, "Second brother! I'm telling you, stay out of my business." The young man said leisurely, "Okay, let's make a deal. As long as you don't care about my own business, I will never care about yours. Otherwise, if we make a fuss, I'm afraid you will be more embarrassed than me." Shui Honghong rushed over. He raised his leg and kicked the chair over, shouting, "What do I have to be ashamed of? I didn't take off my butt and make trouble with others." Chu Liuxiang really didn't want to listen anymore, so she quietly opened the door and slipped out, feeling unspeakably uncomfortable in her heart, feeling sorry for Shui Yiren. Naturally, he now knows that this young man is Shui Bin, the second son of the Shui family. These two siblings are truly living treasures cast from the same mold. It's a pity that Shui Yi, who has been famous all his life, gave birth to such a pair of children. A rich family has many evil sons. Chu Liuxiang found that this sentence was really knowledgeable. If a person wants to become an unparalleled swordsman, it is best not to raise children, because the best swordsman must be the worst father. The sword, like a woman, you want it to obey you. You must give it your whole heart, otherwise it will betray you. Even if a person is betrayed by a woman 200 times, he can still find the 201st woman, but if he is betrayed by a sword once, he will die. Chu Liuxiang sighed and murmured, "Shui Yiren. Shui Yiren, although you can command the sword as you wish, you are not the slave of the sword." The two siblings in the house were still arguing, and the sound became louder and louder, but the door suddenly opened. A person ran out and said loudly, "Hey, wait a minute." When Chu Liuxiang turned around, he saw the girl who had just curled up on the tiger's skin like a little white sheep, waving to him. Now of course she was dressed, but the buttons were not yet buttoned. She didn't wear any shoes or socks. A section of snow-white skin was exposed from the skirt, which was dazzlingly white. Under the pleated skirt, a section of slender calves, delicate ankles and a pair of feet with flat toes were exposed. Chu Liuxiang tried her best to keep her eyes regular. Try not to look inside her clothes, but these feet are really tempting. As long as you are a man, you cannot resist this temptation. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Are you calling me?" The girl said, "Yes, I have something to tell you." She ran over. Suddenly she let out a soft breath, and a fragrant, sweet and gentle body fell into Chu Liuxiang's arms. Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "If you want to find someone to finish what Xue Ershao has not finished just now, you are probably looking for the wrong person." The girl didn't seem to hear what he was saying at all, and said in a trembling voice, my feet, dash." Only then did Chu Liuxiang realize that her foot had been cut by a stone, and blood was flowing down drop by drop. The pain was so painful that she almost shed tears. She not only has beautiful legs, but also beautiful feet. The face is also beautiful. At this moment, the beautiful face is full of pain, and with a few tears, it looks even more pitiful. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but sigh again and murmured, "Next time you have a tryst with others, remember not to take off your shoes." Although this girl looked so plump, her body was very light. Chu Liuxiang picked her up with almost no effort at all. The girl bit her lip and forced a smile, and said softly, "Thank you." Although Chu Liuxiang's nose is not working well. But I still smelled a scent that was like orchid and musk, and could make any man's heart beat faster. He could only put his nose as far away as possible and said with a wry smile, "You don't need to thank me, just thank your feet." The girl's face turned red and she said, "Let's go quickly. Don't wait for them to chase you out." In fact, Chu Liuxiang was not afraid of Xue Honghong chasing her out. She didn't need to say anything. Chu Liuxiang had already jumped into the woods at the foot of the hillside. Although it had not been long after noon, the light in the woods was very dark. Any woman would look more beautiful under this kind of light, not to mention this girl was very beautiful. Chu Liuxiang really didn't know if she could withstand this kind of temptation. He had no choice but to turn his eyes and said, "Where do you want me to carry you?" The girl gasped and suddenly pulled out a sharp knife. Just when Chu Liuxiang felt that the scent of her body was a bit deadly, the sharp knife was pressed against his chest, tearing a slit in his clothes. This move was really beyond Chu Liuxiang's expectation. Just listen to the girl say coldly, "If you still want to die, you have to promise me something." Chu Liuxiang sighed. "If a girl like you wants a man to promise you, do you still need a knife?" The girl gritted her teeth and said sternly, "Stop thinking so wildly. I'm not the kind of woman you think." Chu Liuxiang said, "Oh?" The girl said, "Don't think that I was just having a tryst with that Xue, I was just dash." As she spoke, she shed tears again. Beautiful, his face was full of anger and resentment. Even biting his lips made them bleed. Chu Liuxiang gradually began to find this girl interesting. Just because she had aroused his curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you just doing?" The girl said, "Revenge." Chu Liuxiang said in surprise, "Revenge? Revenge for whom?" The girl said, "My sister." Chu Liuxiang said, your sister. Did she die at the hands of that Mr. Shui? The girl said bitterly, although Shui Bin didn't kill her, her death was even worse. It would have been better if Shui Bin killed her with one knife. Chu Liuxiang said. So how did he kill your sister? The girl said, he used the most despicable and hateful means to harm my sister. She suddenly stopped speaking, stared at Chu Liuxiang and said, I have said too much. Yes, I just ask you, will you agree? Chu Liuxiang said. Promise to what? You want me to help you get revenge? The girl said, not bad. Chu Liuxiang said, if you don't tell me clearly, how can I help you? The girl said, no matter what, you must agree to me, otherwise I will kill you. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, do you think you can really kill me? The girl held the knife tighter and said sternly, you think I don't dare to kill you? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt numb, and the knife in her hand suddenly found its way into Chu Liuxiang's hand. It was as if Chu Liuxiang had used some magic. Chu Liuxiang said, this knife of yours was originally intended to kill Mr. Shui. The girl gritted her teeth desperately, her whole body still shaking. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, fortunately, you didn't have the chance to make a move just now. Otherwise, you will probably die in Shui Bin's hands right now. As soon as he raised his hand, the knife flew out and nailed it to the tree dot. Chu Liuxiang said, you are neither a murderer's girl, nor is this knife a murderer's knife. If you really want revenge, it seems that we have to think of another way. The girl suddenly burst into tears. With a pair of white and tender little hands, she beat Chu Liuxiang's chest desperately and cried bitterly, kill me. It would be better if you just kill me. Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, you must have made a mistake. I am not that Mr. Shui. The girl murmured, if I can't avenge my sister, I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. She suddenly struggled and jumped out of Chu Liuxiang's arms and went to pull up the tree. Knife. But she hasn't rushed over yet. Chu Liuxiang suddenly arrived in front of her again. Her body rushed into Chu Liuxiang's arms again. Chu Liuxiang patted her shoulder gently and said softly, if a young and beautiful girl like you is unwilling to live, then who else can live? If you don't even have the courage to live, how can you avenge your sister? The girl lowered her head, stamped her feet, and said in tears, I have no hope anyway, and death will be a clean slate. Chu Liuxiang said, who said you have no hope? The girl suddenly raised her head and said, are you willing to help me? Chu Liuxiang said, maybe, but you must explain this matter clearly first. He helped her sit down under the tree, looked at her quietly, and said, you must at least tell me first, who are you? What's your name? His eyes are so gentle and bright. It makes people feel that he can not only be the gentlest lover, but also a loyal friend. The girl lowered her head, her pale cheeks flushed, and muttered, my surname is Shi. Chu Liuxiang said, Shi Xiaomao. The girl blushed and said, no, Shi Xiuyun. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, this name suits you just right. Are you from this place too? Shi Xiuyun said, yeah. Chu Liuxiang said, you live near here? Shi Xiuyun said, the fields our family cultivates also belong to Zuojiazwang. My father didn't pass away. He also taught in the Shui family's private school. Chu Liuxiang said, Is that why your sister recognizes Shuibin? Shi Xiuyun bit his lip and said, When Shuibin was young, my father liked him the most. He always said that he was smart, capable, and good at both civil and military affairs, and he would definitely be promising in the future. So I often bring him home to play, but who would have thought that he is actually a beast with a human face and a beast's heart. If Dad knew what he did under Jiuquan, he would be afraid. I would be afraid. As she spoke, she couldn't help but sobbed softly again. Chu Liuxiang said, How did your sister die? Shi Xiuyun just shook his head, shed tears, and said nothing. Chu Liuxiang knew that there must be many unspeakable secrets in this matter, and he did not want to force others to say things that he did not want to say. But Shuibin is Shi Yin's fiancé, and everything about him is. All of them may be related to the secret of reviving a dead body. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said, Does your foot still hurt? Shi Xiuyun nodded again with tears in his eyes. Chu Liuxiang gently held her delicate ankle. Use a white silk scarf to gently wipe away the blood and mud on the soles of her feet. Shi Xiuyun's body was shaking violently, and his face was as red as sunset. He felt that he no longer had any strength in his body and could not even lift his head. My whole body was shaking. Chu Liuxiang used a silk scarf to bandage her wound, and suddenly asked, Did your sister fall into Shuibin's trap? Shi Xiuyun seemed to have no strength to resist at all. No matter what Chu Liuxiang asked her, she would answer without hesitation. Although she spoke vaguely, Chu Liuxiang also understood that her sister was obsessed with someone, but that person was a thin lover. Her sister suffered from lovesickness so much that she fell ill. She saw her sister's pain before she died. That's why I decided to kill this heartless person. Chu Liuxiang sighed. You are right, he deceived her so miserably. It would be more merciful to kill her with one knife. But, how did you know that this man is Shuibin? That's why I decided to kill this heartless person. Chu Liuxiang sighed. You are right, he deceived her so miserably. It would be more merciful to kill her with one knife. But, how did you know that this man is Shuibin? Shi Xiuyun said bitterly, Of course I know. Chu Liuxiang said, Did your sister tell you? Shi Xiuyun cried again. She was so good to him that she refused to say his name until she was dying, but she didn't need to say it, I knew it. Chu Liuxiang said, Why? Shi Xiuyun said, Because when my sister was seriously ill, Shuibin always came to see her for some excuses. Looking at his sneaky look, I knew he didn't have any good intentions. She gritted her teeth and said, I know he wants my sister to die quickly so that he can safely marry Shi Yin. Chu Liuxiang pondered and murmured, Yes, if he had nothing to do with this matter, how could he care so much about your sister? Shi Xiuyun said, So as soon as my sister died, I decided to kill him. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, So you go there to find him. Shi Xiuyun said, I knew that he often went to that small room, so I waited there. After waiting for 2 days, I was indeed waiting for him, but... She continued sadly, But I also know that I never have the power to kill him, so I just... Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said, That's why you thought of that method. Shi Xiuyun lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Besides using that method, I have no other way to get close to him. A beautiful body is indeed a woman's best weapon." Chu Liuxiang sighed again and said with a wry smile, "Don't you think this method is too risky?" Shi Xiuyun lowered his head and said with tears, "After I had already prepared to kill him, I would also die." Chu Liuxiang was silent for a long time, and then asked again, "On what day did your sister die?" Shi Xiuyun said, "September 27th is the night before the beginning of winter, which is also the night before the day before." Chu Liuxiang said, "So, she hasn't been buried yet?" Shi Xiuyun said, "It was buried the next day." Chu Liuxiang frowned and said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Shi Xiuyun said, "My second uncle insisted on burying her as soon as possible. He said that after death, it is best to bury her in peace." Chu Liuxiang said, "Your second uncle?" Shi Xiuyun said, "My parents have passed away, and my second uncle makes the decision on everything." Chu Liuxiang was silent for another long while. Said, "I think I want to go and have a look at your sister's grave. The chilling autumn wind has chilled the handful of loss under the poplar trees. The thin stone tablet is simply engraved with Tomb of Shi Fengyun. A young man wearing sackcloth and mourning was kneeling in front of the tomb, crying sadly." Chu Liuxiang and Shi Xiuyun saw the young man from a distance. Shi Xiuyun said in surprise, "Who is this person? Why do you come to cry at my sister's grave?" Chu Liuxiang also felt strange and said, "You don't know who he is?" Shi Xiuyun said, "Except for my second uncle. We don't even have any relatives." The young man seemed to have been alarmed by their footsteps. He suddenly jumped up, covered his face with his hands, and ran away as fast as he could. His movement skills were unexpected. Soon, it seemed that the foundation of Qigong was very good. But no one can run away in front of Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang's figure flashed and was already in front of him. This young man had never seen anyone with such fast movements. He was as fast as a ghost. He was shocked, his face turned yellow, and he murmured, "Please, let me go. I didn't do anything." Chu Liuxiang said, "Since you didn't do anything, why did you run away?" The young man said, I. Suddenly he punched Chu Liuxiang in the chest. This punch was actually very fast. It seems that his martial arts foundation is also very good. But except for the coquettish girl, who else can punch Chu Liuxiang in the chest? Chu Liuxiang dodged again and stretched out her hand to grab his wrist vein. At this time Shi Xiuyun had also rushed over. This young man really wanted to hide his head in his crotch, but Shi Xiuyun still saw him and said in a voiceless voice, "Is it you?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Do you recognize him?" Shi Xiuyun said, "He is Xue Bin's book boy, and he often went to my house with Xue Bin when he was a child." She stared at the boy. Said, "Yijian, let me ask you, what are you doing in such a panic and furtively?" Yijian seemed to have just shed tears, but now he was sweating coldly. He forced a smile and said, I didn't." Shi Xiuyun said, "My sister is dead. Why do I need you to come and show your mourning?" Yijian said, I. He seemed to suddenly have an idea, and immediately said loudly, "Teacher Shi has always been very kind to me. When Miss Shi passes away, I will naturally do my best. Shi Xiuyun said, then when my father passed away, why didn't you wear hemp and mourn? Yi Jian was stunned. Sweat fell like rain from my head. Shi Xiuyun suddenly grabbed his hair and shouted, "You, how dare you do this to my sister?" Before she finished speaking, Yi Jian knelt down, paused with her head on the ground, and hissed, "I deserve to die. Please forgive me, girl, I deserve to die." Shi Xiuyun stared at him. His body started to tremble again, and he suddenly roared, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you." But Chu Liuxiang had already held her hand and said softly, "No matter what, he always does this out of sincerity. If I die, if someone is willing to wear sackcloth and mourn for me, I will die with peace of mind." Shi Xiuyun said, "But how could he treat my sister? How could my sister treat him?" She was anxious and angry, and couldn't even speak clearly. Chu Liuxiang sighed, "Don't forget, he is also a human being." Shi Xiuyun suddenly burst into tears and stamped his feet. "I was wrong, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have gone to Shuebin. How could I be so embarrassed in front of him? How can I see anyone in the future?" Chu Liuxiang hugged her gently. His arms were so gentle and so strong. No matter how sad or disordered his heart was, he could find peace here. Yi Jian was still kneeling on the ground, crying. Chu Liuxiang sighed, "You were so sad when she died. Why didn't you treat her better when she was alive?" Yi Jian cried and said, "I don't dare." Chu Liuxiang said, "Don't you dare? Why don't you dare?" Yi Jian said, "I am a lowly person. I don't deserve her." Chu Liuxiang said, "So you would rather watch her die for you?" Yi Jian burst into tears and said, "I didn't know she would be like this, and I didn't know she was so good to me." Chu Liuxiang said, "No matter what, when she is seriously ill, you should always go and see her." Yi Jian said, "She told me not to go looking for her." Chu Liuxiang shook her head and sighed, "If a girl wants you not to go to her, she may mean that you go to her. If you don't even understand this, how can you be a man?" Yi Jian was startled for a moment, and said, "But she said she would never see me again." Chu Liuxiang sighed, "That's because she thought you had no courage, so she said that on purpose. If you really love her, you should have the courage to propose to her." Yi Jian said, "If she really meant this, why didn't she say it?" Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "If she is willing to say it, she will no longer be a woman." Yi Jian was stunned for a long time, then suddenly hit his head on the ground, crying bitterly, "Feng Yun, I deserve to die, I am a bastard, an idiot. But why did you do this? Not only did you hurt me, you're also hurting yourself." Chu Liuxiang sighed and murmured, "Actually, you don't have to feel bad. Every man will become a fool in front of the woman he likes. Watching a grown man cry in front of you is really not a pleasant thing." When Yi Jian stopped crying, Chu Liuxiang immediately said, "I want to ask you to do something. I wonder if you are willing to agree?" Yi Jian sobbed and said, "You are a good person. No matter what you want me to do, I will agree." Chu Liuxiang said, "Please convey this to Mr. Shui. Just say that I will wait for him in that cabin the night after tomorrow, hoping that he will come and meet me." Yi Jian said, "But how does my young master know who you are?" Chu Liuxiang said, "My name is Chu Liuxiang." Yi Jian froze as if he had suddenly swallowed a hot egg. "I can't even breathe." He opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth wide, and after a long while, he let out a long breath and said, "You are Chu Xiangshui." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "I am Chu Liuxiang, but I am not old." Yi Jian wiped his nose with his sleeve. He murmured, "If I had known that your old man was Chu Liuxiang, even if he had killed me just now, I would not have dared to take action." Shi Xiuyun opened his eyes wide at this time and looked at Chu Liuxiang dreamingly. After Yi Jian left, he sighed softly and said, "So you are so famous." Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "Being famous is not a good thing." Shi Xiuyun lowered his head and looked at his feet and the silk scarf on his feet. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he was lost in thought. Chu Liuxiang said, "I also want to ask you something. I wonder if you are willing to agree?" Shi Xiuyun said softly, "Just tell me, no matter what, I will promise you." She seemed to realize that there was something wrong with her words, and her dimple turned red again. Under the gradually setting sun, she looked like a begonia. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart, and said softly, "Then go home quickly and have a good sleep, and forget all this for the time being." Dash. Shi Xiuyun said, "What about you?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I have to do some things until." Shi Xiuyun suddenly interrupted him and said loudly, "Actually, you don't need to drive me away, and I won't pester you. At least I'm not as shameless as you think." Although she was trying to control herself, her voice was still choked with sobs. The tears that had just been wiped flowed down again. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and ran out. But before he could take a few steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground again. Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "Why do you say such things? Do you know? Even if you don't pester me, I will pester you." Shi Xiuyun said with tears, "You don't need to lie to me. A celebrity like you will naturally not be willing to associate with a girl like me. You, just go." Chu Liuxiang leaned down, stroked her soft hair, and said, "Who said I don't want to interact with you? I've always wanted to ask you to meet here tonight, but it's a pity that you lost your temper with me before I could finish speaking." Shi Xiuyun was stunned, his tears stopped flowing, but his head hung lower, and he said quietly, "Now that I have lost my temper with you, of course you don't want to see me again." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Do you think I, like you, also lose my child's temper?" Shi Xiuyun pouted and said, "Who said I was a child? Do you think I still look like a child? Anyone can see that she is no longer a child. Even children can feel it." She knew this very well, and deliberately took a deep breath, as if she wanted to confirm her words, and as if she was demonstrating to Chu Liuxiang. Her plump breasts had almost burst through her clothes. Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said with a smile, "Of course you are an adult now. You should act like an adult from now on. Don't lose your temper or think too much." His eyes looked down from her breasts to her delicate ankles. The silk scarf wrapped around her slender feet leaked a trace of blood. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but said again, "If your feet are still hurting, let me carry you back?" Shi Xiuyun said, "If you carry me home, I'm afraid someone else will have to carry you in the future. Chu Liuxiang said, Why? Shi Xiuyun smiled and said, If my second uncle saw you carrying me home, it would be weird if he didn't break your legs. She ran away from Chu Liuxiang with a sweet smile, then looked back and smiled, Don't forget, tonight. This time she ran very fast and did not fall. My feet don't seem to hurt anymore. Chu Liuxiang looked at her slender waist and flying black hair, and couldn't help but pinch her nose hard, and murmured with a wry smile, Chu Liuxiang, it seems that your illness has become more and more serious. He himself knows what's wrong with him. That is, as soon as he meets a beautiful girl, his heart softens and he cannot speak with a straight face no matter what. I don't know why, maybe it's because he's very lucky, maybe it's because he's very unlucky. He always meets some beautiful girls. The most terrible thing is that these girls also like him. Chu Liuxiang was sure that Xue Honghong and Xue Bin had left, so he returned to the hut. As expected, the hut was deserted. The overturned chair was not lifted up. As if he had left something behind, he searched the house for a long time. His expression looked very disappointed, and he obviously found nothing. There is a big iron stove in the house, and it is still autumn. Naturally, this stove had not been used for a long time, but there was not even a speck of dust on the stove. Chu Liuxiang's eyes lit up and she opened the stove door and found a small iron box hidden in the stove. The iron box contained pollen for women's dressing. This small house is originally a very masculine place, but this iron box is obviously a woman's thing. Everything in it is very exquisite, including a small diamond mirror, 2 sandalwood combs, and several boxes of rouge pollen. Very high quality. The owner of these things must be a woman who is very particular about grooming, and her status must be high, otherwise she would not be able to afford such expensive things. Hua Jingong and Xue Honghong may often come to this place, if they have trysts with others here. Of course you need these things. A woman who has had a tryst with someone else naturally needs to comb her hair, put on rouge, and dress herself up again before she can go back to see her husband. But this iron box definitely does not belong to Hua Jingong, nor does it belong to Xue Honghong. Because their fragrance is very strong, the fragrance of these pollen is very elegant. So, who hid this iron box here? Chu Liuxiang dipped her hand into some pollen, rubbed it on her nose, and smelled it carefully for a long time. A satisfied smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. The door is open. At this moment, someone suddenly walked in from outside the door. He was wearing tight-fitting black clothes and covered his face with a black scarf. His movements were as fast as the wind and as light as flying catkins. He held a long sword in his hand that was as fast as lightning. The long sword pierced Chu Liuxiang's vest like lightning. This sword was so fast that even if it was struck head-on, very few people in the world would be able to dodge it, let alone an attack from behind. Chu Liuxiang felt a chill on her vest, the sword wind was harsh, and it was too late to dodge. The tip of the sword had pierced his back. Chapter 6: Escape from Death. A sharp pain penetrated into Chu Liuxiang's heart. Every muscle in his body reacted violently, and his body immediately flew up and turned over in the air. He threw out the 2 boxes of pollen with his backhand. The man in black succeeded with 1 sword, and when he was about to thrust out the 2nd sword, he suddenly saw a piece of light red-pink mist scattering from Chu Liuxiang's hand, and he also smelled a faint aroma in his nose. Shocked, he immediately closed his eyes. The sword in his palm turned into a curtain of light, protecting his whole body, and he retreated 8 feet to the door. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Chu Liuxiang still standing there as straight as a gun, looking at him quietly, with a smile on his lips. But blood was already dripping from the sword tip. The man in black also laughed and chuckled. Chu Liuxiang's quick response is indeed unparalleled in the world. It's a pity that he still didn't avoid my sword. Chu Liuxiang smiled lightly and said, I was wondering whose sword was so fast. I never thought it was you. The man in black said, Are you looking for me? Chu Liuxiang said, Yes, I have been looking for you, but I never thought you were really here. The man in black said, Since you are here, I am naturally here too. Chu Liuxiang said, Did you come with me? The man in black said, Exactly. This man is naturally the leader of the assassin organization. He stared at Chu Liuxiang like a falcon and sneered, You have been looking for me, and I have been looking for you. You want my life. I want your life too. Between the 2 of us, only one can survive anyway. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Who do you think can survive? The man in black's eyes fell on the blood drops on the tip of the sword again, and he said leisurely, At this moment, do you still want to live? Chu Liuxiang suddenly laughed again. He said calmly, Your swordsmanship is so fast that it is unparalleled in the world, but it's a pity. The man in black said sternly, Since you failed to avoid my first sword, my second sword will definitely kill you. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Yes, since I have been injured, naturally I can no longer avoid your sharp sword. But can your second sword pierce it? The man in black sneered, I never show mercy when I kill people. Chu Liuxiang said, There is a saying that many people in the world know. Have you never heard anyone say it? The man in black said, What are you talking about? Chu Liuxiang chanted in a long voice, The ecstasy of the bandit commander quietly breaks people's hearts. The man in black's pupils suddenly shrank, and he lost his voice. Ecstasy? Chu Liuxiang said, Yes, you have just fallen into my ecstasy, if you still don't ask me to save you. Within an hour, the poison will become fatal. The man in black stared at him for a long time, then suddenly laughed and said, Chu Liuxiang, don't expect me to be fooled by you. It's just a box of perfume for women. Chu Liuxiang sighed and murmured, Powder used by women? Why is there any perfume used by women here? Should I hide the perfume used by women on my body all day long? The more he talked, the funnier he became, and he couldn't help but laugh. The man in black said sternly, If you were alive in this world, would not be able to eat and sleep well. No matter what, I will kill you first. Chu Liuxiang said sharply, Please. The man in black said, Even if it is really the incense of ecstasy, you must have the antidote on your body. I will kill you first, and then search for your antidote. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Good idea. The man in black holds the sword tightly. His teeth were clenching, and although he was speaking fiercely, his hands were actually a little soft, and he could no longer stab with the second sword. Chu Liuxiang put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Why haven't you taken action yet? If you kill me earlier, wouldn't the antidote be obtained earlier?" The man in black said, "Don't you have the antidote?" Chu Liuxiang said, "You don't believe what I said anyway, so why bother asking me?" The man in black gritted his teeth and said, "Even if I am willing to let you go, how do I know you will give me the antidote?" Chu Liuxiang said, "You are indeed not sure." The man in black's eyes suddenly calmed down, focusing on Chu Liuxiang's face. After a long while, he slowly said, "I won't kill you, but you will give me the antidote?" Chu Liuxiang said, "No one of us will suffer from this transaction anyway." The man in black asked, "Where is the antidote?" Chu Liuxiang said, "When you wait for me to walk out the door, start counting from 1 and count to 1,000 before going out." The man in black said, "Then what?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I will write the detoxification method under the first tree you see when you go out, but you must remember it. You must count to 1,000 before you can go out, otherwise the deal will be ruined." The man in black was silent for a long time and said slowly, "It is said that Chu Liuxiang never breaks his promise, but I don't know whether it is true or not." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Whether it is true or false, you will know soon." He walked past the man in black. The man in black could stab his throat with just one stretch of his hand, but he didn't even look at the man in black. The bet was now on, and he knew the man in black had to go ahead with it. The man in black stared at him, and every muscle in his body was tense. Chu Liuxiang Shiran walked out of the door and gently closed the door. He had never seen a person walk so easily on the edge of life and death. Cold sweat broke out on his own palms. 1, 2, 3. Counting from 1 to 1,000 is not very difficult. If you count quickly, you can finish the count in less than a cup of tea. But the man in black, it feels like there will never be enough. He is also a gambler, but this time he gambled too much. It would be too risky. If there was any room for choice, he would never place the bet. 992, 993. The man in black banged open the door and jumped out. After 2 ups and downs, he was already under the first tree he saw. Sure enough, there were writings drawn on the ground with branches. Only 4 words. "You are not poisoned." The crooked handwriting seemed to be mocking him. The man in black was stunned for a long time. He couldn't help but spat heavily on these 4 words and stepped on them a few times. He murmured, "Straight bitch, mother naughty bitch." He cursed almost all the curse words he knew from all over the provinces. This bastard named Shu turns out to be cheating again. It turns out that he could kill Chu Liuxiang with just one stretch of his hand. He really couldn't understand how Chu Liuxiang could not be nervous at all at that time. As long as Chu Liuxiang shed a drop of sweat, his sword would have been shot. Chu Liuxiang, you don't need to be proud, even though you escaped again today. But there are still many opportunities for me to kill you. He suddenly remembered that Chu Liuxiang had been seriously injured and would not be able to escape far. Even if he had escaped 1,000 steps, he would still be able to catch up soon. Sure enough, there was a drop of dried blood on the ground. Black, the man in clothes, leaned down. Searching the ground like a hunting dog, I finally found a line of footprints. He chased it like a wolf. With the seriousness of Chu Liuxiang's injuries, he really couldn't escape, and he would be able to catch up soon. It's a pity that Chu Liuxiang didn't escape at all. He was hiding in this tree. He could clearly hear every word the man in black scolded him. I'm afraid he hasn't been scolded as much in his life as he is today. Chu Liuxiang watched the man in black go away, and felt his eyes gradually getting blurry, and his body felt indescribably weak, and he fell straight from the tree. Now if the man in black rushes back, he will have no resistance at all. In any case, he is also made of flesh and blood. Being stabbed in the back is not a joke. Although Chu Liuxiang couldn't see the injury on his back, he knew that the sword penetrated deeply. It might have pierced the bone, and there would naturally be a lot of blood. With his current physical strength, he would never be able to walk back to Beibei Villa. He leaned against the tree trunk and panted for a long time. He was about to find a place to hide first when he suddenly heard a rustling footsteps coming through the forest. Chu Liuxiang almost stopped breathing. If the man in black leaves and comes back, he will only die. Only one person said, "How can there be a good account in a place like this? It seems that I have been fooled by you, a little thief again." Another person said, "Why did I lie to you? Every time I come, they will give me at least 5 pieces of silver." The first person said, "I gave 5 coins to a beggar. Is that person crazy?" The second person laughed and said, "You don't understand this. Men always pretend to be more generous in front of women. I'm not talking about a couple, but a lover. You won't be generous in front of your wife." The first person also laughed and said, "Where are the 2 gods of wealth, a man and a woman you mentioned?" The second person said, "It's in the small house in front. In my opinion, they probably had a tryst there." The voices of these 2 people sounded like children's accents. Chu Liuxiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked back, only to see 2 beggars of 13 or 14 years old walking away from here with a smile. Although they were dressed in tatters, they looked happy. The one on the left is a little pockmarked boy with big eyes and a mischievous look on his face. The one on the right is a little bald guy, who seems to be 10 times more naughty than the little pockmarked one. Both of them are very agile in their movements, and their martial arts foundation is obviously not weak. Chu Liuxiang had never seen anyone in his life who made him more happy than these 2 little beggars. He never thought that beggars could be so cute. The little bald man and the little pockmarked man also saw him, and they stopped together. For big eyes stared at him, spinning around. Chu Liuxiang smiled at them and said, "The 2 little brothers are good at footwork. I wonder if they are members of the beggar clan?" The little bald man rolled his eyes and said, "Why should I tell you?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Can you take me to see the leader of this place?" Xiao Matzi also rolled his eyes and said, "Why should I take you there?" Chu Liuxiang said, "My name is Chu Liuxiang. I think he will definitely be willing to see me." Xiao Matzi said, "What is Chu Liuxiang?" He didn't finish his words. The little bald man had been slapped on the face and shouted, "Why did you hit me?" The little bald man made a face and said, "If you don't even know Chu Xiangshui, even 10 slaps are too little." Xiao Matzi covered his face. his eyes suddenly lit up and said, Chu Xiang is handsome. Are you talking about Chu Xiangshui, the thief commander Yi Liuxiang, whose reputation is known everywhere? The little bald man said, aside from this Chu Xiangshui, where is the second Chu Xiangshui? Xiao Matzi gave himself another slap in the face and said, Oh my God! Dog meat was stewed in the pot, and it smelled terrible. Even if there are dogs in the world who don't bite beggars, there are very few beggars who don't eat dog meat. This is just like drinking without eating dog meat, but eating dog meat without drinking. Beggars, dog meat, and wine seem to be forever inseparable. There were about a dozen beggars in the ruined temple. Although their clothes were in tatters, their expressions were anything but obscene. It was obvious at a glance that they were all disciples of the beggar clan. Most of these people were carrying 2 or 3 sacks on their backs, and among them there was only a dark and short young beggar with 6 sacks behind him. There is also a black iron tube stuck on his waist, and I don't know what it is for. Chu Liuxiang later learned that his name was Little Fire God, and he was the leader of the place. At this moment, dozens of pairs of eyes were looking at Chu Liuxiang, their eyes full of awe and admiration. There is also a sense of intimacy, because everyone knows that Chu Xiangshui is a friend of the beggar clan. This is something that every beggar clan disciple is proud of. The little Vulcan smiled apologetically and said, The disciples have long admired Xiangshui's name. But I never dreamed that I would be lucky enough to meet Xiangshui today. This is really a great joy. Chu Liuxiang's wound has been bandaged. At this moment, she is leaning in front of the magic table, sipping dog meat soup that is more nourishing than ginseng soup, and says with a smile, If you are happy now, it will be too late to hate you later. He took another sip of the dog meat soup and said with a smile, Because you invited me to eat meat, but I came to trouble you. The little Vulcan was startled and said, Did brother offend Xiangshui in some way? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, How could you offend me? It's just that I have a few troubles to ask you. The little Vulcan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile on his face, Xiangshui is very grateful to the beggar clan. Not only does he ask us to do things for him, but he even asks us to jump into the river. We will do it. There are many bloody men in the beggar clan. Chu Liuxiang knew that if he spoke politely to these people, he would appear to be a hypocrite, so he said seriously, First thing, I want you to inquire about a person. This person's original name is Yi Xinglan. It is said that he was hanging out in Beijing. But I think he must have been here in the past few days. I hope you can find out where he lives, what he does, and whether anyone lives with him. The little Vulcan heard Chu Liuxiang say that the first thing he wanted to do was to inquire about Yi Xinglan's current situation. He couldn't help but smile and said, Don't worry, Xiangshui, inquiring about information is our specialty. As long as there is Yi Xinglan in the world, we can dig out his roots. Chu Liuxiang said, The second thing is, I want you to send a few brothers to keep an eye on Shui Bin, the second son of Shui family village. He and an old nanny named Liang Ma in Shizhizhuang would keep an eye on them wherever they went. The little Vulcan said, It can be done. Chu Liuxiang said, The third thing, I hope you can find a way to trick Ding Laoer from the Ding family's double swords back home. He has also been here these 2 days and stayed at Tuabei Villa. The little Vulcan thought for a moment and said, This matter is also on our shoulders. We must handle it for Xiangshui. Chu Liuxiang let out a long breath and said, the fourth thing is more difficult. The little Vulcan smiled and said, as long as it is given by Xiangshui, we can do it no matter how difficult it is. Chu Liuxiang said, okay, tonight, I want you to accompany me to dig a grave. The little Vulcan was really startled now. Could it be that Xiangshui's idea was to kill the dead? The little Vulcan's eyes were straight. It was almost dumbfounding. The little bald man said, if the boss doesn't dare to go, I will go. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, you really dare to go? The little bald man said, if someone asked me to dig someone's grave, it would be weird if I didn't slap him 17 or 8 times. But if Xiangshui asks me to dig his grave, I will dig his grave. Chu Liuxiang said, why? The little bald man blinked and said, because I know Xiangshui will never ask us to do bad things. Xiao Matzi immediately said, yes, I'll go too. The little Vulcan sighed and smiled bitterly. It seems that these two brats are more sensible than me. He knows better than me. Xiangshui, we will dig the grave whenever you want us to. Chu Liuxiang said, third watch tonight. He took the hands of the two children and smiled. You are all my good friends, but sometimes I will lead you to do bad things. When you grow up in 2 years, I will definitely come to you to have a few drinks, and I will also find 2 little beauties to pour the wine for you. He laughed and continued, these are not a good thing, but they are more interesting than digging graves. Chu Xiangshui actually regarded them as friends and even invited them to drink. Little Baldy and little Matzi were almost going crazy with joy. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said again, did you originally want to go to that hut today? Xiao Matzi said. The little bald man said that there were 2 very generous people in the hut. The first time he met them, they gave him more than 1 tael of silver, and the second time they gave him 7 or 8 cents. The little bald man smiled and said, but I didn't mean to rip off people. The first time I went there was to catch butterflies. When I met them coming out of the hut, they insisted on giving me money, so I had no choice but to accept it. Xiao Matzi said, what about the second time? Isn't it intentional? The little bald man glared at him, then smiled and said, from now on, I will just go shopping from time to time. I have never knocked on their door, nor can I meet them every time. Xiao Matzi curled his lips and said, you also said that we share blessings and share hardships. I went there 17 or 8 times before asking me to go. The little bald man smiled and said, I'm afraid you'll be too ugly. It scared people away. Xiao Matzi screamed and said, am I ugly? Are you beautiful? Bald or not, a leprosy gourd. Chu Liuxiang also smiled, but her eyes were shining, and she asked again, are those 2 people a man and a woman? The little bald man said, well, both of them are very young and dressed beautifully. At first glance, you can tell that they are a young lady and young master from a wealthy family, but they are very kind to others. Chu Liuxiang said, what do they look like? The little bald man thought for a while and said, there is nothing special about them, neither of them are ugly, especially the girl. There are 2 dimples when you smile, so beautiful. Chu Liuxiang said, if you see them again next time, will you recognize them? The little bald man said, of course I do. My little bald man is not an ungrateful person. No matter who is good to me, I will never forget it in my life. Chu Liuxiang patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, great." Chapter 7, An Appointment After Dusk. It wasn't dark yet, but Shi Xiuyun was already waiting. She didn't know why Chu Liuxiang asked her to meet here. He never imagined that he would have a date with a strange man in front of his sister's grave. But she still came. Before she had dinner, her heart was already here. As soon as she picked up her chopsticks, she wanted to eat all the rice in one bite. Then she stood at the door and waited for it to get dark. When she waited, it wasn't dark either. She often heard people say that it gets dark earlier in autumn. Fortunately, this place was very remote and no one could be seen all day long, so she stood here alone and waited dreamily. No matter how long you wait, you are not afraid of being seen. Looking at her sister's grave, she should have felt sour and bitter, but now whenever she thinks of Chu Liuxiang, she feels sweet in her heart and forgets everything else. My feet still hurt a little. She had secretly hidden the silk scarf that Chu Liuxiang had bandaged her in her arms, and quietly changed into a new pair of embroidered shoes. A few days after her sister died, she put on new embroidered shoes. She felt that something was wrong with her, but she couldn't help but not wear them. She took off her new embroidered shoes several times, and finally put them on. She felt that Chu Liuxiang's eyes were always looking at her feet. She felt that her feet looked particularly beautiful as soon as she put on the new shoes. The sky is getting darker and the wind is getting stronger. But she felt that her body was heating up, extremely hot. Why hasn't he come yet? Will he stop coming? She bit her lip and looked at the newly rising crescent moon. If he doesn't come when the moon rises as high as the tree, I will never wait any longer. But the moon has already climbed over the treetops. She is still waiting. While she waited foolishly, she secretly hated her. Even if he comes, I will never pay attention to him. But as soon as she saw Chu Liuxiang's figure, she forgot everything, completely forgotten. She rushed forward like flying. Chu Liuxiang finally came. And brought many people. Shi Xiuyun took 2 steps and stopped again. Chu Liuxiang was smiling at her, so gently. But why did you bring so many people here? Shi Xiuyun gritted his teeth, turned around and left. She hoped that Chu Liuxiang would catch up. But she couldn't hear the footsteps. She couldn't help but slow down her pace, wanting to look back, but she was afraid of being laughed at. She was angry, sad, anxious, regretful, and didn't know what to do. Suddenly I heard someone laughing next to me. Chu Liuxiang had caught up to her at some point and was looking at her with a smile that was so cute and yet so hateful, as if he had seen through her thoughts. Shi Xiuyun's face turned red. When Chu Liuxiang didn't chase her, she wanted to stop, but Chu Liuxiang caught up with her. Her pace quickened again, and she rushed past Chu Liuxiang with her head lowered. But Chu Liuxiang held her back and said softly, "Where are you going?" Shi Xiuyun bit his lip and stamped his feet. "Let me go. Since you don't want to see me, why are you holding me back?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Who said I don't want to see you?" Shi Xiuyun said, "Then even if I don't want to see you, just let me go." Chu Liuxiang said, "Since you don't want to see me, why are you waiting for me here?" Shi Xiuyun's face turned even redder and his eye circles were red. He stamped his feet and said, "Not bad. I want to see you. You know that I will definitely wait for you here, so you bring so many people to see how capable you are. There are girls everywhere waiting for you." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Actually, I didn't want to bring them here, but there is something I have to ask for their help." Shi Xiuyun couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I want them to dig up this tomb and take a look." Shi Xiuyun screamed and said, You are crazy. Why are you digging my sister's grave?" Chu Liuxiang said, "This is not your sister's grave, if my guess is correct. This must be an empty tomb." Shi Xiuyun groaned. "Who said that? I clearly saw them burying the coffin." Chu Liuxiang said, "Although they buried the coffin, there would never be anyone in the coffin." He gently stroked Shi Xiuyun's hand and said softly, "I would never lie to you, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to come here. As long as you are willing to wait a moment, you will know that what I say is true." Sure enough, there was no one in the coffin, only a few bricks were contained. The grave was deserted on a cold night, and the autumn wind rustled. The deserted starlight illuminated a newly dug grave and a thin coffin, but there were only a few bricks in the coffin. Where have the dead gone? Has she been resurrected? Shi Xiuyun's whole body was trembling, and he finally couldn't help shouting, "Where has my sister gone? How did my sister turn into a brick?" The shrill cry brought back an echo, like a ghost crying or laughing. The innocent ghosts in the barren graves all around seemed to merge into the darkness, taunting her. Even the disciples of the beggar clan who had been traveling for a long time could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Chu Liuxiang gently hugged Shi Xiuyun's shoulders and said, "Did you see them putting your sister's body into the coffin?" Shi Xiuyun said, "What I saw with my own eyes." Chu Liuxiang said, "What about when the coffin is nailed?" Shi Xiuyun thought for a moment and said, "I wasn't there when the coffin was being built. I didn't want to leave at first, but the second aunt was afraid that I would be too sad and insisted that I go back to my room." Chu Liuxiang said, "Did your second uncle nail the coffin?" Shi Xiuyun said, "Yeah." Chu Liuxiang said, "Where are his people now?" Shi Xiuyun said, "The day after my sister was buried, my second uncle went to the provincial capital." Chu Liuxiang said, "What are you going to do?" Shi Xiuyun said, "Go and buy New Year's goods for Zuojiazwang." Buying New Year's goods is naturally a very fat job. Chu Liuxiang's eyes lit up and she asked, "Does Zuojiazwang's New Year's goods be purchased by him every year?" Shi Xiuyun said, "It was not the case in previous years." An unpredictable smile appeared at the corner of Chu Liuxiang's mouth, and he murmured, "It was not the case in previous years, but this year the job suddenly fell on him." Interesting, this is really interesting. He suddenly asked, "Is this mission sent to him by Second Master Shui?" Shi Xiuyun said, "Yes, because of this, I think that my sister was killed by him in order to atone for his sins. That's why I sent the mission to my second uncle." Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "I'm afraid it's not for atonement, but—" Shi Xiuyun said, "What is it?" Chu Liuxiang sighed, "This matter is very complicated. Even if we tell you now, you won't understand." Shi Xiuyun cried and said, I don't want to understand either. I just want to know where my sister's body is. Chu Liuxiang pondered for a long time and said, if my guess is right, I can bring her body back to you in less than 3 days. Shi Xiuyun said, Do you know where her body is? Chu Liuxiang said, so far, I'm just guessing, and I can't be sure. Shi Xiuyun said, did someone steal her body? Chu Liuxiang said, yes. Shi Xiuyun said, who stole her body? For what? She didn't have any jewelry to accompany her body, so what's the use of that person stealing her body? Chu Liuxiang said softly, you'd better not ask anything more now. I promise you, I will tell you everything clearly within 3 days. When Chu Liuxiang returned to Tuabei Villa, it was almost dawn. Although Zhua Qingho had already gone to bed, as soon as he heard Chu Liuxiang's return, he immediately rushed to his room with his clothes on. When he saw him, he took his hand and said, brother, I haven't seen you all day. It's really driving me to death. Where did you go? What news can be found? Chu Liuxiang smiled. Without answering his question, he asked instead, where is Ding Erxia? Zhua Qingho said, Ding Laoer has been forcing me, almost driving me crazy. But tonight, for some unknown reason, he suddenly ran away again without even saying a word. It looked like something happened at home. He sighed and smiled bitterly. Brother, I'm not gloating about others' misfortune, but I really hope something happens to their family. Don't come here again. Chu Liuxiang said, where is the girl? Zhua Qingho said, she really listened to you and locked herself in the room all day long without coming out. Chu Liuxiang said, she was always a good child. Zhua Qingho said, but what is going on? What on earth should I do? The Ding family can't keep dragging things out like this. He held Chu Liuxiang's hand tightly and said, brother, you must think of a way for me. Chu Liuxiang said, there is always a way, but second brother can't be anxious now. It may not take more than 3 days. Everything can be solved. 3 days, 3 days. Could some miracle happen in these 3 days? Before Zhua Qingho could ask any more questions, Chu Liuxiang actually fell asleep. As soon as Chu Liuxiang woke up, he heard that there were 2 people waiting for him, a disciple of the beggar clan. Second Master Zhua has invited him to drink tea in the living room, but there is another person who refuses to tell his purpose and has been waiting outside the door, refusing to come in. The person who answered was Zhua Sheng, a close confidant of Mr. Zhua, and naturally a very shrewd and capable person. He thought about it. Then he smiled apologetically and said, this man looks very ordinary, but his behavior is very suspicious, and he doesn't tell the truth. Chu Liuxiang said, oh. Zhua Sheng said, he said he came from afar, but the little man saw that he was very clean and had no trace of dust at all. The horse he rode didn't look like he had traveled a long way. Chu Liuxiang said, do you think he looks like Lian Jiazi? Zhua Sheng said, he walks very briskly and moves very quickly. Although he seems to have some skills, he definitely doesn't look like a Jianghu person. The villain can guarantee that he will never leave Songjiang Mansion 100 miles away in his life. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, no wonder the second master always says that you are capable. With your eyes, there are few people in the world who can catch up with you. Zhua Sheng quickly bowed and said, "This is not all the teachings of Yuri and Xiangshui." Chu Liuxiang said, "Where is the second master?" The second master took 2 doses of Mr. Zhang's tranquilizing medicine and didn't rest until noon. He's still not awake yet. Chu Liuxiang said, "Where is the eldest girl?" Zhua Sheng said, "The girl seems to be looking very good. And she was able to eat, but she didn't allow anyone to come into her room. She stayed in the room with the door closed all day." He sighed, lowered his voice and said, "Xiang Shui should know. The girl was never like this before. She never wanted to be in the house. This matter. This thing is indeed a bit evil." Chu Liuxiang pondered, and said, "If you bother to report to the girl, just say that I will have good news to tell her tomorrow, and tell her not to be anxious." Zhua Sheng said, "Do you, old man, want to go to the living room first to meet the little brother from the beggar gang?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Okay." The little bald man was obviously impatient with waiting. He was looking around, and when he saw Chu Liuxiang, he immediately came forward to say hello. Then he smiled and said, "What Xiangshui asked us to do yesterday has already become somewhat apparent today." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "You guys do things really fast." The little bald man said, "As soon as Xiangshui gave the explanation yesterday, the eldest brother immediately asked all the brothers in the city to ask around to see if any strangers who speak northern dialect have settled in the city recently. This morning, there was news." Chu Liuxiang smiled slightly. "Wait for him to continue." The little bald man said, "There are 11 northerners who have come to Songjiang Mansion recently. 6 of them are fur traders from Zhangjiago. They are already in their 40s or 50s. Of course they are not the people Xiangshui is looking for." Chu Liuxiang said, "Yeah." The little bald man said, "There are 4 other people who are escorts from the capital. 2 of them are very young, but we have checked their backgrounds, and none of them is named Yi." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Where are the other 2 people?" The little bald man said, "Those 2 are a couple, both of them are very young. They are also very good-looking. It is said that they are the sons of some high-ranking officials in the capital. They came to the south of the Yangtze River with their newlyweds to visit, and they also came to taste the sea bass in Songjiang Prefecture. But even the waiter of the inn knew that they were lying." Chu Liuxiang said, "Oh? How can you see it?" The little bald man said, "Because they said they came to enjoy the mountains and rivers, but they hid in the house all day and did not dare to come out. They have never eaten a sea bass. Although the clothes they wore were very luxurious, their style was very small, and the action is not generous. He doesn't look like a rich young master at all." He smiled and whispered, "I heard from the second brother in the shop that one day he accidentally saw the young master washing his wife's feet. His wife thought the water was too hot. He kicked the entire basin of foot-washing water on the young master, but the young master didn't even dare to fart." Chu Liuxiang's eyes lit up and she said, "His surname is Yi?" The little bald man said, "The name he mentioned on the counter is Li Mingsheng, but the name can be changed." Good. You can use fake names. Which inn are these 2 people staying at?" The little bald man said, "It's the old Fusheng store at the entrance of Dongcheng." Chu Liuxiang said, "Okay, you go there and wait for me first, I will come later." There is a white horse tied under the willow tree by the river. A man in Sing Yi was standing under the tree, staring at the gate of Throwing Cup Villa. Chu Liuxiang didn't recognize him, but he recognized Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang asked him, "What are you doing?" The man in green just said, "Master has something very important to do and wants to see Xiang Shui." Chu Liuxiang asked him, "Who is your master?" The man in green smiled apologetically and said, "He is Xiang Shui's old friend. Xiang Shui knew it as soon as we met. Now he is waiting for me in front. I specially ordered this villain to come here to invite me." Chu Liuxiang asked him, "Why doesn't your master come? And why won't you tell him his name?" But the man in Sing Yi refused to say anything. He just bent over and smiled, but it was obviously a fake smile with evil intentions. Chu Liuxiang also smiled, stared at him, and said leisurely, "You refused to say anything. How did you know that I would go with you?" The man in Sing Yi smiled apologetically and said, "If Xiang Shui doesn't go, won't he never know who my master is? Then Xiang Shui will always feel a little regretful, right?" Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "Okay, your master has really figured out my shortcomings. If I don't go see him, I'm afraid I really won't be able to sleep." The man in Sing Yi smiled and said, "My master has said before that there is no one in the world whom Chu Xiangshui dare not meet, and there is no place in the world that Chu Xiangshui dares not go to." As he spoke, he untied the saddle tied to the tree. He wiped the dust off the saddle with his sleeves, bowed and said with a smile, "Please, Mr. Xiang." Chu Liuxiang said, "I'm riding a horse, what about you?" The man in Sing Yi smiled and said, "There is no need for me anymore. This horse will naturally take Xiang Shui there." This man in Sing Yi has indeed figured out Chu Luxiang's temper, and the more dangerous he is, the more dangerous he is. The more mysterious things are, the more interesting Chu Liuxiang often finds them. Sometimes, even though he knew there was a trap ahead, he still couldn't help but jump down. Chu Liuxiang rode across the small bridge, and could still faintly hear the faint laughter of the man in green. The laughter was half flattery, but half malicious. Who is his master? Is he the leader of the assassin organization? Chu Liuxiang felt excited, just like when she was a child playing hide and seek with a child, full of novel tension and excitement. The horse walked very calmly and very quickly, obviously a well-trained horse. Chu Liuxiang didn't pull the reins, he actually entrusted his fate to this horse casually, and he was not in a hurry at all. Chu Liuxiang simply closed her eyes. What will he see when he opens his eyes? The person who dated him may not be the mysterious assassin, or his enemy, but his friend, and many of his friends like to joke. What's more, there are many girls, many beautiful girls. He suddenly remembered a girl named Kai, who had big eyes, a slender waist, and 2 deep dimples. She once hid in the closet for a long time without eating, and was so hungry that her legs almost collapsed. She softened just to wait for him to come back and scare him. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but laugh. He just hoped that when he opened his eyes, he would see one of them. In fact, he is not a person who likes to dream very much, but the more dangerous the things he encounters, the more interesting things he likes to think about. He doesn't like tension, worry, fear. He knew these things were not good for anyone. The horse ran for a long time and suddenly stopped. The sound of hoofbeats suddenly stopped, leaving only the gentle breeze blowing in the ears, and the world seemed to be very quiet. He still didn't open his eyes. Then, he heard a sound of light footsteps. A man was walking towards him. This man was walking on the fallen leaves, and although his footsteps were still very light, except for Chu Liuxiang, few people in the world could hear him. This man was still 10 steps away, and Chu Liuxiang felt that there was a terrifying sword energy imminent, but instead he smiled and said with a smile, "So it's you? I really didn't expect it to be you." The person standing in front of Chu Liuxiang was surprisingly Shuiren. The autumn wind has rolled up yellow leaves all over the ground, and the man in Shui is standing like a javelin among the flying yellow leaves, wearing snow-white clothes, which are dazzlingly white. He carried a long sword with a black scabbard behind him, and he carried the sword in a way that no one could imagine. Just to pull out the sword in the shortest possible time. Now, the sword has not been unsheathed yet, but the sword energy has been unsheathed. Just to pull out the sword in the shortest possible time. Now, the sword has not been unsheathed yet, but the sword energy has been unsheathed. There is a terrifying sword aura in his eyes, just because his sword is his person, and his person and his sword have become one. He looked at Chu Liuxiang quietly and said coldly, "You should have thought it was mine." Chu Liuxiang said, "Yes, I should have thought of you a long time ago. Even Zuosheng has seen that your envoy did not come from afar." When people from Zuojiazwang arrived at Zuo's house, they naturally refused to reveal their identities. Shuiren said, "The decisive battle is coming, and I don't want to have anything to do with the Zuo family anymore." Chu Liuxiang said, Shuiren said, "The decisive battle is coming, and I don't want to have anything to do with the Zuo family anymore." Chu Liuxiang said, "But why didn't he tell me his intention before me?" Shuiren said, "It's just because he's afraid of you and doesn't dare to come." Chu Liuxiang said, "Don't you dare to come?" "Why don't I dare to come?" "A friend made an appointment with me." "I'll come anyway." Shuiren stared at him and said word by word, "You dare not come just because you are no longer my friend." Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said with a smile, "I was your friend yesterday, why am I not your friend today?" Shuiren said, "I really wanted to make you a friend, so I brought you into the sword room, but you didn't know you." Suddenly a green air appeared on his face, and he said word by word, "Who knew you were not worthy of being a friend at all?" Do you think I stole your sword?" Shuiren sneered. "Just because I took you there once, you are familiar with it. Otherwise, how could you succeed?" Chu Liuxiang almost touched her nose red, and said with a wry smile, "So, is your sword really stolen?" Shuiren did not answer this sentence. But he lowered his head and looked at the white shirt on his body, and said slowly, "I made this dress 20 years ago. I didn't put it on until today, because it wasn't until today that I met a person who deserved to be killed. The people I killed." Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "The first day I arrived at your house, your sword was stolen 2 days later. No wonder you suspected that I stole it. But if you kill me, you will never know who really stole the sword." "A thief." Shuiren said, "Who else are you?" "Could I still deliberately frame you? If I want to kill you, there is no need to make up any reason. Chu Liuxiang said, "Of course you don't have to frame me, but someone wants to frame me. He stole your sword just to get you to kill me. Have you never heard of it? The tactic of killing someone with a borrowed knife?" Shuiren said, "Who would use this to frame you?" Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, there are so many people who want to frame me. Yesterday, I even received a cold blow from others." Shuiren frowned and said, "Are you injured?" Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Being injured is not a glorious thing, why should I lie?" Shuiren said, "Who hurt you?" Chu Liuxiang said, "That's the assassin I'm looking for." Shuiren's sharp eyes swept over him and said, "Where is the injury?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Behind." Shuiren sneered. "Someone is taking action behind your back. How could the dignified Chu Xiangshui not know?" Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said, "When I found out, I couldn't escape." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Although I have been assassinated many times, this is the first time in my life that I have been injured." Shuiren said, "His sword is very fast." Chu Liuxiang sighed, "It's extremely fast. I have never encountered such a fast sword in my life." Shuiren pondered for a long time and said, "I heard that you and Shi Guanyin, Jellyfish Yinji and Shui Yifan have all fought against each other." Chu Liuxiang said, "Yes, Shi Guanyin's moves are mysterious, Shui Yifan's sword energy has been introduced, and the inner strength of Jellyfish Yinji is even more shocking, but in terms of the speed of her moves, they are still not as fast as this person." Shuiren's face seemed to glow with an excited red light, and he murmured, "This man has such a fast sword, I would like to know how to do it with him." Chu Liuxiang smiled again, with a somewhat mysterious smile, and said slowly, "Now that he is here, the owner of the village will see him sooner or later." Shuiren said, "Do you think he was the one who stole the sword? He wanted to use my hand to kill you?" Chu Liuxiang said, "This is naturally very possible." Shuiren said sternly, "But how did he know that you had been to my sword room, and how did he know where my sword was hidden?" Chu Liuxiang said, "This is something I can't figure out, but give me a few days and I can guarantee that I will be able to find out the truth." Shuiren was silent for a long time, and said coldly, "You are injured, it is really your luck." He suddenly got on the horse and galloped away. Chu Liuxiang was silent for a while and murmured, "If Li Mingxing is really Yi Xinglan, then that's really my luck. Fusheng Old Inn is a very old-style inn, and the house is very outdated. Li Mingxing and his wife live in a small courtyard at the back." Chu Liuxiang found that not only was the room they lived in closed, but the windows were also tightly closed. Although it was daytime, he seemed to be hiding in the room and sleeping. "What is so shameful about these two people?" Chu Liuxiang asked. "They didn't go out?" The little bald man said, "I haven't gone out. There has been someone guarding here since last night." Chu Liuxiang turned his eyes and suddenly said loudly, "Why did Brother Li come here and live here?" While he was talking, he walked over, slammed the door hard, and called, "Open the door." Immediately, there was a rustling sound in the house. There was a sound of getting dressed. After a long time, I heard a person lazily say, "Who is it? Are you looking for the wrong door?" Chu Chu Liuxiang said, "It's me, Zhang Lao San. Can't Brother Li even recognize the voice of his old friend?" After another long while, the door opened slightly, and a young man with pale face and messy hair leaned out half of his body, looked at Chu Liuxiang up and down, frowned and said, "Who are you? I don't recognize you." The young man's expression changed. He immediately retracted his body, but before he could close the door, Chu Liuxiang's legs were inserted in. With a slight push, the door was pushed open. The young man was pushed and staggered back several steps, and said angrily, "There is something wrong with you. What do you want to do?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Don't you understand what I want to do?" There was also a suite in the room. The door was not closed properly. Chu Liuxiang glanced around and found someone lying on the bed. His head was covered with a quilt, but one eye was exposed to peek. There was a pair of red embroidered shoes under the bed. There were several pink satin dresses piled on the chair next to her. The young man's face lost even a trace of blood, and he rushed to close the door, but Chu Liuxiang dodged, blocking his way, and said with a smile, "I have found you. What's the use of hiding it from me anymore?" The young man said in a trembling voice, Are you sent by the Chao family?" Chu Liuxiang frowned and said, "Chao family." The young man suddenly knelt down with a plop, and said with a mournful face, "The villain deserves to die. I just ask you to let us live." The woman on the bed suddenly jumped up. She was indeed very young, very enchanting, but very fierce. She was only wearing a very thin piece of obscene clothing, which was almost completely transparent. Even her thighs were exposed, but she didn't care at all. He rushed to Chu Liuxiang with his hands on his hips. He said loudly, "Since you are sent by the Chao family, that's even better. You might as well go back and tell old man Chao that I have made a commitment to Xiao Xia and will never go back to suffer the same punishment as him. Although I took out a box of jewelry from him, but that was also what he gave me. Besides, I am a young lady who has been following him for several years. Why should I not take a few stinky money from him? You say, what should I not do?" She spoke like exploding broad beans, and others could hardly get a word in. Chu Liuxiang was stunned, and she really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He now knew that he had found the wrong person. This young man was not Yi Xinglan, but Xiao Xia, and this girl was not the person he imagined. It seems that she is just a runaway concubine of the Chao family. She fell in love with Xiao Xia, so she took Xinhuan with her and eloped here with Xiao Xia. They knew that old man Chao would not let it go, so they naturally hid and did not dare to see anyone. Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and murmured, "It is difficult for an upright official to stop household chores, but if you really want to live a good life, you should try to find some legitimate things to do. How can you close the door and sleep all day long?" Xiao Xia blushed, paused and said, Yes, I must listen to my uncle's instructions and be a good person from now on." Chu Liuxiang had already walked out of the door, but she still refused to feel relieved. Suddenly she turned back and asked, "Since you are from the capital, do you know someone named Yi Xinglan?" Xiao Xia said, "Yi Xinglan? The uncle is talking about Dashilan, Xiao Yi, who sings in the wealth class." Chu Liuxiang's heart was already beating, but she remained calm and said, "Yes, that's him I'm talking about." Xiao Xie said, I saw him 2 days ago. Chu Liuxiang quickly asked. Where? Xiao Xie said, he seems to live in the Pechingi lane, in front of him. I can't tell which family he belongs to, because he seems to be a bit sneaky and doesn't even dare to see people. He only talked about others, but forgot about himself. When he finished speaking, he raised his head again. The person in front of him suddenly disappeared. Chu Liuxiang was excited and funny. His guess was indeed correct. Yi Xinglan was indeed hiding in Songjiang City, but he never thought that Yi Xinglan was an opera singer. Qingyi Alley is a very long alley. There are at least more than 100 households. Which one does Yi Xinglan live in? The little bald man patted his chest and said that he would be able to find out in less than 2 hours. It was almost dark by now. Chu Liuxiang found a restaurant and had a hearty meal. Just go find Shi Xiuyun. He told himself that this was for business, not for personal reasons. Did he really mean what he said? Only God knows. Shi Xiuyun's home is a very small house that has obviously been repainted recently. Even the 2 wooden doors are newly painted. Shi Xiuyun was driving the chickens back to the coop in the yard. She was wearing a coarse cloth, her hair was not combed, and she was barefoot and wearing a pair of wooden clogs. She was just like, the feet on the clogs were like frost, and she was not wearing crow's head socks. It seems to have a different style. Chu Liuxiang stood outside the bamboo fence and admired it quietly for a long time before calling softly, Miss Shi Xiuyun. Shi Xiuyun was startled, raised his head, saw him, his face suddenly turned red, and without saying a word, he turned around and ran back as fast as he could. Chu Liuxiang could only wait. After waiting for a long time, Shi Xiuyun came out. His hair had been combed, his clothes had been changed, and he put on his new pair of water-red embroidered shoes. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said softly, Your shoes are so beautiful. Shi Xiuyun's face suddenly turned red again. Biting his lip, he stamped his feet and said, If you want to come, why didn't you say something first? Chu Liuxiang said, I originally wanted to come tomorrow, but I have to come tonight. Shi Xiuyun lowered his head, fiddled with the corners of his clothes, and said, Why? Chu Liuxiang said, Where is your second aunt? Shi Xiuyun glanced at him secretly and said, She got up early and is asleep now. Chu Liuxiang said, Can you come out? Shi Xiuyun said, It's so late, why did you ask me to go out? Her breathing seemed a little rapid, but her voice was trembling. Chu Liuxiang felt her heart fluttering, and couldn't help but hold her hand between the bamboo fences. Her hands were so hot. Shi Xiuyun said anxiously, Let go quickly, my second aunt will see her, be careful she breaks your legs. Chu Liuxiang said with a smile, I'm not afraid, she is already asleep anyway. Shi Xiuyun said, You are not a good person, I won't go out, let's see how you do. Chu Liuxiang said, If you don't come out, I won't leave. Shi Xiuyun glanced at him, sighed softly, and said, You are really the magic star in my life, Suddenly I heard someone in the room calling, Xiuyun. Who are you talking to? Shi Xiuyun said nervously, There is no one, just a wild dog. She glanced at Chu Liuxiang again, couldn't help but smile, pinched his hand hard, and said bitterly, as soon as I saw you, I knew I was going to be unlucky." She twisted her waist and ran out. Chu Liuxiang looked at her flying hair and felt sweet in his heart, as if he had gone back to his distant youth, when he secretly dated the little girl next door to catch fish by the lake at night. Although it was never caught. But I captured countless sweet smiles. Shi Xiuyun had already walked out of the door and refused to come over. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but went over to hug her and bite her gently. Shi Xiuyun said angrily, "You, what are you doing?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Didn't you just say that I am a wild dog? Wild dogs will bite people." Shi Xiuyun bit his lip and said, "You are not only a wild dog, you are simply a little mad dog." Chu Liuxiang suddenly made a woof sound and opened his mouth. Shi Xiuyun turned around and ran away with a sweet smile. Chu Liuxiang chased after him. The stars in the sky twinkled. The world is filled with tenderness, and the golden rice in the fields undulates in the evening wind, like ocean waves. Who said life is a cup of bitter wine? Shi Xiuyun seemed to have lost all strength from laughing. He was running and suddenly fell on the haystack next to the barn. He kept panting and called softly, "Help! A mad dog is coming to bite you." Chu Liuxiang made a woof sound, rushed over, hugged her, and said with a smile, "You scream. No one will come to save you. I will bite off your nose first, then bite off your ears, and then bite open your mouth." Shi Xiuyun groaned and wanted to push him. Unexpectedly, his whole body was weak and he had no strength at all. He could only bury his head in his arms and beg for mercy, "Spare me. Next time I won't dare." She didn't finish her sentence because her lip was bitten. At this moment, her whole body collapsed. I feel like a person is sinking downward, and the solid earth seems to have turned into a gentle lake. Her people are sinking into the middle of the lake. The stars seem to be blinking at them, the evening breeze seemed to be chuckling, and even the rice in the field lowered their heads, embarrassed to look at them again. Life turns out to be so beautiful. I don't know how long it took, but Chu Liuxiang suddenly stood up and said softly, "It's getting late, let's go." Shi Xiuyun lay softly on the haystack, with starry eyes like silk, and said, "Where else are we going?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I'm going to take you to see something. You will be surprised when you see it." Chapter 8: The Beauty of Adults. Shi Xiuyun lay on Chu Liuxiang's back, just like flying in the clouds and mist. The ridges of roofs and trees flew towards her, and then flew past her feet. It was her first time to experience this novel excitement. She felt that as long as she was with Chu Liuxiang, something new might happen anytime and anywhere. By this time they had arrived in a large garden. They quietly passed through many small bamboo groves and came to a small courtyard. The bamboo leaves in the courtyard are rustling, and the lamp in the house is like a bean. There was no one in the room, only a coffin. The candles on the candlestick had dried, leaving only one light. The coffin with plain curtains and yellow coffin looked even more desolate and desolate. There is a spiritual tablet on the divine case, and the name written on it is Shi. Shi Xiuyun said in a trembling voice, "Is this Shizhizhuang?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Yeah." Shi Xiuyun said, "Why did you bring me here?" Chu Liuxiang didn't speak, but opened the door and pulled her in. Shi Xiuyun felt his whole body getting cold and said, "You are such a strange person. Why did you bring me here?" Chu Liuxiang smiled mysteriously and said, "I'll take you to see this Miss Shi." Shi Xiuyun made Ling Ling shiver and squeaked, "I don't want to look. Let's go quickly." Chu Liuxiang not only refused to let her go. Instead, he pulled her to the coffin. Shi Xiuyun could hardly help but scream in horror, but she was so scared that she couldn't even make a sound. She could no longer think of why Chu Liuxiang did this to her. Chu Liuxiang had actually opened the coffin. He was focused on the coffin. Unexpectedly, he didn't realize that there was someone holding his breath outside the window, staring at him secretly, his eyes full of hatred. Chu Liuxiang suddenly put his hand into the coffin and touched the dead man's face. Shi Xiuyun's teeth chattered and he almost fell down. Only then did she realize that Chu Liuxiang was really crazy, terribly crazy. Chu Liuxiang seemed to have peeled off a layer of skin on the dead man's face, and suddenly turned around and said, "Come and see, do you recognize her?" Shi Xiuyun shook his head desperately and said, "No. No." Chu Liuxiang said softly, "You only need to take a look. Now you know why I want you to come here." Shi Xiuyun could only take a look. At this glance, she seemed to suddenly go crazy, opened her mouth and screamed. The dead person in the coffin was actually her sister. Chu Liuxiang, don't wait for her voice to come out, has covered her mouth. He gently held her back, waited for her panic to calm down, and then said softly, "Speak softly, don't disturb others, you know?" Shi Xiuyun nodded, and when Chu Liuxiang let go of her hand, she couldn't help but shed tears, and she cried tremblingly, "How did my sister's body end up here?" Chu Liuxiang's eyes were shining, and she said slowly, "Just because there was a corpse to replace Shirin, and your sister happened to be dying, so he chose your sister." Shi Xiuyun said, Could this man be in cahoots with my second uncle?" Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Wealth and silk touch people's hearts. I can't blame your second uncle for this." Shi Xiuyun opened her mouth wide and almost held her breath. She could never imagine that such an incredible thing could happen in the world. After a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Since it's my sister in the coffin, where did Shirin go?" Chu Liuxiang said word by word, "If my guess is right, you will see her soon." Wait for Chu Liuxiang and others to walk out. The person hiding outside the window immediately turned around and ran away. The starlight illuminated the white hair on her head. It turned out that this person was Mother Liang. Did she already know that the body in the coffin was not her inner? So why does she still pretend to be sad? Could this kind old woman have some secret plan? Chu Liuxiang hurriedly pulled Shi Xiuyun and ran out, hoping to leave this place quickly. But at this moment, a person suddenly said, "Uncle, you lied to me." How can an adult lie to a child? Before he could finish his sentence, someone blocked his way. I saw this man's red face, with gray hair on his head, and he was wearing a bright red embroidered children's clothes. Isn't this Shui Baobao? Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly and pushed Shi Xiuyun away. Quietly, there is a door over the corner. You hurry up and go home and wait for me. Shi Xiuyun was already stunned and couldn't even run. Shui Baobao didn't notice her at all. He just stared at Chu Liuxiang and said, "You lied to me. There are not 28,437 stars in the sky." When Chu Liuxiang saw that Shi Xiuyun had walked away, she smiled and said, "Isn't it? I'm afraid I counted it wrong." Shui Baobao said, "Adults can't lie to children, but you lied to me, I. His mouth curled up, and he suddenly sat down on the ground and burst into tears. This move was beyond Chu Liuxiang's expectation, and she could only smile and said, "I'll count it for you tonight, and I'll tell you tomorrow, okay?" Shui Baobao said, "No, you have to count with me tonight. Unless you are willing to let me touch your nose, I will never let you go." Chu Liuxiang was stunned and said, "Why did you touch my nose?" Shui Baobao said, "Because your nose is very funny." Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "My nose is funny? What's so funny?" Shui Baobao said, "If your nose isn't fun, why do you keep touching it?" He jumped on his feet and said shamelessly, "I want to touch your nose too, I want to touch it too. Touch it for me. If you don't touch it for me, I will ask you to pay stars." Although it is not pleasant to have your nose touched, it is much better than counting stars. Chu Liuxiang really didn't want to be entangled with this idiot any longer, so she smiled bitterly and said, "If I let you touch your nose, you will stop pestering me?" Shui Baobao immediately burst into laughter and said, "I just need to touch you and let you go." Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Okay, you can touch it." Shui Baobao was so excited that he slowly stretched out his hand to touch Chu Liuxiang's nose. He always had a smile on his face, and his movements were very slow, but suddenly, like lightning, his hand pinched the yingxiang point next to Chu Liuxiang's nose. Chu Liuxiang only felt numb. People have been lifted up by him. Just listen to him giggling, "You broke my star, I'm going to smash your head." He actually picked up Chu Liuxiang's body and threw it onto the rockery. Chu Liuxiang was about to be smashed to pieces when Shi Xiuyun rushed to the corner gate, already out of breath. Although the door was unlocked, it was bolted with an iron bolt. Shi Xiuyun gasped and went to pull the iron bolt, but the iron bolt was rusted. The more anxious she became, the more she couldn't pull it open. The more she couldn't pull it open, the more anxious she became. She was almost going crazy. "I don't know if Chu Liuxiang will come." At this moment, someone suddenly heard someone giggling. "Since you are here, just play here for a few days. Why leave in a hurry?" Shi Xiuyun was so frightened that he lost his soul and ran away without even daring to look back. But she only took 2 steps. Then a thin, dry, ghost-like hand stretched out and grabbed her white neck. She fainted without even uttering an exclamation. Chu Liuxiang never dreamed that she would die at the hands of an idiot. Shui Baobao let go. His body flew towards the rockery. Although he could move now, it was too late to change his body shape. He could only cover his head with his hands, hoping to barely block it, but he also knew that this collision would mean he would not die. At least half of his life was lost. The madman still wouldn't let him go. There was just a boom sound, like the sky was shattering and the earth was shattering. Stones flew up piece by piece. His scalp was not broken, but a big hole was opened in the rockery. Is his head harder than a rock? Shui Baobao was clapping his hands and laughing, but suddenly he was stunned and shouted, "It's incredible, it's incredible, this man's head is made of iron." As he yelled, he turned around and ran away. Chu Liuxiang felt aches all over her body and her head felt dizzy. "I can't figure out what's going on." He seemed to hear someone exclaiming in the rockery, but his eyes were dazzled and he couldn't see if there was anyone inside. Only one person was heard exclaiming, "Isn't this Chu Liuxiang?" The sound was sharp and loud, and you knew it was Hua Jingong. Chu Liuxiang struggled. After rubbing his eyes, he saw that he had fallen on a bed. There was a person next to the bed covering his chest with his hands. It was Hua Jingong. There was another man who had huddled up and was trembling. This rockery turned out to be empty, although it looked solid from the outside. In fact, it is very thin, and it is not a stone. It is just made of cement to look like a rockery, and some grass is spread on it. This turned out to be the place where Hua Jingong had a tryst with a man. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but laugh. He felt that he was really lucky. I saw that the man had escaped quickly. Chu Liuxiang also stood up, clasped her fists and smiled. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, next time if I hit a rock again, I will knock on the door first." Hua Jingong grabbed him, glanced at him with a half-smile, and said, "You want to leave now, aren't you here to find me?" Chu Liuxiang really didn't dare to look at her majestic face, let alone her naked body. He really couldn't stand it and didn't know where to look with his eyes. He could only smile bitterly and said, "Although I'm here, looking for you." Before he finished speaking, Hua Jingong had already rushed towards him, and said with a smile, "Little brother, I have known for a long time that you will come to me sooner or later. I have known for a long time that you are not a good person. For the sake of it, get those deadly eyes of yours. Sister, I will promise you this time." She was sweaty, sticky, and wet. Although she was covered with sesame oil and pollen everywhere, she still couldn't hide the smell of foxdot. For the first time in her life, Chu Liuxiang felt that there were benefits to having a weak nose. Quickly reach out and push. Accidentally, he pushed it onto a ball of soft stuff. Hua Jingong chuckled and said, "Your hands are really dishonest." Chu Liuxiang didn't even dare to move, and said with a grimace, "Although I came to see you originally, I can't leave now if I don't want to." Hua Jingong said. "Why?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Didn't you see that I was thrown in by Shui Baobao? Now he already knows that I am here, and there is a big hole in this place. If others see it, if it is seen by Shiju," Hua Jingong said, "I am not afraid." Chu Liuxiang said, "But what if baby Shui comes back to cause trouble again? Wouldn't that be a big disgrace? You should know that people like him can do anything." The Huajin archer just relaxed and said bitterly, "This lunatic, idiot. It would be strange if I spared him." Chu Liuxiang breathed a sigh of relief, but then asked, "Is he really an idiot? Do idiots really have such good kung fu?" Hua Jingong said, "He has been angry with his brother since he was a child. His brother always scolded him for being useless. Others said that he went crazy because of his martial arts practice. I think he was simply driven crazy by anger. Chu Liuxiang was silent for a long time. Then he sighed and said, "If the elder brother is famous, the younger brother will always suffer more." Hua Jingong suddenly held his hand again, and Chu Liuxiang was so frightened that she almost broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Hua Jingong didn't make any move. She just glanced at him with her eyes and said, "Are you coming yet?" Chu Liuxiang coughed twice and said, "Of course I will come." Hua Jingong said, "When?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Tomorrow, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will definitely. He suddenly jumped up and said, "Someone is coming again, I have to leave quickly." Before he finished speaking, he had already gotten out and escaped so fast. Fortunately, he walked quickly, otherwise he would have been in big trouble again. As soon as he left, he saw dozens of people running over, some carrying lanterns, some carrying knives. The one walking in front was a tall, fat old man, wearing only shorts and a jacket, and holding a handle in his hand. Single sword. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he waved his knife angrily and said, "Whoever kills that flower picker will get 100 taels of gold. Don't let him escape." Although Chu Liuxiang was regarded as a flower picker by him, she didn't seem to blame him. Because this man is indeed very pitiful. Not only did he marry the wrong wife, he also married the wrong daughter-in-law. With two women like him in the family, it was not easy for him not to be mad to death. But how did he know that there was a flower picker here? Was it the idiot who told him? Chu Liuxiang felt more and more that the idiot was dangerous. I find him more and more interesting. Although Chu Liuxiang had been to Songjiang Mansion many times, she was still unfamiliar with the road. After going around in circles, she finally found the Qingyi Lane. I saw the little bald man squatting next to a horse-tying stone and eating sesame seed cakes. A pair of big eyes darted around in the darkness, and Chu Liuxiang saw him at a glance. But he waited until Chu Liuxiang came to him before he saw Chu Liuxiang. He was so frightened that half of the sesame seed cake in his hand flew away. Chu Liuxiang stretched out her hand to catch the sesame cake that the little bald man had dropped in fright, and returned it to him with a smile, saying, "You must not even have time to eat today. I will treat you to a big meal the day after tomorrow. What do you want to eat?" The little bald man looked at him with admiration on his face and said, "I don't want to eat anything. I just want to learn what you are capable of, uncle, and that's enough." Chu Liuxiang patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You have to learn your skills and you have to eat. No matter how capable you are, you also have to eat." He turned his eyes and asked again, "Have you found it?" The little bald man patted his chest and said, "Of course I found it. It's the door with a small lantern hanging in front of it." After he swallowed the sesame seed cake, he spoke more clearly, and then continued, "They are the only family in this alley who have just moved here, and there are only 2 young couples. There is not even a girl. The wife seems to be a local, but the man speaks with a northern accent." Chu Liuxiang said, "Are they at home?" The little bald man said, "I heard that the couple also stay at home all day long. They don't even go out to buy food, let alone interact with others. But someone was looking for them just now." Chu Liuxiang said, "Oh? What kind of person is he?" The little bald man said, "She is an old woman, even her hair is white, but she is in good spirits, but she looks very panicked. She keeps looking behind her, as if she is afraid that there is a ghost behind her. Chu Liuxiang's eyes lit up and she said, "Old woman, when did she come?" The little bald man said, "I was just starting to eat sesame seed cakes when she came, and I haven't finished 8 sesame seed cakes yet." He wiped his mouth and said to himself, "I eat sesame seed cakes as if I were eating broad beans, very quickly." Chu Liuxiang said, "She is still in there?" The little bald man said, "He hasn't come out yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Liuxiang flew into the room. The little bald man stuck out his tongue and murmured, "If I hadn't seen clearly that he was a person, would have thought he was a bird. This is a very ordinary house. There are 2 osmanthus trees planted in the small yard. Autumn is already deep. The sweet-scented osmanthus is in full bloom, exuding a burst of fragrance. The lights are still on. The doors and windows were closed. There is a shadow of a woman on the window, with her hair in an old-fashioned bun, sitting at the table, her head lowered, as if she is writing or embroidering." At this time, Chu Liuxiang no longer cared about being rude and pushed the door open with force. The people in the room were eating porridge. When they were shocked, their bowls broke. This person, dressed in green and sarong, with gray hair, is actually Liang Ma. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "It is indeed you." Liang Ma patted her heart and gasped, "I was scared to death. I thought he was a robber." Unexpectedly, it turned out to be young master. "Young master, why do you have time to come here today?" Chu Liuxiang said, "I was about to ask you, how did you get here?" He glanced around and saw 3 pairs of dishes and chopsticks on the table. Liang Ma said with a smile, "I was not free. But I haven't seen them for several days, so I couldn't help but want to come and have a look." Chu Liuxiang stared at her with burning eyes and said, "They are." Liang Ma said, "My daughter, and my son-in-law." Chu Liuxiang sneered, "Really, so do I want to meet them." Mother Liang actually didn't refuse. Immediately shouted, "Dainu, Xiaozhu, come out quickly, guests are coming." As expected, 2 people, a man and a woman, came out of the room. Both of them looked unhappy and murmured, "It's the middle of the night and you don't even want to sleep?" Chu Liuxiang was stunned. Although both of them are young, the woman is tall and fat, like a cow, and the man is also stupid. He looks less like a diva singer than a blackhead singer. Liang Ma smiled and said, "This young master wants to meet you. I'm afraid he knows that your family is poor. If you want to come to your aid, why don't you come over and kowtow?" As expected, the couple knelt down with a plop, and actually extended their hands. Chu Liuxiang couldn't laugh or cry, so she could only take out the money from her arms and talk vaguely. But even he himself didn't know what he was talking about. After finally finding an opportunity, he managed to escape and rushed out of the door. Liang Ma slowly closed the door, and giggled as soon as she returned to the room, saying, "Now Chu Liuxiang finally fell into a big trap." The woman counted the silver and said with a smile, "There are 12 silver ingots of 1 tael and 1 penny. I never thought that this bandit marshal would steal a chicken but lose a lot of rice." But Liang Ma had climbed onto the table, knocked on the roof, and said, "Master and Miss, please come down. The person is gone." After a while, the wooden planks on the roof were suddenly lifted up, and two people jumped down one after another. The woman was very beautiful and delicate, and it was obvious at first the person is gone. After a while, the wooden planks on the roof were suddenly lifted up, and two people jumped down one after another. The woman was very beautiful and delicate, and it was obvious at first glance that she was a pampered young lady, but the man was more beautiful, more delicate, more like a woman than a woman. He smiled very gently. As soon as he jumped down, he smiled and said, "Thank you so much, Ma Liang, for today. We really don't know how to thank you, old man." His mouthful of Beijing rice noodles is sweet and crispy, just like Huang Inger singing. Liang's mother smiled so much that she couldn't even see her eyes and said, "As long as the young master treats our young lady well in the future, my old lady will be more useful than anything else." The young man glanced at the young woman beside him tenderly, and said softly, "Even if you ask me to be bad to her, I can't do it." The young woman blushed and said with a smile, "Look how sweet his mouth is." The silly boy suddenly smiled and said, "If the young master's mouth wasn't sweet, I'm afraid the young lady wouldn't have to marry him." Mother Liang glared at him and couldn't help but laugh. The young man coughed twice and said, "Although the difficulty has been overcome this time, this place is no longer a place to stay for a long time." The young woman said, "Yes, that thief commander, Chu Liuxiang, is really not a trivial matter. No wonder people in the world can't hide anything from him." Suddenly I heard someone laugh and say, "Thank you for the compliment, girl. I don't dare to take it seriously." The expressions of everyone in the room changed. Liang's mother snorted, "Wah, who is that person?" In fact, she didn't need to ask at all. She already knew who the person was. The door was pushed open again, and a person stood at the door with a smile. But who was Chu Liuxiang? The young man stamped his feet, flipped up in the air, and kicked Chu Liuxiang in the chest. He used the authentic Northern Tan Kung Fu. Chu Liuxiang said, "Southern boxing and North kicking, Northern martial artists have many leg skills, but not many can kick Tan's legs in the air." Just because the leg technique emphasizes the stability of the lower body, more than enough composure, but not enough agility, the most difficult thing to practice in the leg technique is this kind of Mandarin duck kick. Looking at this young man's kung fu, it is obvious that he is already an expert in the northern martial arts world. It's a pity that he met Chu Liuxiang. As soon as he kicked out his legs, he felt numbness in the calf points on his knees, and his body fell straight down. He didn't even see clearly how Lu Xiang made the move. The young woman took a step forward, rushed to catch him, and said in a trembling voice, Did he hurt you?" The young man gritted his teeth and shook his head. He said sternly, "Now that he is here, we must not let him go." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "I've been looking for you two for a long time. Even if you two want me to leave, I won't leave." The young woman said, "We don't recognize you at all. Why are you looking for us?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Although you two don't recognize me, I have admired their names for a long time, especially this Xianggong Yi. Who among the princes and grandsons in the capital doesn't know that Xianggong Yi Xinglan is versatile in both civil and military affairs, as well as in both sex and art?" He actually used the words excellent in both sex and art under all-round talent in both civil and military affairs. And it's still used on a man. It's really teasing and sadistic. The boy's face immediately turned red. But the young woman sneered and said, "Yes, he is a Huadan, but Wadans are also human beings. Besides, singing Huadan is at least better than being a robber." Chu Liuxiang sighed. Said, "If a person has a soft spot, no one can interfere. However, if you don't be a good person, girl, why do you want to be a ghost?" The young woman's expression changed and she said, "What did you say?" "I don't understand." Chu Liuxiang said lightly, "That's it." Miss Shi was afraid she didn't understand but had to understand. The young woman was shaken, took 2 steps back involuntarily, and said with a change of expression, "Miss Shi? Who is Miss Shi? I don't know her." Chu Liuxiang said, "Miss Shi is the daughter of Shi Juren. Her surname is Shi and her name is Yin. She fell in love with a young man named Yi Xinglan. Unfortunately, Shi Juren and his wife did not understand their daughter's thoughts and decided to betroth her to the second son of Zuojiazwang. This girl Shi was so deeply in love that she had no choice but to fake her own death to escape from marriage, but a person must have a body after death. So she replaced her with the body of a Shifeng Yunshi girl." He smiled slightly and continued leisurely, "Miss Shi, have I made it clear enough?" Mother Liang had been staring at him fiercely, and then suddenly said loudly, "Yes, you are absolutely right. She is my girl Yin. What do you want?" Shi Yin held Yi Xinglan's hand tightly and said sternly, "If you want me to go back, you have to kill me first." Yi Xinglan said, "You'd better kill me first." Chu Liuxiang sighed, "I have already said it. No one can force a person's emotions." Shi Yin said, "Then why do you want to meddle in our business?" Liang's mother said, "She followed me when she was less than 2 years old. She is closer than my biological daughter. I will never let her marry someone she doesn't like and suffer all her life. No matter who wants to cause her pain, I will never spare him." She stared at Chu Liuxiang and said sternly, "So I advise you to stop getting involved in this matter, otherwise." Chu Liuxiang interrupted her and said with a smile, "I didn't mean to do it." When she went back, she had no intention of breaking them up. "I want to find her just to prove that she is not dead." Mother Liang said, You don't have any other intentions?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Besides, I just want to ask them for a glass of wedding wine." Mother Liang was stunned for a long time, seeming a little guilty. She wanted to speak several times, but she didn't say anything. I don't know what she wanted to say. At this time, Yi Xinglan and Shi Yin had both prostrated themselves. When they raised their heads, Chu Liuxiang had disappeared, and they could only hear his voice coming from afar, saying, "It's 3 o'clock tomorrow night, but I hope to see you here." When it comes to the last word, the sound reached the end of the alley. Liang's mother sighed and murmured, "If I had known that Chu Xiangshui was such a reasonable person, I wouldn't have had to keep that girl Shi as a hostage to threaten him." Yi Xinglan rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "It's already wrong. Why not just make mistakes?" Liang Ma said, "How to make mistakes?" Yi Xinglan smiled and said, "Why don't you, old man, simply invite that Miss Shi here and wait for Chu Xiangshui? Since he has fulfilled us, why don't we fulfill him too?" Shi Yin sighed and said, "He has perfected us, but we only hope that he can also perfect others. Chapter 9 Sympathy. Chu Liuxiang only has one question left now. Since Shi is not dead, how can Zhuo Mingzhu be resurrected through her soul? Zhuo Mingzhu's death is absolutely true and not false at all. Zhang Jianzhai, a famous doctor of the generation, should at least be able to tell whether a person is alive or dead. Since he has concluded that Zhuo Mingzhu is dead, there is no way for her to be resurrected. This question is indeed difficult to explain. But Chu Liuxiang was not in a hurry at all, and seemed to be confident. The little bald man wanted to treat him to some tofu curd and sesame seed cakes and fried dough sticks, so he went. Treating guests is a very pleasant thing. Being able to treat others is always much more pleasant than being invited. The best thing is, the poorer the people are, the more they like to treat guests. The little bald man was so happy that he could not wait to bring out all the sesame cakes, fried dough sticks and tofu noodles from this shop, and kept urging Chu Liuxiang to eat more. It was still dark at this time, and a faint fish belly white just appeared in the east. When Chu Liuxiang drank the second bowl of tofu now, Xiao Huashen and Xiao Matzi also came over. Both of them looked anxious, as if they were very nervous. Little Matzi was still looking around, as if he was afraid that someone was following him. The little Vulcan sat down. He lowered his voice and said, "Two big things happened last night." Chu Liuxiang said, "Oh. What's the matter?" Little Fire God said, "Both things happened in Zhuojiazhuang." Xiao Matzi rushed to say, "The few swords hidden by Shuiren have disappeared." Little Fire God said, "Even the cooks in the Shui family's village know how to use swordsmanship, and the servants who guard the courtyard are all masters. This man can come in and out freely, and even stole Shuiren's hidden sword. Not to mention anything else, he only speaking of this light skill and courage, it is already extraordinary." As he spoke, his eyes rolled on Chu Liuxiang's face. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Yes, there are not many people with this kind of light skill, but I have already known about this." The little Vulcan was stunned and even stopped breathing. Xiao Matzi said, "Smell." "Xiangshui, how did you know?" Chu Liuxiang said leisurely, "The first person to know that the sword was stolen was naturally the person who stole the sword." He deliberately stopped talking and saw the expressions on the faces of little Vulcan and little Matzi. But he has turned white and is winking secretly. It was obvious that Chu Liuxiang was the one who stole the sword. Chu Liuxiang then smiled and continued, "But I know this, but it was Shuiren who told me." Xiao Matzi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's no wonder Xiangshui knew it earlier than us." Chu Liuxiang said, "What about the second thing?" The little Vulcan lowered his voice and said, "An assassin came to Zhuojiazhuang last night." Chu Liuxiang also felt a little surprised, frowned and said, "Assassin? Who are you trying to assassinate?" Little Fire God said, "Shuiren." Chu Liuxiang slowly raised her hand. Unknowingly, I touched it on my nose again. Little Fire God said, "Shui is known as the best swordsman in the world, but someone actually dares to assassinate him. This person's courage is really more courageous than a tiger." While he was talking, he kept glancing at Chu Liuxiang secretly with his eyes. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help laughing and said, since you think this person is me, why don't you tell me? The little Vulcan blushed and chuckled. I heard from the people in Zhujiazhuang that there were 40 or 50 of them, but not only did they fail to catch the assassin, and I couldn't even see his figure and face clearly, I only smelled a faint fragrance, so I thought. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "What are you thinking about?" The little Vulcan smiled coquettishly and said, "Apart from Chu Xiangshui, I really can't think of another person with such high qinggong. Such courage." Chu Liuxiang sighed and said with a wry smile, "Don't say you can't think of it, even I can't think of it." Xiao Matzi said, "Now the people in Shui have determined that these two things were done by Xiang Shui, so starting from the third watch, they have sent out several groups of people to look for Xiang Shui. They also buried hidden stakes at Tuabei Villa." The little fire god said, "There is only such a big place outside the city and outside the city. If Xiang Shui doesn't think of a way quickly, I'm afraid they will find out sooner or later." The little bald man suddenly slapped the table and said loudly, "Any ideas? What can you think of? Do you want Xiang Shui to hide or run away?" The little Vulcan's face sank and he scolded, "Stop talking." Xiang Shui, although Shuiren has never really accepted a disciple, his servants have been taught by him, and their sword skills are not weak. Zhujiazhuang goes up and down. There are a total of 70 or 80 swords in total. Even the Huangshan sect, which was very prosperous for a while, did not dare to fight with them. Why do you, Xiang Shui, bother to fight with them? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but it's a pity that the matter has come to this, and I can't run away even if I want to." Suddenly someone sneered and said, "You are still smart after all. At this point, you can still run. That's weird." The place selling tofu bread was a bamboo shed set up on the corner of the street. After saying this, there was a crash sound, and the roof of the bamboo shed was suddenly lifted. More than a dozen men in black, pretending to be anxious, jumped down at the same time. Each of them held a green steel sword in their palms, and their skills were indeed strong. The little Vulcan's expression immediately changed. He picked up a long bench with his backhand and threw it. Although the bench was not heavy, the force of the throw was not small. Unexpectedly, the man in black at the head gently pushed the bench back with the tip of his sword. The incoming force was stronger than the castration, and he almost fell on the little Vulcan. All the bowls of tofu pudding on the table were smashed to pieces. The man in black shouted angrily, "Little Vulcan, we treat you as a friend and ask you for news about Chu Liuxiang. It's okay if you don't tell us. Who would have thought that you would cheat on us and betray us here instead?" Amidst the angry shouts, 2 or 3 swords were thrust out at the little Vulcan. Chu Liuxiang suddenly stood up and came over. These people were taken aback and took 2 steps back involuntarily. Unexpectedly, Chu Liuxiang just patted the little bald man on the shoulder and said with a smile, "The tofu is really good. I will definitely come here to eat it again before I leave." Although the little bald man turned pale with fright, he still smiled and said, "Okay. I'll ask you next time." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "It's my turn next time." The little bald man said, "No, no, no, I can only afford tofu pudding. If you want, just treat me to a drink." They were paired together, but they didn't seem to notice these black-clothed swordsmen at all. The man in black at the head shouted angrily and thrust out his sword like lightning. The rest of the people immediately swung their swords to attack. Not only did these people have fast sword skills, but they also coordinated their attack parts very cleverly. With just one strike, it was difficult for others to parry. I just heard a clang, clang, clang sound. Swords struck each other, and Chu Liuxiang, who was surrounded by sword light, suddenly disappeared without knowing what movement technique he used. The man in black was startled, stepped back, and drew back his sword to protect himself. I heard a burst of laughter coming from the bamboo shed. It turned out that Chu Liuxiang had rushed up to the bamboo shed at some time and was looking at them with a smile. Yuran said, "You are not my opponent yet, so you should take me to see Master Shuedezhuang." The men in black shouted and wanted to pounce, but were stopped by the leader. This man's eyes were very majestic. He glared at Chu Liuxiang and said, "How dare you go to see the owner of my village?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Why don't you dare? Could it be that he can eat people? It's daybreak." Chu Liuxiang walked leisurely in front, his face radiant and his expression very happy. Looking at him, no one would have thought that he had not slept all night. He never imagined that the people following him might stab a big hole in his back at any time. There were more and more people following him, and people from several walks of life had gathered in one place, and everyone was whispering. "I don't understand why this man named Shu is so brave and dares to follow them back. Some people even think that this man must be like their second village owner and have something wrong with his head." Little Vulcan, Little Baldy, and Little Motzi also followed at a distance. Seeing Chu Liuxiang's leisurely demeanor, they couldn't guess what he was planning, but their palms couldn't help but sweat. Zuojiazhuang is no different from the dragon pool and the tiger's den, and Shuiran's sword is more terrifying than the dragon and tiger. Can Chu Liuxiang come out alive after leaving? The little Vulcan made gestures as he walked, so all the beggars from all directions gathered, and more people followed him. A very handsome and dashing man walked in front, followed by a group of fierce swordsmen. There is a group of beggars behind. This procession was really majestic and very beautiful. Fortunately, it was just dawn, there were not many pedestrians on the road, and the shops on both sides were not open yet. When they arrived at Zuojiazhuang, the people in Shui did not come out to welcome them. But he moved a very comfortable chair and sat under the shade of the trees in the back garden, closing his eyes and meditating. The best swordsman in the world is indeed worthy of being a great expert in the martial arts world. No one understands the 4 words of relaxing while waiting for work as clearly as he does. He has heard many stories about Chu Liuxiang. In the legends of the world, Chu Xiangshui has been described as a mythical figure. Although he didn't quite believe these legends, Miao Monk, Wu Hua, Nangong Ling, Shi Guanyin, and even jellyfish. Yin Ji has been defeated by Chu Liuxiang. These things cannot be false. No matter what method Chu Liuxiang uses to win, victory is victory, and nothing else can replace it. Shuiran has never had the slightest contempt for Chu Liuxiang. At this moment, he was even a little excited and a little nervous. He hadn't felt this way for many years, so he had to calm down now and wait until Chu Liuxiang was in front of him before he opened his eyes. Chu Liuxiang was looking at him and smiling. Shui Yiren said, "You are here." Chu Liuxiang said, "I'm here." Shui Yiren said, "Is your injury healed?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Tofu, much better." Shui Yiren said, "Very good." Without asking or saying another word, he stood up and waved his hand. Someone next to him held up a sword. The sword is very long. It seems to be 3 or 4 inches longer than those commonly used in Jianghu. The sword has been unsheathed and has no tassel. His sword is neither for decoration nor for beauty. His sword is for killing. The sword is very long. It seems to be 3 or 4 inches longer than those commonly used in Jianghu. The sword has been unsheathed and has no tassel. His sword is neither for decoration nor for beauty. His sword is for killing. The iron-green sword glowed faintly, even though Chu Liuxiang was several feet away. You can already feel the coldness coming from the sword. Chu Liuxiang said, "Good sword, this is the real sharp weapon." Shui Yiren did not take out the sword, but said calmly, "What weapon do you use?" Chu Liuxiang did not answer this sentence, but looked around. Men in black attire and swords have surrounded the back garden. Chu Liuxiang said, "Don't you think it's too crowded here?" Shui Yiren said coldly, "Shui has never borrowed a finger from others in his entire life of fighting against others." Chu Liuxiang said, "I also know that they will never dare to take action. But they are all your subordinates. Having them beside me makes me feel threatened even if I don't take action." He smiled and continued, "I haven't slept all night, and it's too late to fight with you now. This is your garden, and you are very familiar with every tree in it. When I fight you here, I lose the advantage of the location again. If I lose the peace and harmony again, you no longer need to take action in this battle, and I will definitely lose." Shui Yiren stared at him coldly. Although his eyes were cold, there was a hint of respect. This is the unique respect that a great connoisseur pays to another great connoisseur. The two looked at each other, already understanding each other. Shui Yiren suddenly waved his hand and said, "Get back, no one is allowed to enter this place without my instructions." Chu Liuxiang said, "Thank you very much." His expression gradually became serious. There is absolutely no irony in the word "thank you." Although he has said "thank you" many times in his life, he has never said it so carefully because he knew that Shui Yiren ordered his subordinates to step back to express his gratitude. A tribute to him. Even if this battle is a matter of life and death, this respect is still worthy of gratitude. Respect received from an enemy is always more valuable and more touching than from a friend. Shui Yiren picked up the sword. He focused on the sword for a long time before raising his head. He said in a deep voice, "Take your weapon." Chu Liuxiang said slowly, "A month ago, I fought against the old man Shui Yifan at the Tiger Hill Sword Pond. The weapon I used that time was just a soft branch." Shui Yiren looked at him coldly, waiting for him to continue. Chu Liuxiang said, "At that time, I told the handsome old man that when masters compete, the way to win is not with sharp weapons. I used branches to fight. Instead of suffering a loss, I actually took advantage." Shui Yiren frowned, as if he didn't understand how he could take advantage of using a branch against a sharp sword. But he didn't say what he was thinking. Chu Liuxiang continued, because I use a soft branch against a sharp sword, it will definitely affect the handsome old man's psychology. With his identity, he will never want to take advantage of me on the sword, so he has scruples in taking action. Shui Yiren nodded unconsciously. Chu Liuxiang said, if you don't take advantage, you will suffer a loss. For example, if I used the phoenix spreads wings move to attack above him, he should have used the Changhong Jingtian move to counterattack my weapon. But when he thought that the weapon I used was just a branch, he would never use this move again. I took the initiative the moment he changed his moves. He smiled slightly and continued, a master versus an enemy is just like two countries fighting each other. Every inch of ground must be fought for. If you have scruples, this battle will inevitably fail. Shui Yiren's eyes showed approval again, and he said lightly, I am not Shui Yifan. Chu Liuxiang said, yes, Shui Yifan's swordsmanship always adheres to the rules, and senior, your swordsmanship is all based on winning comes first. The difference between the two is just like a fan who uses opera as a pastime and an actor who makes a living by opera. Even though their passions are almost the same, their skills are still different. Shui Yiren nodded unconsciously and said, you said it very well. Chu Liuxiang said, so, I am not going to use branches to fight against seniors anymore. Shui Yiren said, what are you going to use? Chu Liuxiang said, I am going to use these hands. Shui Yiren frowned and said, you actually want to fight my sharp sword with your flesh palm? Chu Liuxiang said, senior's sword is incomparably sharp, and his swordsmanship is even more unstoppable. No matter what kind of weapon I use, it will never be able to withstand it. What's more, the speed of senior's attack is unparalleled in the world. Even if I can find the same sharp weapon as this one. Senior made a move, but I still had no time to parry. Shui Yiren's eyes were filled with joy and pride. You can wear 1,000 clothes, but you can't wear flattery. After all, everyone likes to hear compliments. What's more, these words come from Chu Xiang. Handsome mouth. Chu Liuxiang had been paying attention to the look on his face when he spoke, and continued slowly, so when I fight with seniors, I never want to resist or parry. I am greedy for success. I just want to dodge with small body skills. I don't have a weapon in my hand. The burden is lighter, and the lighter the burden, the faster the movement. He smiled again and continued, to be honest, senior, if I didn't dare to be rude in front of senior, I would have taken off all these clothes. Shui Yiren was silent for a long time and said slowly, if that's the case, aren't you trapped in an invincible place? Chu Liuxiang said, but undefeated is already victory. I only hope that I can find a way to win in undefeated. Shui Yiren's eyes flashed and he said, are you sure you won't be defeated? Chu Liuxiang smiled faintly and said, when I fight against the jellyfish Yin Ji, how can I have the slightest confidence? Shui Yiren laughed heartily. His laughter stopped as soon as he started, and he said sternly, okay, prepare to dodge. Chu Liuxiang was already preparing. Because when he started to speak the first sentence, he had already entered a war preparation state, and every word he said had a purpose. Speaking is also a strategy. He knew that Shui Yiren's sword strike would be like thunder and lightning, unstoppable. Shui Yiren's sword has not yet been released, but his body skills have already been deployed. At this moment, the sword light lit up like lightning, and in an instant, it hit Chu Liuxiang's shoulders, chest, and 6 swords were thrust out of his waist. There doesn't seem to be anything strange about his moves, but they are incredibly fast. When these 6 swords thrust out, one sword seemed to turn into 6 swords. Fortunately, Chu Liuxiang's figure had already moved first and she was able to avoid it. But Shui Yiren's swordsmanship is like the Yangtze River, flowing thousands of miles. After 6 thrusts, 6 more thrusts followed, never giving anyone a chance to breathe. The sword light was dense, like a curtain of light, with absolutely no gaps visible, and it was like mercury pouring down the ground, penetrating into every hole. Although Chu Liuxiang's qinggong and body skills were outstanding in the world, Shui Yiren had stabbed him 69 and 54 times, and he had been in danger 5 times. Every time the sword edge barely missed him, he could already feel that the sword edge was as cold as ice and snow. If he was 1 step slower, it would be disastrous. But his eyes didn't even blink, always following the edge of the sword in Shui Yiren's palm, as if he wanted to see the changes in Shui Yiren's moves and the method of attack. When Shui Yiren thrust out his 96th sword, Chu Liuxiang suddenly let out a slight whistle and rose into the sky. When Shui Yiren thrust out his sword, he was already 3 feet away. By the time Shui Yiren thrust out his 103rd-handed sword, he had already climbed onto the small bridge, stepped on the ground, and climbed up the rockery from the small building. Fortunately, this garden covers a large area. As soon as Chu Liuxiang's movement was unfolded, he flew like a bird non-stop, from the rockery to the small pavilion, from the small pavilion to the treetops. Their people were out of sight, and they could only see a gray shadow rising and falling in front, and a shining flying rainbow following closely behind. Just listen to the endless sound of shishi, and the garden is full of fallen leaves. Only then did Shui Yiren realize that Chu Liuxiang's qinggong was so high that no one could match it. He himself also dominated the world with his swordsmanship and light kung fu. But now it felt a little difficult, especially his eyes. When a person reaches old age, his eyesight will inevitably decline. After all, he is also a human being. At this moment, he feels that the pavilions and trees in the garden seem to be flying non-stop. If a person is riding through the avenue, he will feel that the trees on both sides are flying up. One root flew toward him. Shui Yiren's movement skills were faster than those of flying birds at the moment, so it was inevitable that he would feel this way, but he thought that Chu Liuxiang was also a human being, so naturally he would not be an exception. He thought Chu Liuxiang would always be dazzled sometimes. Chu Liuxiang's method of fighting was not the right way, but he had already said, "Don't fight, just dodge," so Shui Yiren couldn't blame him now. I saw him jumping out between 2 trees. Who knew that there was another tree between the 2 trees, 3 trees arranged in a triangle? The thick shade of the 2 trees in front covered the one behind. Normally, Chu Liuxiang could still see it, but at this time, his movement was too fast. By the time he found a tree behind him, he had already crashed into it. At this point, it was too late for him to stop. Shui Yiren was overjoyed and stabbed out with his sword. If Chu Liuxiang's body hit a tree trunk, there would be no way he could dodge the sword. Moreover, even if he could retreat and retreat, he would inevitably be pierced by the sword's edge. Shui Yiren also knew that he would never miss this sword again. If it were a fight under normal circumstances, he might have some pity for the talent in his heart, and he might not be too ruthless when he strikes. But now everything happens so fast. He was not given the slightest chance to think about it, and his sword had already been thrust out. Once his sword is released, even he himself cannot save it. Chi, the sword has penetrated. But what penetrated was not Chu Liuxiang's back, but the tree trunk. It turned out that Chu Liuxiang's move was actually a trick to lure the enemy. The speed of his movements was beyond anyone's imagination. The moment he was about to hit the tree trunk, he suddenly shrank up, hugged his knees with both hands, and rolled on the spot, 2 or 3 feet away. When he heard a chi sound, he knew that the sword had penetrated the tree trunk. This is a very solid tongbai. After the sword is pierced, it will never be pulled out easily. It will take some effort and time. Chu Luxianguo showed his fists and kicks at this moment. Shui Yiren may not be able to dodge, at least he will not have time to pull out the sword. If Shui Yiren doesn't have a sword in his hand, he won't be so scary. But Chu Liuxiang didn't do that. She just stood aside from a distance and looked at Shui Yiren quietly. It seemed like he was still waiting for him to take action. Shui Yiren neither took action nor drew his sword. But he focused on the sword embedded in the tree trunk. He was silent for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, "You really have your own way of winning, and you are not defeated." He admitted that Chu Liuxiang was undefeated. It was like admitting that Chu Liuxiang had won. Shui Yiren is known as the best swordsman in the world. He has never met an opponent in his life, but at this moment he is able to laugh off victory and defeat. This kind of magnanimity and tolerance are indeed extraordinary. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but admire her secretly, and said solemnly, "Although I am not defeated, my predecessors are not defeated either." Chu Liuxiang said, "I never dare to say, win, just because I also took advantage of my predecessors." Shui Yiren smiled again and said, "Actually, I also know that I was fooled by you after all." He continued, "I recharge my batteries and wait for you here." At that time, both my mental and physical strength were at their peak, just like a bow of 1,000 stones, ready to go. Chu Liuxiang said, "Therefore, I will never dare to fight against my seniors next time." He smiled lightly and said, "You are using the clever strategy from Sun Tzu's Art of War. Before the battle begins, you first weaken the opponent's morale and then exhaust it. Then you use light kung fu to consume my physical strength. Finally, you use light troops to lure the enemy. Swordsmanship is one person's enemy. The military strategies you use are against thousands of enemies. It's no wonder that you are invincible. Even Shi Guanyin and Shinshui Palace Master are no longer your opponents." Chu Liuxiang touched her nose, lowered her head and smiled and said, "I am really ashamed." Shui Yiren said, "A master versus an enemy. Just like when two countries are at war, only those who can win with cunning tactics are considered to be great generals. What do you have to be ashamed of? What's more, I'm convinced by your Qinggong skills." Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Senior's magnanimity and magnanimity make me even more admirable." I have no intention of competing with my seniors. This battle is really out of necessity. Shui Yiren sighed. I really blamed you wrongly. He didn't let Chu Liuxiang speak and rushed to say, now I also understand that you are definitely not the person who stole the sword and stabbed her. Otherwise, if I missed my sword just now, you would never let me go. Chu Liuxiang said, I came here today not only to explain to the senior, but also to observe the swordsmanship of the senior, because I always feel that the swordsmanship of a real assassin is. The shots are somewhat similar to those of his predecessors. Shui Yiren said with emotion, Oh. Chu Liuxiang said, sooner or later, I will inevitably have to fight that person. The outcome of that battle is huge, and I will never lose. That's why I came to observe the swordsmanship of my senior as a reference. Shui Yiren said. I also want to see the true face of that person. Chu Liuxiang pondered and said slowly, as long as the senior is here, I think that person will never show up. Shui Yiren said, Why? Chu Liuxiang was silent. Shui Yiren asked again. Do you think that person has anything to do with me? There was a look of surprise on his face, but Chu Liuxiang still refused to answer his words directly, but raised her head and looked around, as if she suddenly became interested in the scenery of this place. This is a very quiet small garden, with dense forests, but most of them are ancient trees that are more than 100 years old. The branches and leaves are at least 5 feet above the ground. There are not many hiding places. The houses and walls are built very high, even if they are first class. It is also difficult for a Qinggong master to come and go at will. Come and go as you please. An experienced night traveler would never break into a place like this easily. What's more, the person living here is Shui Yiren, the best swordsman in the world. Chu Liuxiang pondered and said, If it were me, I wouldn't dare to come here to assassinate you. Unless I have already left a way out, and I am sure that I can escape unscathed. He found that there was a small door in the corner. The 4 walls were covered with half-dry green vines, so most of the door was submerged in the vine basket. It would be difficult to find it if you didn't pay attention. Chu Liuxiang walked over quickly and murmured, Is this his retreat? Shui Yiren said, This door is always locked, and it has not been opened for many years. The iron latch on the door was rusty, and it looked like it hadn't been opened for many years. But a closer look reveals that a lot of the rust on the latch has been scraped to the ground, and the marks are fresh. Chu Liuxiang picked up a piece of rust from the ground and pondered, Is this place often cleaned? Shui Yiren said, Someone cleans it every day. It's just, these two. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Everyone has been busy catching thieves these 2 days, so naturally they forgot to clean the yard, so the rust will stay here. Shui Yiren said, Rust? Chu Liuxiang said, This door must have been opened recently. So the rust on the door latch and iron lock will be scraped off. Shui Yiren said, Someone cleaned the yard the morning before yesterday. Lao Li, who sweeps the yard, is always the most careful in his work. Not even a fallen leaf is left behind in the place he sweeps. Chu Liuxiang said. So this door must have been opened after Lao Li swept the yard, maybe the night before. Shui Yiren said movedly, You mean? Chu Liuxiang said, I mean that the assassin might have slipped in through this door and then out through this door. Shui Yiren's face became heavier, and he paced with his hands behind his back, thinking deeply. This door has been abandoned for a long time, and not many people know about this door. Chu Liuxiang touched his nose gently. No one knew what he was thinking. Shui Yiren was silent for a long time before continuing. That person is agile and strong, and his Qinggong is not weak. He can go up and down as high as he wants. Why must he go through this door? Chu Liuxiang said, just because no one thought that he would come in and out through this door, he had to use this door to come in quietly and escape completely. Shui Yiren said. But now the door is locked again. Chu Liuxiang said, yes. Shui Yiren said, after he escaped, did he dare to come back and lock the door? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, maybe he is sure that he can avoid other people's eyes and ears. Shui Yiren sneered. Does he think everyone here is blind? Chu Liuxiang said, maybe he has a special method. Shui Yiren said, what method? Could he still be invisible? Chu Liuxiang stopped talking, but kept staring at the lock on the door. Then he took out a very long wire from nowhere and gently picked it in the keyhole. He heard a click sound and the lock was opened. Shui Yiren said, I also know that this kind of lock will definitely not be a problem for experienced night travelers. It is just a precaution to prevent gentlemen. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, it's a pity that there are not many gentlemen in this world, but there are many villains. Shui Yiren also realized that he had made a mistake, coughed twice, opened the door first, and said, does Shang Shui want to take a look at the yard next door? Chu Liuxiang said, I do have this intention. Please lead the way, senior. He seemed to be very interested in the rusty iron lock. He actually took advantage of Shui Yiren to walk out of the door first and hid the lock in his arms. I saw that the yard next door was also very quiet, and the architecture of the houses was similar, except that the fallen leaves in the yard had not been swept away. There was dust and stained paper in front of the window, giving it an indescribably desolate look. Shui Yiren glanced at the dust and fallen leaves, and there was a scowl on his face. Anyone could tell that this place had not been cleaned for at least 3 months. Chu Liuxiang was secretly amused. It turns out that the slaves in Zhuojiazhuang are just like other places, and their kung fu is just done in front of their masters. There was a wind blowing, making the fallen leaves flying all over the courtyard. Chu Liuxiang said, is this courtyard empty? Shui Yiren coughed twice again and said, this was originally the residence of my second brother Shaoran. Chu Liuxiang said, what now? Shui Yiren said, now, my brother has always been informal, so the servants dare to be so unrestrained. This sentence is said very skillfully, but it illustrates 3 things. First, Shui Shaoran still lives here. Secondly, the servants did not take this second master Shui seriously, so no one cleaned this place. Thirdly, he is tantamount to saying that their brothers are emotionally distant. If he comes here often, how dare the servants be lazy? How could that door be locked? Chu Liuxiang's eyes flashed and he said, Shui Erxia rarely lives here these days. Shui Yiren let out a hum and sighed again. Hum means dissatisfaction, but sighing means regret. Just then, suddenly I heard a commotion outside, and someone exclaimed, fire, the stable is on fire. Although Shui Yiren was calm, his eyes still showed anger, and he sneered, "Okay, okay, okay. Someone came to steal the sword the day before yesterday, someone came to assassinate yesterday, and today someone came to set fire. Could it be that I, Shuiren, am really old?" Chu Liuxiang quickly smiled and said, "Autumn and winter are dry, and if you are not careful, there will be a disaster, not to mention that the stable is full of straw." Although he said this, he actually knew in his heart that this was whose masterpiece is it, little Vulcan. How could they wait peacefully outside after seeing Chu Liuxiang come in for so long without any news? Shuiren forced a smile, but before he could finish speaking, another burst of exclamations and commotion suddenly came over. "There's a fire in the kitchen too, be careful in the backyard. That guy started the fire, chase." The little Vulcan's skill in setting fires turned out to be not very good, but his whereabouts were still discovered. Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly, and saw that Shui Yi's face was completely drained of blood, and he seemed to want to take action himself. Go after the person who set the fire. It was inconvenient to leave Chu Liuxiang alone. Looking towards the high wall, you can see the flickering flames. Chu Liuxiang had a thought in her mind and said, "Senior, just go take care of the fire scene, and I'll take a stroll here. Erxia Shui might just happen to come back. I can still talk to him." Shuiren stamped his feet and said, "In that case, I will not be with you for a moment." He took 2 steps and suddenly replied, "If my brother is rude in any way, Xiang Shui doesn't need to be polite to him, just teach him a lesson." Chu Liuxiang smiled. The smile is mysterious. Chapter 10: The Secret of Mr. Shui. The house that Shui Shaoran lives in is almost exactly the same as his brother's, except that there is dust in front of the windows, nets under the eaves, and the floors in the corridor are rotten, making a creaking sound when you walk up. Door. It was closed, and the door latch was knotted with a straw rope. If someone wants to get in, even if they tie 10 knots with 10 straw ropes, they still can't stop it. The purpose of tying a knot with a straw rope is just to know if anyone has sneaked in. Chu Liuxiang naturally understood what this meant. His eyes were shining, as if he had seen something very interesting. He stared at the knot of the straw rope. He untied it for a long time before opening the knot and pushing the door open. But he didn't go in immediately. The door was still swaying in the wind. It made bursts of harsh sounds. The room was very dark, and the sunlight was blocked by high walls, thick shades, and overhanging eaves, making it impossible to penetrate. Chu Liuxiang waited until her eyes completely adapted to the darkness before tentatively walking in, walking very slowly and very carefully. Did he think there was any danger in this house? Yes, sometimes madmen can be dangerous, but what danger is there in a shabby house where a madman lives? No matter who is looking for Shui Bao, as soon as he walks into this house, he will think that he has gone to the wrong place. Because this really doesn't look like a place for men to live. In the corner of the room, there was a large dressing table, which was filled with all kinds of things. 9 out of 10 items were used by women for dressing up. The bed and chairs were piled with all kinds of clothes. Each piece is colorful, and only 1 or 2 of the 10 girls would dare to wear such clothes. If the person living here is really a woman, there must be something wrong with this woman, not to mention that the person living here is actually a man. A man in his 40s. There is no doubt that this man is a lunatic. Chu Liuxiang's eyes seemed to dim again. He walked around the room, picking up everything and looking at it. He suddenly discovered that Shui Baobao was actually a very sophisticated person. The things used are all of the best quality, and the clothes are made of noble materials and are very clean. And although the things in this room are arranged in a mess, it is actually spotless, and everything is extremely clean. Who is cleaning the house? If someone cleans his house, why doesn't anyone clean his yard? Chu Liuxiang's eyes lit up again. Suddenly, there was a sudden sound on the roof. Chu Liuxiang was startled and shot out a silver hairpin with her backhand. The silver hairpin is on the dressing table. He was playing with it in his hand when he saw a flash of silver light and a bang sound as it was nailed into the roof. There was a creepy sound on the roof. It turns out that there is a layer of wooden boards under the beams of this house. It seems that there is an attic, but there are no stairs in sight. There is no entrance in sight either. Only a small section of the silver hairpin was left exposed, shining brightly. Chu Liuxiang's body flew up lightly and stuck to the roof, like a piece of cake spread out in a pot. It was flat and stable. No one was worried that he would fall. He gently pulled out the silver hairpin and found a trace of blood flowing out from the silver hairpin. The dark purple blood looked almost like ink, and it had an indescribable stench. Chu Liuxiang smiled. It turned out to be just a mouse. But this mouse helped him a lot. He first wiped off the blood stains on the roof, and then tapped it with a silver hairpin. The roof is naturally empty. Chu Liuxiang slid half a circle under the roof like a fish, and suddenly stretched out her hand. A piece of wood was miraculously lifted up by him, revealing the dark entrance. The commotion and exclamations outside were getting farther away. Disappointingly, there is no amazing secret in this attic. There is just a stool and a suitcase. The suitcase was very old, as if it had been abandoned by its owner for a long time. But Chu Liuxiang touched it with his hand and found that there was not much dust on it. When I opened the suitcase, I saw that there were only a few ordinary clothes inside. There is absolutely nothing strange about these clothes. No one will find it strange if they see it. The only exception was Chu Liuxiang. No one will find it strange if they see it. The only exception was Chu Liuxiang. Maybe it was because these clothes were too ordinary that Chu Liuxiang felt strange. How could there be clothes worn by ordinary people hidden in a madman's attic? If these clothes were worn by ordinary people, how could there not be a lot of dust on the suitcases? Chu Liuxiang put down her clothes, covered the suitcase, retreated from the original path, and covered the wooden board. Looking up from below, it was absolutely impossible to see that anyone had been up there. Then he put the silver hairpin back on the dressing table, walked out, closed the door, and tied a similar knot on the door latch with the original straw rope. Looking at him, he actually seemed to be leaving. The fire on the wall had turned into light smoke, and the fire had obviously been extinguished. There was a call from outside the hospital, and they were looking for Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang suddenly rose up and swept up the roof like light smoke. He heard two people running into the courtyard, and one of them called out, "Miss Chu, Great Hero Chu, the owner of my village invites you to have tea in the front hall." Another person said, "They are obviously gone, why are you yelling?" The man seemed to look at him for a long time before muttering, "How could he leave without saying goodbye? Could it be that he was dragged away by our precious second master?" Another person laughed and said, "This guy named Chu comes. It just makes us people unable to sleep well for a few days, and let him suffer the pain of our precious second master." Chu Liuxiang listened in silence, only smiling bitterly secretly. When the two people walked out again, he suddenly lifted up a few roof tiles. A hole was dug in the roof. The excavated mud was wrapped in a large towel and pressed with roof tiles to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. If someone else had to do these things, it would be a lot of trouble, but Chu Liuxiang did it cleanly and neatly. And there was not even a sound. Even if there was a cat under the roof, it would never be disturbed. He hadn't spent half a cup of tea from beginning to end, and he had slipped back into the attic without anyone noticing. The skylight shines in through the hole, making the attic much brighter than before. Chu Liuxiang found the dead mouse, threw it aside, pulled off a piece of clothing, and wiped clean the blood stains and dust on the wooden board. The small holes that had just been nailed by the silver hairpin were exposed on the wooden board. Chu Liuxiang leaned on it and took a look. Then he used the unlocking wire to slightly enlarge the small hole. Then he lay down comfortably, gently rubbing his nose and smiling, as if he was satisfied with everything. I don't know how long it took. The door below suddenly made a soft, squeak sound, and Chu Liuxiang, who was obviously asleep, woke up immediately. He turned over slightly and his eyes were already focused on the pinprick-like hole. Chu Liuxiang had already calculated the position before opening the hole. The technique used is also very clever. Even though the hole is not big, if a person walks into the house, his main range of activities will be within the sight of this small hole. Looking up from below, this small hole is just a hole. Little black dot came into the house. Sure enough, it was Shui Baobao. I saw him yawning, stretching, beating his chest with both hands, and walking around the room a few times, as if he was stretching his muscles. Apart from the clothes he is wearing, look at his actions now. There is really nothing crazy about it, but will a madman become more normal when he returns to his own house? Don't most of the crazy people in the world only go crazy after meeting people? I saw Shui Baobao walking in a few circles. He sat down in front of the dressing table and looked at the bronze mirror in a daze. Then he picked up the silver hairpin, put it to his nose and smelled it. He made a face in the mirror and murmured, "Dead thief, bad thief, what do you want to steal?" Sure enough, he had discovered that someone had entered the house. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but show a proud look on his face, as if a hunter had caught the fox's tail. Unexpectedly, as soon as he blinked, Shui Baobao suddenly disappeared. It turned out that he didn't know whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally. In a flash, he was already in a corner where Chu Liuxiang couldn't see him. Although Chu Liuxiang couldn't see him, he still heard the floor squeaking. Shui Baobao, what on earth is he doing? If it had been anyone else, they would have calmed down and waited for him to show up again. But Chu Liuxiang knew that she had waited enough, and now she could no longer miss this opportunity. He turned over and lifted up the wooden board. His men had jumped down like smoke. If Chu Liuxiang was a step late, I'm afraid it would be difficult to see Shui Baobao again. A tunnel has been revealed behind the dressing table, and Shui Baobao has almost crawled into it. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "The guests are here, but the host is leaving." When Shui Baobao turned around and saw Chu Liuxiang, he immediately jumped up and shouted, "Guest? What kind of guest are you? You are a big liar and a thief." He originally held something flat in his hand, but now he turned around and in the blink of an eye, he had stuffed such a thing into his arms. Chu Liuxiang seemed to have no idea at all. He didn't pay attention, but he still smiled and said, "In any case, I didn't do anything wrong. So there is no need to dig a hole in the ground." After hearing this, Shui Baobao jumped up and shouted, "I burrowed into the ground to find friends. What do you want me to do?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Oh? Digging into the ground to find friends? Does your friend live in a hole in the ground?" Shui Baobao said, "Not bad at all." Chu Liuxiang said, "Only rabbits live in holes in the ground. Is your friend a rabbit?" Shui Baobao glared and said, "That's true at all. Rabbits are much more fun than people. Why can't I make friends with them?" Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Yes, at least there is no danger in making friends with rabbits. No matter who tries to pretend to be crazy, rabbit can't tell." Shui Baobao didn't even blink. Instead, he laughed and said, okay, it turns out you also like to make friends with rabbits. Come with me." He jumped over and wanted to hold Chu Liuxiang's hand. But Chu Liuxiang was no longer fooled this time. In a flash, she turned behind him and said with a smile, "I didn't kill anyone, and I don't have to pretend to be crazy. Why should I make friends with the rabbit?" Shui Baobao said with a smile, "I don't understand what you are talking about." Chu Liuxiang stared at him and said every word. "You don't have to pretend to be crazy anymore, I already know who you are." Shui Baobao laughed and said, "Of course you know who I am. I am the second young master of the Shui family, the most talented child in the world." Chu Liuxiang said, "In addition, you are also the #1 cold-blooded murderer in the world." Shui Baobao smiled and said, "Murderer? What do you mean by murderer? Are my hands very vicious?" "I don't think they are vicious at all." Chu Liuxiang ignored him and said slowly, "As soon as you walked into this room, you immediately knew that someone had been here, because your things seemed to be in a mess. In fact, as long as others make a move, you will know immediately." Shui Baobao laughed and said, "If you had been to my rabbit friend's hole, they would know it immediately. Could it be that their hands are also very ferocious?" Chu Liuxiang said, "You are sure that there is no one except me?" "No one would suspect you, so when you find someone coming in, you immediately think it's me." Shui Baobao said, "This is just because I already know that you are not only a liar, but also a thief." Chu Liuxiang said, "Your house looks like a place where a madman lives. In fact, there are still many flaws that cannot be hidden from anyone with a discerning eye." Shui Baobao said, "Are you a discerning person? I see that your eyes are not only unclear, but also a little red. You look a bit like my rabbit friend." Chu Liuxiang said, "This room is like a scholar's study. Although you have piled the books in a mess, they are actually organized. The only difference is that this place is much cleaner than the scholar's study. He rolled his eyes, smiled, and said, "If you still want to pretend to be crazy in the future, you'd better get some cow dung and dog urine and sprinkle it in this house. The powder you use must not be so particular. Just scrape some wall dust and apply it on your face." Shui Baobao clapped his hands and said with a smile, "No wonder your face is so white. It turns out you painted the walls with plaster." Chu Liuxiang said, "The most important thing is that you shouldn't leave those clothes in the attic." Shui Baobao blinked and said, "Clothes? What clothes?" Chu Liuxiang said, "These are the clothes you wear when you want to kill someone." Shui Baobao suddenly chuckled, but there was no trace of smile in his eyes. Chu Liuxiang stared into his eyes and said, "You know that I have discovered these things, and that your secret will be revealed to me sooner or later, so you want to run away as soon as possible, but how can I let you slip away again this time?" Shui Baobao laughed harder and harder, and eventually he was rolling on the floor with laughter. Unexpectedly, Chu Liuxiang's eyes kept staring at him, and no matter where he rolled, he would never relax. Chu Liuxiang said, "When I first met you, although I felt a little strange, I didn't think that you were the cold-blooded murderer. If you weren't so eager to kill me, I might never have thought of it." Shui Baobao rolled on the ground and laughed. "Others say I am crazy, but you are the only one who says I am not crazy. You are such a good person." He rolled in front of Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang immediately stepped back far away and said with a smile, "Later, you also knew that it was not easy to kill me, so you wanted to put the blame on me and use your brother's sword to kill me." Although Shui Baobao was still smiling reluctantly, he gradually stopped laughing. Chu Liuxiang said, "So you go and steal the sword first. Let's do the assassination again. You know every square foot of Zuojiazhuang like the back of your hand, so you can come and go freely, and no one can catch you." He smiled, and then said, "Especially that door. When others are arresting the assassin, you slip towards that door, slip back into your own room, and wait until others are not paying attention. Then sneak over and lock the lock. You know that even if you are seen, it doesn't matter, because no one will notice you. In the eyes of others, you are just an insignificant lunatic. This is your invisibility method." Shui Baobao suddenly stood up, staring at Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang said lightly, "You are indeed a smart man. Everything is planned perfectly. No one would guess that you, the second young master of Shui family village and the biological brother of Shui Yiren, would be an assassin that can be bought with money. Will kill for money. Even if you say this, I'm afraid no one will believe it." Shui Baobao suddenly laughed again and said, "Yes, will second master Shui kill someone for money? This is absolutely ridiculous." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "It's not ridiculous at all, because you don't really kill people for money, but for power, to compensate for the anger you have suffered." Shui Baobao said, "Am I angry? Who am I offended by?" There seemed to be an unspeakable change on his face. His whole face was distorted, and he chuckled. "Who doesn't know that my eldest brother is the best swordsman in the world? Who dares to make me suffer?" Chu Liuxiang sighed softly and said, "Just because your brother is the best swordsman in the world, you are in this situation." Shui Baobao said, "Oh? Chu Liuxiang said, "You are originally smart, talented, and have high martial arts skills. It can be said that you are a rare master in the martial arts world. With your martial arts skills and talents, you could have been famous in the martial arts world, but it's a pity," he sighed again and continued slowly, "it's a pity that you are Shui Yi Man's younger brother." The corners of Shui Baobao's mouth suddenly trembled violently. It was like being whipped across the face. Chu Liuxiang said, "Because all your achievements have been annihilated by the glory of the best swordsman in the world. No matter what you do, others will not applaud you, but only the brother of the best swordsman in the world cheers. If you achieve something, it's right, because you are the younger brother of the best swordsman in the world. If you occasionally do something wrong, it will become a heinous crime, because everyone will think that you have lost your brother's person." Shui Baobao's whole body trembled. Chu Liuxiang said, "If it were anyone else, I might have bowed to fate or even become depressed, but you are someone who refuses to admit defeat. However, you also know that your achievements will never be better than your brother." He let out a long sigh, shook his head and said, "It's a pity that you took the wrong path." Shui Baobao seemed to want to say something, but didn't say anything. Chu Liuxiang said, "This is naturally because your brother has had too high expectations for you since he was a child. The restraint on you is too strict, and the love is too deep to exempt you, so you want to resist. But you also know that under the constraints of your brother, you can't act rashly at all, so you came up with the wonderful method of pretending to be crazy, to make others no longer pay attention to you and let others disappoint you, so that you can be free. Do what you want." He looked at Shui Baobao. His eyes were full of regret. Shui Baobao suddenly laughed wildly again, pointed at Chu Liuxiang and said, "You think very well, and your words are even better. Unfortunately, this is just you talking to yourself. If you think I am the leader of the assassin organization, at least there must be real evidence." Chu Liuxiang said, "You want evidence?" Shui Baobao said sternly, "If you can't produce evidence, you are just spitting blood." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Okay, if you want evidence, I will show you the evidence." He carefully took out the iron lock from his arms, held it in his hand, and said, "This is the evidence." Shui Baobao sneered, "What kind of evidence is this?" Chu Liuxiang said, "This lock is the lock on the door. It has not been touched for a long time. Only the assassin had opened the lock the day before yesterday, right?" Shui Baobao shut his mouth tightly, his eyes full of surprise. Obviously he still couldn't guess what Chu Liuxiang was playing, and he was determined not to be fooled again. Chu Liuxiang said, "The person who opened the lock. There must be fingerprints left on the lock. Since only that assassin has opened this lock recently, it should only have that assassin's fingerprints on the lock, right?" Shui Baobao's mouth closed tighter. Chu Liuxiang said, "But now there is only your fingerprint on this lock." Shui Baobao finally couldn't help but said, "Handprint? What handprint?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Man is the spirit of all things. God created man. It is indeed wonderful. Although you and I are both human beings, our appearance and figure are absolutely different. There are no two people with exactly the same appearance in the world." Shui Baobao still couldn't guess what he wanted to say. Chu Liuxiang stretched out his hand and said, "Look, everyone has palm prints on their palms and fingerprints on their fingers, but everyone's palms have fingerprints. Patterns and fingerprints are not the same. There are no two people in the world with exactly the same palm prints. If you study it carefully, you will find that this is a very interesting thing, but it is a pity that no one has paid attention to it." The more baby Shui listened, the more confused he became. People are faced with things they don't understand. Always showing an attitude of arrogance and disdain, Shui Baobao sneered, "These words of yours can only deceive a 3-year-old child, but they cannot deceive me." As he said this, his hands were involuntarily hidden behind his back. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "It's useless for you to hide your hands now, because I have checked the things on your dressing table. The fingerprints on them are exactly the same as the fingerprints on this lock. As long as they are compared, the evidence of your crime will be clear. Once the ground is laid down, you can't rely on it." Shui Baobao was shocked and suspicious, and his face couldn't help but change color. He suddenly swiped his backhand and swept everything on the dressing table to the ground. Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "Look, aren't you guilty of being a thief? This incident alone is enough to prove your crime." Shui Baobao roared, "You evil ghost, you are simply not human. I should have killed you a long time ago." With a wild roar, he rushed towards Chu Liuxiang. At this moment, someone suddenly heard shouting, "Stop!" Shui Baobao was startled and found that Shui Yiren was already standing at the door. Shui Yiren's face was also frighteningly pale. He sighed long and said sadly, "Second brother, you still fell into his trap." Shui Baobao was covered in cold sweat and did not dare to move. The eldest brother is his father. He had been afraid of this eldest brother since he was a child. Shui Yiren sighed, "What Chu Xiangshui said is not wrong. The lines on everyone's palms are indeed different. When a person's hand touches an object, it is very likely to leave fingerprints, but this is just a truth, that's it, as someone said, the sky is round and the earth is round. But it can never be proven." He stared at Chu Liuxiang and said slowly, "Xiang Shui, you will never be able to prove this reason, right?" Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said with a wry smile, "Thousands of years from now, someone may be able to prove these truths, but it is absolutely impossible now." Only then did Shui Baobao realize that he had been deceived by him again after all. He stared at Chu Liuxiang, not knowing whether he was sad or angry, and he didn't know what he felt in his heart. Shui Yiren suddenly smiled and said, "But Xiangshui, you also fell into my trap." Chu Liuxiang said, "Have I been fooled by you?" Shui Yiren said slowly, "The leader of the assassin organization is actually not him, but me." Chu Liuxiang was really surprised and said in a voiceless voice, "Is it you?" Shui Yiren said word by word, "Yes, it's me." Chu Liuxiang was stunned for a long time and sighed, "I know that you two have a deep love for each other. So you don't hesitate to suffer for him." Shui Yiren shook his head and said, "I just can't bear to let him suffer for me." He sighed and continued, "Look, the courtyard is so vast, and there are so many diners in the village. I have been retired for decades. If I don't have any extra money, I can't do it. How can it be maintained?" Chu Liuxiang said, "This. The sword takes the head from the person's neck. He smiled sadly and continued. In order to maintain the villa passed down by my ancestors and to ensure that my children have enough food and clothing, I can only exchange other people's lives for money. Don't you understand this truth, Xiangshui? Chu Liuxiang has never felt more shocked and uncomfortable than at this time in her life. He was stunned there, unable to even utter a word. Shui Yiren said silently, "My second brother did not hesitate to take the blame for me for the sake of the glory of the family, otherwise I—" Shui Baobao suddenly roared, "Don't say it anymore, don't say it anymore." Shui Yiren said sternly, "This matter has nothing to do with you anymore. I will make a break with Xiangshui. Why don't you get out?" Shui Baobao gritted his teeth and hummed, "I have always listened to you since I was a child. No matter what you ask me to do, I never dare to disobey, but this time I won't listen to you this time." Shui Yiren said angrily, "How dare you?" Shui Baobao said, "When I was 4 years old, you taught me how to read. When I was 6 years old, you taught me how to learn swordsmanship. You taught me everything. Although I have been overwhelmed by you all my life. But I still want to thank you, and I still owe you a lot. Now you have to suffer for me again. You will always be the affectionate and righteous elder brother, and I will always be the ignorant younger brother." As he spoke, he burst into tears, and shouted hoarsely, "But how do you know that I must accept your favor? What I do is my own responsibility. I don't need you to be a good person. No need." Shui Yiren's face changed drastically, and he said, You. Shui Baobao raised his head and shouted, "I am the murderer, and I am the assassin. I have killed countless people, and I am worthy enough to die. Chu Liuxiang, why don't you come over and take action?" Shui Yiren also burst into tears and said hoarsely, "This is all my fault. I did go too far to you and pushed you too hard. Fragrant and handsome. The real culprit is me, please kill me." Chu Liuxiang felt her nose was sore, and tears were almost coming out of her eyes. At this point, he suddenly pulled out a dagger. He stabbed himself in the throat with his backhand. The voice suddenly stopped. Shui Yiren exclaimed and ran over, but it was too late. Blood flew into his chest like an arrow, staining his clothes red again. But this time it was his brother's blood. Will he keep this dress as before? Man in blood. Well. Shui Yiren. Chapter 11, Falling in Love. Chu Liuxiang slowly retreated. He had spent countless efforts for the leader of the assassin organization. He didn't know how long he had been tracking him, but now he finally got his wish. But is he really happy? The days are short in late autumn, and twilight seems to be approaching. The autumn wind dances with yellow leaves, and the lonely dead branches also tremble in the autumn wind. Chu Liuxiang picked up a fallen leaf from the ground, looked at it blankly for a long time, and then gently put it down, watching it being picked up by the autumn wind. He puffed out his chest and walked out. As soon as Chu Liuxiang walked out of the door of Zuojiazwang, she found someone hiding behind a tree. From time to time, I would sneak a sneaky glance here. Although he only showed half of his eyes, Chu Liuxiang already recognized who he was. Except for the little bald man, who else has such a bald head? When the little bald man saw Chu Liuxiang, his eyes lit up. But Chu Liuxiang didn't seem to see him at all. The little bald man was so anxious that he wiped his sweat and waved, but Chu Liuxiang still ignored him. Instead, he deliberately walked to the other side, and the little bald man shrank behind him, not daring to say hello. I just set a fire in someone else's house. He was always a little guilty. He waited until Chu Liuxiang had walked far away before the little bald man dared to go over and said with a smile, "If you don't come out, you will really scare us to death." Chu Liuxiang said with a straight face, "I am not old at all, and there is no need for you to worry." The little bald man was startled, then smiled and said, "Is Xiangshui angry with our brothers? Is it because our brothers dare not rush in to help?" Chu Liuxiang said coldly, "I don't dare to help. I just ask you not to recognize me as your friend again in the future." The little bald man was still smiling apologetically, but after hearing these words, the smile on his face suddenly froze. After a long while, he asked quietly, Why? Chu Liuxiang said, "Because although I have all kinds of friends, I don't have any friends who commit murder and arson. I learned how to kill people and set fires at a young age, but when I grow up I can do it." The little bald man said anxiously, I have never killed anyone." Chu Liuxiang said, "What about setting fire?" The little bald man said with a bitter face, "That, it's not that there is nothing, but, it's just." Chu Liuxiang said, "But no matter what, you just set the fire just for me, right?" The little bald man was sweating on his face, and he didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. Chu Liuxiang said, "You set the fire for me, so I should be grateful to you, right? Then if you kill someone for me again in the future, should I be more grateful to you?" The little bald man was so anxious that he almost cried. Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "If you set fire to the evil person's house and killed the evil person, although it is no longer appropriate, it is understandable. Originally, if it is a good person's house that is burned. If the person you want to kill is a good person, then no matter who you are doing it for, it won't make sense no matter what the reason is. Do you understand?" The little bald man nodded desperately, tears already streaming down his face. Chu Liuxiang's face softened and said, "You are still young now, I must make you understand. These 7 words, there are things a man should not do, that is to say, there are some things you must never do no matter what the reason is." The little bald man knelt down with a plop, and choked with tears and snot. "I understand, I won't dare to do it next time. No matter what the reason is, I will never do bad things, and I will never kill anyone or set fire to something." Chu Liuxiang then smiled and said, "As long as you remember these words today, you will not only be my good friend, but also my good brother." He pulled up the little bald man and smiled, "You still have to remember. A man's tears should flow into his stomach, but his nose must not be swallowed." The little bald man couldn't help laughing. It was better that he didn't laugh. When he laughed, he almost swallowed the snot from his nose. He quickly sucked hard and all the snot retracted with a suck sound. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but laugh and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a unique internal skill." The little bald man blushed and chuckled. "The little pockmarked man always wants to learn this trick from me, but he always fails. His nose gets all over his face." Chu Liuxiang asked, "Where is he?" The little bald man said, "He is waiting for Xiang Shui over there with someone, and now I'm afraid he is too anxious to wait." The little bald man said, "He is waiting for Xiang Shui over there with someone, and now I'm afraid he is too anxious to wait." Xiao Matzi was indeed anxious to death, but the person he was accompanying was even more anxious. Even Chu Liuxiang did not expect that the person waiting for him was Shui Bin's book boy Yi Jian. When Yi Jian saw Chu Liuxiang, he was about to prostrate himself. Of course Chu Liuxiang stopped him and asked with a smile, "Do you already know each other?" Xiao Matzi rushed to say, "If we didn't recognize him, today might have been miserable. If he hadn't let us go, we might not have been able to escape just now." When the little bald man heard that he was going to talk about arson again, he quickly pulled him aside. Yi Jian said respectfully, "Xiang Shui's intention has been conveyed to the second young master." Chu Liuxiang said, "What does he mean?" Yi Jian said, "The second young master has admired Xiang Shui's reputation as a knight for a long time, and is probably already waiting for Xiang Shui's arrival in the hunting house." The second young master has admired Xiang Shui's reputation as a knight for a long time, and is probably already waiting for Xiang Shui's arrival in the hunting house over there. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Very good. If I bother you again, go tell Mr. Shui and ask him to wait for a moment and say that I will be there soon. Wait until Yi Jian leaves." Chu Liuxiang pondered for a while and said, "I have something else I want to do with you too." Little Matzi was afraid of being scolded, so he lowered his head and did not dare to come over. Little Baldy had already been scolded and felt that he was more impressive than Little Matzi, so he rushed to say, "Don't say one thing, it doesn't matter 100 things. Do you recognize the couple I went to see last night?" The little bald man said, "Of course I recognize him." Chu Liuxiang said, "Okay, you go find them now and take them to the hunting house over there. Just say that I invited them there." The little bald man said, "No problem." Chu Liuxiang said, "But when you get to the hunting house over there, wait outside first. It's best not to be discovered by anyone, and then show up when I tell you to go in." The little bald man nodded, pulled the little pockmark and ran away. Chu Liuxiang looked up to the sky, stretched out, and murmured, "Thank God, all the troubles will finally be over." Chu Liuxiang didn't take much effort to stabilize Zhua Qingho, and brought out the Zhua Mingzhu girl who didn't know whether she was real or fake. The left girl. Her face was still terribly pale, but her eyes were very bright. She seemed to have regained her energy in the past 2 days, but she still walked slowly. She followed Chu Liuxiang for a long time before she said leisurely, "It's almost 3 days now." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "I know." Miss Zhua said, "You promised me that you would let me go home as long as you wait 3 days." Chu Liuxiang said, "Yeah." Miss Zhua said, "So, then you are willing to let me go back now?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Of course I am willing to let you go, but after you return home, will your parents still recognize you?" "If it were me, I would never accept a strange girl as my daughter." Miss Zhua bit her lip and said, But you have already promised me, so you should explain it for me." Chu Liuxiang said, "Will Mrs. Jin Gong believe what I say?" Miss Zhua said, "Who in the world doesn't know that Chu Xiangshui promises 1,000 pieces of gold? As long as Xiangshui says it, even your enemies will never disbelieve it." Chu Liuxiang was silent for a long time, then suddenly turned around and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I always ask you to do what you want, but you have to do everything slowly. Don't be in a hurry. If I get in a hurry, my order will be messed up." Miss Suo lowered her head and walked for a while. She had already reached the small woods in front of her. Looking from a distance, she could vaguely see the small wooden house dot. She suddenly stopped and said, You don't want to send me home. Where do you want to take me?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Have you seen the wooden house over there?" Miss Suo's face became even paler and she nodded reluctantly. Chu Liuxiang said, "I'm tired from walking, let's go to that room and sit down first." Miss Suo said, I don't want to go." Although she barely controlled herself, her lips were still trembling. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "There are no ghosts in the house, so what are you afraid of? Besides, you have died once, so you don't have to be afraid even if there are ghosts." Miss Suo said, I heard that the house belongs to the Shui family." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "If you are Zhuo Mingzhu, of course you can't go to the Shui family's house, but you are not really Zhuo Mingzhu. Zhuo Mingzhu is dead long ago. You just borrowed her body to resurrect her soul. Why can't you go?" He smiled and said, "What's more? Since you are the unmarried daughter-in-law of second young master Shui, you will have to go to Shui's house sooner or later." Miss Suo said, But. Chu Liuxiang said, "It doesn't matter to me, I am Shui Yuan's friend." Miss Suo seemed to be stunned for a long time. He reluctantly lowered his head and walked over with Chu Liuxiang, as if he was dragging 1,000 kilograms of iron chains under his feet. But Chu Liuxiang walked very briskly. As soon as they reached the door of the wooden house, the door opened, and a handsome young man in brocade opened the door and walked out. He had a smile on his face, obviously coming out to greet Chu Liuxiang, but when he saw this Miss Suo, his smile froze. Although Miss Suo kept her head lowered, her face looked very ugly. Chu Liuxiang glanced at the two people's faces and said with a smile. It turned out that the two of them had known each other for a long time. The young man and Miss Suo immediately said at the same time, "Don't recognize it." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Don't recognize it? That's okay, the two of you will recognize each other sooner or later." He smiled and gave the young man a fist and said, "This must be Mr. Shui." Shui Bin bowed his head and said, "I dare not, my disciple is Shui Bin." Xiang Shui's name has long been known to his disciples, but they don't know what Xiang Shui's orders are this time. Chu Liuxiang said, "I don't dare to give you orders. Please go in and sit down first." Instead, he was like a host, greeting guests with a smile at the door. Shui Bin and Miss Suo could only walk in with their heads lowered, as if their necks were suddenly broken and they could no longer lift their heads. Yi Jian immediately withdrew and retreated to the door, only to hear Chu Liuxiang whisper, "Wait until the little bald man comes. Ask him to come in alone." I saw Miss Suo and Shui Bin standing in the corner of the room on the left and the other in the corner on the right. The two of them were looking at their noses, and they were motionless. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "This place, it's really good. Even if it's a new house, it's done well. Mr. Shui. Do you think so?" Schweben laughed and said, I don't dare, yes, ahem. Chu Liuxiang walked around the room a few more times, and said with a sweet smile, on the top of the willow tree in the moonlight, we have an appointment after dusk. It's just a good appointment here. He suddenly pulled away. The little bald man just walked to the door. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, You came just in time. Do you recognize these two? The little bald man rolled his eyes, immediately smiled and said, How could you not recognize them? This young man and this young lady are both generous people. They gave me a few taels of silver when they first met. Before he finished speaking, the expressions of Miss Swa and Schweben changed. The two of them said to each other, I don't recognize him. This kid has recognized the wrong person. The little bald man blinked and smiled. I will never admit my mistake. When a beggar meets a generous person, he will never forget it. Chu Liuxiang held up her palms and smiled and said, So, Mr. Xue and Miss Swa have indeed known each other for a long time. Miss Swa suddenly shouted, My surname is not Swa. You all got it wrong. I am Shi. I don't recognize him. She yelled and wanted to rush out. But she immediately discovered that the real Shi was standing at the door. Chu Liuxiang pointed at Shi and said with a smile, Do you recognize her? Zhuo Mingzhu trembled all over and said in a trembling voice, I. Chu Liuxiang said, If you are Shi, who is she? Zhuo Mingzhu groaned. Suddenly fainted. Yi Xinglan, Shi and Liang Ma were sitting on one side, with strange expressions on their faces. They didn't know whether they were panic, nervousness, or joy. Yi Jian, little Baldy and little Motzi stood nearby in a daze, obviously still unable to understand what was going on. I was confused and curious at the same time. Zhuo Mingzhu leaned in Schweben's arms, as if she could no longer stand. They didn't recognize Zhuo Mingzhu at first, but as soon as Zhuo Mingzhu fainted, Schweben picked her up regardless of everything and never let go. Everyone's mood is different. The expressions were also different, but everyone's eyes were looking at Chu Liuxiang, waiting for him to speak. Chu Liuxiang raised the wick higher and said slowly, I have heard many people talking about ghosts, but not one person has actually seen a ghost. I have also heard people say, borrowing a dead body to bring the soul back to life. He laughed and continued, This kind of thing is hard to believe in the first place, but this time I almost believe it, because I saw Miss Swa die with my own eyes, and I also saw her with my own eyes. Resurrection. Everyone was silent, waiting for him to continue. Chu Liuxiang said, I also saw Miss Shi's body with my own eyes. Even the clothes she was wearing when she died were the same as what Miss Swa said when she was resurrected. This was indeed a resurrection of the soul through borrowed corpses, and no one could help but believe it. The little bald man's eyes widened and he couldn't help but said, But now Miss Shi is not dead. How can Miss Swa speak? Since Miss Shi is not dead, what happened to her body? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, This matter is indeed very complicated. I was puzzled at first, until I accidentally broke into the house and found the pollen in the dressing box in the stove. The little bald man said, What does the dressing box have to do with reviving the dead? Chu Liuxiang said, If you want to hear this secret, go find someone for me quickly, because she has a lot to do with this matter, and she must also want to hear it. The little bald man hasn't spoken yet. Liang Ma suddenly said, "Is it Miss Shi that Xiang Shui is looking for?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Yes, you recognize her too." Liang's mother's old face actually turned red, and said, "I have invited her here, but Miss Shi must go back and change clothes first before she is willing to see Xiang Shui." Chu Liuxiang sighed and stopped talking, because he had nothing to say. Fortunately, Shi Xiuyun is still young, and young girls always groom faster. The time a woman spends grooming is always directly proportional to her age. Shi Xiuyun saw so many people. Naturally, he was also surprised. The little bald man was even more anxious than she was, and he had already rushed to ask, "What does the dressing box have to do with this matter?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "There is a dressing box in the stove, which means that there must be a man and woman who often meet here. I originally thought they were two other people, but the scent on their bodies was different from the pollen in this box." He did not say the names of Shui Honghong and Hua Jingong because he never wanted to hurt others, but Zhuo Mingzhu's face was already red at this time. The little bald man glanced at her and couldn't help but said, "Listen to me." Chu Liuxiang interrupted him and said, "As soon as I heard what you said, I guessed that one of them must be Mr. Shui, but I still can't guess who Mr. Shui's friend is." His friend. The two words were used so beautifully that Shui Bin's face turned red. Chu Liuxiang said, "I originally thought it was Miss Shi. It wasn't until I saw this brother Yijian that I realized that I was wrong." Yijian lowered his head, tears almost streaming down his face. Chu Liuxiang said again, "So I was even more surprised. Since Miss Shi has nothing to do with Mr. Shui, why would Mr. Shui be so concerned about her condition? And why does she take so much care of her second uncle? He would rather be misunderstood by Miss Xiuyun than defend himself. Instead, he would rather make mistakes. So I think there must be a huge secret in it, otherwise no one would want to bear such an unfair reputation." Shi Xiuyun glared at Shui Bin fiercely, and his face turned red. Chu Liuxiang said, "I think this secret must be related to Miss Shi's death, so I don't hesitate to dig the grave and open the coffin to find out the truth, but who knows?" The little bald man rushed to say, "Who knows that Miss Shi is not dead, and there are just some bricks in the coffin?" Chu Liuxiang sighed and said, "Miss Shi is indeed dead." The little bald man's eyes were straightened and he said, "Then how could her body turn into bricks?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Because her body has been borrowed." He didn't let the little bald man speak, and continued, "It's because Mr. Shui wanted to borrow her body that he was so concerned about her condition. Just because the person who sealed the coffin was her second uncle, Mr. Shui took such good care of her second uncle." The little bald man rushed to say, But what is the use of young Master Shui wanting Miss Shi's dead body?" The more he listened, the more confused he became. Chu Liuxiang said, "Just because Mr. Shui wanted to use Miss Shi's body to disguise Miss Xiuyun's body, so that others would think that Miss Shi was really dead." He sighed and continued, "Miss Shi's figure and face may be somewhat similar to Miss Shi's, not to mention a person's face changes a bit after death, and no one would look too closely at a dead body. Even if they don't look like it, they can definitely get away with it. not to mention that Liang's mother is also involved in this secret. Mother Liang also lowered her head. The little bald man touched his bald head and said, "But why did Miss Shi pretend to be dead?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "If Shi Yin was not dead, how could Zhuo Mingzhu be able to pull off the trick of bringing a corpse back to life?" The little bald man smiled bitterly and said, "The more I listen, the more confused I become. Miss Zhuo is such a good person, why should she?" Chu Liuxiang interrupted him and said, "This matter seems very complicated, but in fact it is very simple, because the biggest key is just the word love. His eyes swept across Zhuo Mingzhu's face, stopped on Shui Bin's face, and said with a smile, "Zhuo Mingzhu has been betrothed to the son of the Ding family since she was a child. It was a good match for her, but unfortunately she met Shui Bin and fell in love with him." The little bald man said, "But aren't the Shui family and the Zhuo family originally enemies?" Chu Liuxiang said, "Yes, when Zhuo Mingzhu met Mr. Shui, she probably knew that she should never fall in love with him, but the word love is the most subtle. Not only can others not force it, but even she often can't control it. Sometimes you know you shouldn't fall in love with someone, but you fall in love with him involuntarily." Shi Xiuyun suddenly sighed and said, "I have often heard that if a person falls in love, he will often become blind." Chu Liuxiang glanced at her tenderly and said, "Although some people would like to become blind, there are still many people in the world who want to force their eyes to open." His eyes returned to Zhuo Mingzhu and Shui Bin, and then said, "Although Zhuo Mingzhu and Mr. Shui love each other deeply, they also know that it is impossible for the two to be united. If it were someone else, they might both commit suicide in this situation." Shi Xiuyun stared blankly. Candlelight murmured, "This method is too stupid." Chu Liuxiang said, "This is naturally what a weak person does." Shi Xiuyun suddenly raised his head and said, "If it were me, I might elope." She mustered up a lot of courage to say this. Before she finished speaking, her face was already red. Chu Liuxiang shook her head and said softly, "Elopement is not a good idea either. Because they know clearly that the Zhuo and Shui families are feuding families. If they elope, the hatred between the two families may become deeper." He smiled slightly and continued, "What's more, the life and death duel between the two families is approaching. In front of me, after they elope. If you know that your father and brother have been killed by the other party, how can you feel guilt-free?" Shi Xiuyun nodded sadly, and said quietly, "Yes, elopement is not a good idea, and it cannot solve anything." Chu Liuxiang said, "Zhuo Mingzhu and Mr. Shui are not weak. They are not stupid people. In their helplessness, they actually came up with the most ridiculous, but also the most wonderful way, that is." The little bald man couldn't help but said, "Borrow the corpse to bring the soul back to life." Chu Liuxiang smiled and nodded, and said, "It's just the resurrection of the dead." He glanced at Zhuo Mingzhu with approval, and then said, "If Zhuo Mingzhu really borrowed Shi Yin's soul and resurrected, then Zhuo Mingzhu has become Shi Yin. Shi Yin was Shui Bin's unmarried wife, so naturally should marry Shui Bin. Zhuo Yiri cannot object." Shui Daxia also had to accept it. The little bald man said, "Where are Shi Juren and Hua Jingong?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Hua Jingong's original intention was to build a closer relationship with Master Shui. Seeing the resurrection of his apparently dead daughter, it was too late to be happy, so how could he object? The little bald man nodded and smiled. Great. Chu Liuxiang said, the best thing is that Shi Yin borrowed Zhua Mingzhu's body, and Zhua Mingzhu borrowed Shi Yin's soul. Zhua Mingzhu and Shi Yin have actually become one person, and this person married after giving it to Shui Bin. Then Zhua Yiri will become Shui Bin's father-in-law, and also become Shui Daxia's children and in-laws. The little bald man rushed to say, because no matter what, at least half of Shui Daxia's daughter-in-law is Zhuang, daughter of the Lord, even though they were unwilling in their hearts. But there is no way not to admit it. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, that's right. Even if the two of them still have the intention to fight by then, I'm afraid they won't be able to be cruel, because the hatred of the whole family is far away after all. The little bald man clapped his hands and said with a smile, this method is really wonderful. Xiao Matzi suddenly said, but it's ridiculous. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it. Chu Liuxiang said, yes, so their plan must be thorough, and the implementation must be flawless. Then even if others don't believe it, they have to believe it. He continued. To implement this plan, the first step is to get Shi Yin's consent and Shi Yin's willingness to pretend to be dead. The little bald man rushed to say again, of course Miss Shi will not object, because she also has another sweetheart, and she was not willing to marry Mr. Shui. Chu Liuxiang said with a smile, that's exactly it. When I heard that all the pollen used by Miss Shi was brought from the capital by Mr. Yi, I was already suspicious. At that time, I was thinking that maybe Miss Shi was cheating her death to escape from marriage. The little bald man said, so we are asked to investigate Yi Xinglan. Chu Liuxiang said, not bad. By the time I met the two of them, the whole thing had come to light. He continued, I might as well tell this matter from beginning to end again. Zhua Mingzhu and Shi Yin have already agreed on the time of their death, so as soon as Shi Yin dies over there, Zhua Mingzhu will die here. Resurrected. Of course Shi Yin has told Zhua Mingzhu all about the clothes he was wearing when he died and the furnishings in his room, so Zhua Mingzhu can tell that everything is right after he is resurrected. For Shi Yin's sake, he had to pretend to be dead, therefore, one must borrow a person's body. It happened that Miss Shi was critically ill at that time, so Mr. Shui chose her. Mr. Liang Ma loves Shi Yin as if she were her own child and only hopes that she can be happy. Without Liang Ma, this would not be possible. Having said this, Chu Liuxiang let out a long breath and said, the most difficult part of this matter is to grasp the time exactly. There is nothing particularly difficult about the rest. Xiao Matzi also let out a long breath and said with a smile, listening to what you said, this matter really seems to be very simple, but if you don't tell me, I will never be able to figure it out in my life. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, have you figured it out now? Xiao Matzi said, there is still something I can't figure out. Chu Liuxiang said, oh? Xiao Matzi said, since Miss Zhua is not dead at all, how can Mr. Zhua believe that she is? Chu Liuxiang said, this is naturally because Miss Zhua has bribed all those famous doctors. If 10 famous doctors diagnose you as terminally ill and hopeless, even you will think that you are dead, not to mention Suddenly he smiled out the window and said, "What's more, there is Mr. Zhang Jinzhai among them. Who can disbelieve Mr. Zhang's diagnosis? If Mr. Zhang says that a person is dead, who dares to believe that that person can still live?" I heard a person outside the window laughing and saying, "Well done, well done." It's just that since my old man claims to be able to cure all diseases, how can he not cure people's lovesickness? So this time I have no choice but to lie to people again. Amidst long laughter, Zhang Jinzhai also pushed the door open. Zhuo Mingzhu, Shui Bin, Shi Yin. Yi Xinglan and the 4 others immediately prostrated themselves. Chu Liuxiang also bowed and smiled and said, "The old man can not only cure all kinds of diseases, but his method of treating lovesickness is even better than others." Zhang Jinzhai shook his head and said with a smile, "In that case, if Xiangshui gets lovesick in the future, don't forget to come see me." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "That is something I will never forget." Zhang Jinzhai said with a smile, "It's a pity that if someone's girl gets lovesick because of Xiangshui, I'm afraid I can't cure it. If someone says that Xiangshui gets lovesick because of someone's girl, I'm afraid no one in the world will believe it." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said nothing because he found Shi Xiuyun staring at him. Zhang Jinzhai helped Zhuo Mingzhu up and said with a smile, "In addition to feeling your infatuation, I agree to help you this time. I really think your plan is not only novel and interesting, and it is indeed seamless. It's a pity that you didn't wait until Xiang Shui came to implement it. Are you just asking for trouble?" Zhuo Mingzhu blushed, mumbling and speechless. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "I know the reason." Zhang Jinzhai said, "Oh?" Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "They just want to wait for me to come and teach me to be their lobbyist, because since I saw this with my own eyes, I can't ignore it. Everyone knows that I am the best nosy person." He smiled again. "They also know that if I become a lobbyist, Shui Daxia and Shi Juren will have to believe in this matter, because—" Zhang Jinzhai laughed and said, "Because everyone in the world knows that Chu Xiangshui sticks to his word. As long as it is said by Chu Xiangshui, it will never be false." He turned to Zhuo Mingzhu again and said, "Your wishful thinking was pretty good, but it's a pity that you still forgot one thing." Zhuo Mingzhu lowered his head and said, "Senior, give me some advice." Zhang Jinzhai said, "You have forgotten that no one can deceive Chu Xiangshui. Now that your secret has been exposed by him, do you still want him to be your lobbyist?" Zhuo Mingzhu and the other 4 people prostrated themselves together again and said, "I beg Xiangshui to help you. I will be very grateful to you." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Why do you need to beg me? I have already said so. I am a person who likes to meddle in other people's own business, and I never like to disturb the scenery. If I can see my lover getting married, it doesn't matter what I do." Zhang Jinzhai raised his hands and said, "Chu Xiangshui is indeed worthy of being called Chu Xiangshui. In fact, I have already remembered that Xiangshui revealed this secret. It's just that you don't want others to regard you as a fool." He turned to Zhuo Mingzhu and others, and continued, "Now you should also learn a lesson, that is, no matter what you ask Xiangshui to do in the future, you'd better explain it to him first. No matter who wants Chu Xiangshui, be fooled. In the end, you will always find that you were the one who was fooled." Little Baldy and Little Pockmarked are not very young anymore. Sometimes they even look like adults. At least they pretend to be adults. But now they look like two children through and through. Moreover, they are two aggrieved children. Anyone can easily hang two oil bottles on their pouty lips. Just now, Shi and Liang Ma insisted on inviting everyone to their home for a drink, but Zhang Jianzhai naturally did not go. Because he is old enough and is a famous doctor, he always feels that if he eats after dinner, he will be troubled by his stomach. In his eyes, drinking is more like trying his best. Zhou Mingzhu and Schwebin didn't go either. Because they want to go back and continue to play their role, naturally they cannot risk being seen by others. Liang Ma and Shi didn't insist that they go. What's deplorable is that although Little Baldy and Little Motzi want to go, no one invites them. This was a real blow to the self-esteem of the two half-grown children. Xiao Motzi pouted, determined not to mention this matter. The little bald man didn't even dare to think about it. He tried to think of other things and murmured, "These people are pretending to be ill, pretending to be dead and pretending to be ghosts. I was scheming, worrying, and shedding tears, but it was just for the word love, he grinned and chuckled a few times, and then said loudly, I really don't understand this. What the hell is the magic power of the word love that can make so many people go crazy because of it? Xiao Motzi said. I don't understand either. I just hope that I will never have anything to do with this word in my life. He kicked up a stone with all his strength, as if he could kick the word love away forever with one kick, but he didn't know that the word love was completely different from a stone. No matter how hard you use, you can't kick it away. Go. Just when you think you've kicked it away, it suddenly bounces back. The harder you push, the stronger it bounces back. If you want to crush it with one foot, the foot will often step on your own heart. The little bald man was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, Hey. Do you think Mr. Zhuo really wants his daughter to marry Mr. Shui? Xiao Motzi said, He can't do it even if he doesn't want to, because his daughter's soul already belongs to someone else. He seemed to think that his pun was very good, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The anger in my stomach was also half gone. The little bald man glared at him and said, But what about Master Shui? Will he want this wife? Xiao Motzi said, If it had been anyone else who had said it, Master Shui might not have agreed, but if Chu Xiangshui had said it, he would have no choice but not to agree. The little bald man nodded and said, Yes, he owes Chu Xiangshui's love. It seems that everyone owes Chu Xiangshui's love. Xiao Motzi curled his lips and said, That's why the old woman was so desperate to invite him to drink. The little bald man suddenly slapped him and said, You idiot, do you think she really wants to treat Xiang Shui to a drink? Xiao Motzi rolled his eyes after being beaten, and said with a chuckle, You're not inviting me to drink, what are you doing? The little bald man sighed and said, I say you are a pockmark, but you really are a pockmark. Can't you see that they are playing matchmaker for Xiang Shui? Xiao Motzi was startled and said, Being a matchmaker? What kind of matchmaking? The little bald man said, Of course I am the matchmaker for that girl Shi Xiuyun. They felt they owed Brother Chu a favor, so they wanted to win over Brother Chu and Miss Shi. Xiao Motzi clapped her hands and said with a smile, by the way, I was wondering how that Miss Sure, a girl who hasn't gone out, would go to someone else's house to drink in the middle of the night. It turns out that she has already fallen in love with our brother Chu." The little bald man smiled and said, "People like Brother Chu. A man has talents and looks, but it would be really strange if a girl looked down on him." Xiao Motzi said, "But, does Brother Chu like that Miss Sure?" The little bald man touched his head and said, "It's hard to say, but that girl sure can be considered a beauty. He is also worthy of Brother Chu. I am very willing to drink their wedding wine." Xiao Motzi said, "So, the ending of this matter is happy. Only the two of us are left, wandering on the road like a lonely ghost in the middle of the night. I'm so hungry again." The little bald man slapped him again and said, "You are really worthless. If they don't invite us to have supper, why don't we eat it ourselves?" There was a stall over there that hadn't closed yet, and I could already smell the aroma of wine. At the end of the long street, sure enough, there was a lone lamp. Under the light, a tiger-like man was sitting on a long bench, drinking happily. The wine jar in front of him was already full. Old Tang, the wine seller, was already yawning all day long. He wished he could close the stall earlier, but he didn't dare to urge this customer to leave. He has been selling alcohol all his life and has never seen such an alcoholic. Although it was already winter, this big man was still naked from the waist up, revealing his dark skin, which looked like it was made of iron. Old Tang Gang poured 2 ounces of wine into a bowl of the ocean, and the big man opened his mouth like a whale sucking water. 12 taels of fine rice wine were immediately gone. Old Tang poured the wine with both hands, but he drank it faster than he could with his mouth. Little Baldy and Little Motzi couldn't help but be stunned. Little Motzi stuck out his tongue and whispered, "Good guy. This man is really a big wine vat." The little bald man blinked and said, "Although he has a good drinking capacity, he may not be able to compare with our brother Chu." Xiao Motzi smiled and said, "Of course, no one in the world doesn't know that Brother Chu is not only unparalleled in his Qinggong, but also has a drinking capacity that no one can match." They didn't speak loudly, and Old Tang didn't even hear a word, but the big man's ears seemed to be particularly sharp. He suddenly slapped the table, stood up, and said loudly, "Who is your brother Chu? This man has thick eyebrows and big eyes. He is actually a very handsome man. Especially a pair of eyes, as bright as 2 big stars." But the way he spoke was so fierce that the little bald man was the first to be unconvinced and stared at him. "No matter who our eldest brother is, you can't control him. He hasn't finished speaking yet." The big man suddenly arrived in front of them, and somehow he reached out and grabbed both of them. The little bald man and the little pockmarked man were not easy to deal with, but in this man's hands, they seemed to have turned into 2 chickens, unable to even move. Compared with this big man, these 2 people are indeed no more than 2 little chickens. He lifted them about a foot above the ground and watched them dancing in the air. There seemed to be some smiles in their bright eyes. But his voice was still very fierce, and he said sternly, "You 2 little tricks, listen carefully. The brother Chu you just mentioned is that old bug Chu Liuxiang. Take me to find him quickly." The little bald man cursed, "Who are you? You dare to call brother Chu an old bed bug? You are a big bug, black bug. Xiao Mozi also cursed, Brother Chu can crush you bug to death with just one little finger. I advise you, just run away with your tail between your legs. The little bald man said, bed bugs don't have tails. Bed bugs have tails that grow on their heads. Can't even clamp it. Although the two of them are not very strong, they are very courageous, and their ability to curse is even better. They are ready to go all out at this moment, and just curse as much as they want. Even if their brains are blown, they will wait until they are finished. Who would have thought that this would happen? The big man smiled instead and said with a big laugh, okay. You two are good at your little tricks, but others are afraid of that old bug, but I am not. Compared to drinking, he is much worse. If you don't believe it, why don't you ask him? Chapter 12 A Night of Lingering. Steam pot chicken, red rotten duck, lion head, steamed fish. These are famous kung fu dishes that require special attention to heat. Ma Liang must have been preparing them all day long. But these dishes are still placed on the table intact, because there are only 2 people left on the table, and these 2 people have no intention of eating. The guests did not leave, but the host left. Everyone had a good reason for leaving, although everyone could tell that those reasons were made up. They just wanted to leave Chu Liuxiang and Shi Xiuyun alone. Not only Chu Liuxiang understood this, but Shi Xiuyun also understood it. The wonderful thing is that she didn't ask others to stay, and she didn't leave either. She took the chopsticks and tapped the wine glass gently, as if she wanted to break the silence in the room, but also seemed to feel that there was nowhere to put her hands. So find something to do. The thin blush on her face looked indescribably delicate and charming under the dim light. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes covering her eyelids. The white jade-like teeth gently bite the cherry-like red lips, but not too hard. The autumn wind blew the sycamore trees in the yard. The green wine is filled with fragrance. Such a beautiful night, such a beautiful person, such a fine wine. Even if you don't drink it, you should be drunk. To beautiful women and good wine. Chu Liuxiang may have much more experience than most people, but for some reason, his heart was beating non-stop at this moment. He rarely heard the sound of his own heartbeat. Shi Xiuyun suddenly raised his eyes, and his eyes slid from his face to his hands. A pair of shallow dimples were revealed on both cheeks. She asked gently, "You don't want to toast me?" Chu Liuxiang said, "You know how to drink?" Shi Xiuyun's eyes flashed, and he said, "If you dare to compete with me for wine, I will definitely get you drunk." Chu Liuxiang also smiled and said, "Okay, I'll toast you." Shi Xiuyun curled his lips and said, "How stingy. If you want to toast, just 3 glasses. Are you afraid that I will get drunk?" She quickly poured 3 glasses of wine and drank them quickly. Whether a person drinks alcohol can be seen from the way he raises his glass. When Chu Liuxiang saw the way she raised her glass, she knew that she had at least drank. He also drank 3 glasses and said with a smile, "To be honest, I didn't expect you to drink, and you have a pretty good drinking capacity." Shi Xiuyun glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said, "Why, you think I look like a country boy? Yes or no? Let me tell you, country people drink too." She started pouring wine again, and continued leisurely, "Let me tell you again, during the Chinese New Year this year, I drank a jar by myself. Do you believe it? Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, that's it. I should really find Xiao Hu to drink with you. Shi Xiuyun said, who is Xiao Hu? Chu Liuxiang said, his name is Hu Taihua. He is an old friend and a good friend of mine. His drinking capacity is much stronger than mine. Shi Xiuyun smiled and said, okay, you can find him next time. I got him drunk for you to watch, but today, I only want to drink with you. She raised her glass and said, come on, I respect you. You toast me 3 cups, and I toast you 6. I am more impressive than you, right? Chu Liuxiang touched her nose and said, 6 cups. Shi Xiuyun gulped. After drinking the first glass of wine, he said, 6 glasses. Are you too little or too much? Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, it seems like there are too many. Shi Xiuyun stared at him and said coquettishly, why, are you afraid that I will get drunk? As long as you don't get drunk yourself, it will be fine and leave me alone. She drank these 6 glasses of wine faster. After drinking, her face turned redder. Chu Liuxiang said softly, after I finish drinking these 6 glasses, I will send you back, okay? Shi Xiuyun rolled his eyes and said, you, finish your drink first and then talk. 6 glasses of wine was nothing to Chu Liuxiang. He drank 6 glasses. He asked, is it time for you to go back now? Shi Xiuyun bit her cherry lips, lowered her head, slowly took off a pair of new embroidered shoes, and placed a pair of white feet on the chair. Then she slowly raised her head, stared at Chu Liuxiang, and said every word, I won't go back. Chu Liuxiang said, you don't go back. Why? Shi Xiuyun poured another drink and said, there's no reason, I just don't want to go back. Her eyes flickered to Chu Liuxiang's face, and she said sweetly, come on, now it's your turn to toast me. Chu Liuxiang could only touch her nose, her own nose. Shi Xiuyun lowered his head and said quietly, I'm in a bad mood and I want to drink. Don't you want to stay with me? Chu Liuxiang sighed secretly and said, as long as you are not drunk, it doesn't matter if I drink with you for 3 days. Shi Xiuyun said, are you afraid that I will get drunk? Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, I am afraid of anyone who is drunk. I am not afraid of anything but drunk people. Shi Xiuyun chuckled and said, I promise I will never get drunk, okay? Chu Liuxiang could only raise his glass and said, okay, I respect you. In fact, Chu Liuxiang naturally knows that no one can guarantee that he will not get drunk. The only way to keep yourself from getting drunk is not to drink at all. Although this method is not great, it is very effective. Unfortunately, many people are unwilling to use this method, so there are still many people who get drunk every day. Chu Liuxiang also knew that it was not good to persuade people to drink. It is not good to persuade someone not to drink, because the more you persuade him not to drink, the more he will drink. He only hoped that Shi Xiuyun's drinking capacity was really good. Shi Xiuyun's drinking ability is indeed good, but it's just not as good as she imagined. Everyone's drinking capacity is not as good as they think. Shi Xiuyun's eyesight is no longer as flexible as before. She glared at Chu Liuxiang, pointed at Chu Liuxiang's nose with her chopsticks, and said with a smile, "You are not a good person, I have known for a long time that you are not a good person. The first time I saw you, I knew I was going to be unlucky. Chu Liuxiang smiled bitterly and said, "What's wrong with me?" Shi Xiuyun chuckled and said, "You made me drunk. You made me drunk." Chu Liuxiang was angry and funny, and said, "Didn't you say you won't get drunk?" Shi Xiuyun wrinkled his nose, made a face, put his feet down again, and murmured, "It's so boring, so boring. Can you go out for a walk with me?" Chu Liuxiang stood up immediately and said, "Okay." Shi Xiuyun bent down, almost sticking his head under the table, and said, "My shoes. Where are my shoes?" Her shoes had already been kicked to Chu Liuxiang's side. Chu Liuxiang could only pick them up for her. Unexpectedly, Shi Xiuyun raised his feet and said with a smile, "Put them on for me. If you don't put it on for me, I won't leave." The slender feet can be held tightly. Chu Liuxiang's heart was beating again unconsciously. For a man like him, this little girl went too far, as if she was bullying him, as if telling him that he didn't dare. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but want to teach her a lesson. But this time Chu Liuxiang did nothing. He just put on her shoes for her and helped her out. She hung her hands on Chu Liuxiang's shoulders and her whole body hung on his shoulders. The night is as cold as water. The starlight reflects on the bluestone road, and the bluestone road reflects the starlight. The autumn wind is as gentle as a lover's breath. Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt that she was also a little drunk. He didn't even see the pair of glowing eyes staring at him in the darkness. It was not too dark in the wooden house, because the starlight also sneaked in quietly. Chu Liuxiang didn't know why he listened to Shi Xiuyun and why he brought her here again. Maybe he was really drunk. Shi Xiuyun was as happy as a skylark. He turned around lightly and said, "Do you know why I came here?" Chu Liuxiang didn't speak. Shi Xiuyun said, "Because this is where I first saw you." Chu Liuxiang said, "Let's go." It was really wonderful to say these two words suddenly at this moment. Shi Xiuyun said, "Leave? Why are you leaving?" Chu Liuxiang said, "If you don't leave again, do you know what will happen to me?" Shi Xiuyun smiled delicately and shook his head. Chu Liuxiang tried his best to make his expression look fierce, and said in a calm voice, "Since you already know that I am not a good person, you should have guessed what I am going to do. It's your luck to go faster. Otherwise I will tear your clothes, and then—" Before he could finish his words, Shi Xiuyun suddenly made a squeak sound, threw herself into his arms, hooked his neck tightly, and said, "You are so bad, so bad. I knew you would do this to me one day." Chu Liuxiang was stunned. He was just talking about it, trying to scare her, but she actually acted it herself, and he wanted to push. But he pushed it to the most inappropriate place. Shi Xiuyun's laughter was like a silver bell, intermittent like a silver bell, and she held his hand. He put his hand into her lapel and whispered, "If you touch me, am I feeling feverish?" She did have a fever. Although Chu Liuxiang was a little reluctant, she quickly took her hand out, but Shi Xiuyun picked up his hand again. "Take a big bite." She bit his finger and said, "You bad thing, you have been seducing me from the beginning to the end. Do you think I don't know? Now you are running away again." If you dare to run away, be careful I bite you off your fingers. Chu Liuxiang is a man. And there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. The sun has risen. The sun shines through the window and onto Shi Shuyin's legs. Her legs were long and straight. No matter how picky you are, you have to admit that these legs are very attractive. Chu Liuxiang looked from her legs. Slowly moving to her face, she still had a blush on her face, her breathing was so peaceful, and she was sleeping like a baby. Looking at this face, Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt unspeakable regret in her heart. He is not Lu Xiaohui, and he never wants to be Lu Xiaohui, but this time. But he wished he was Lu Xiaohui last night. He had been close to other girls before, but that was different. Those girls are very strong and courageous. He knew that even though they would miss him, they would not suffer for him. But the girl clinging to him now is different. She is so innocent, so childish, so weak. He couldn't imagine what would happen to her after he left her. Will she commit suicide? Think of this. Chu Liuxiang really wanted to slap herself several times. Shi Shuyin's legs shrank slightly, and the dimples gradually appeared on his face. Then she opened her eyes. Chu Liuxiang almost didn't dare to touch her eyes. Shi Shuyin turned over. Suddenly he moaned softly and said with a smile, "My head hurts." Chu Liuxiang said softly, "Thinking about the headache the next day, you should drink less alcohol in the future." Shi Shuyin chuckled and said, "I heard that people who like to drink have bad memories. After 2 days, you will completely forget the discomfort of being drunk." Chu Liuxiang couldn't help laughing and said, "That's true at all. As far as I know, Xiaohu has quit drinking at least 1,000 times. Every time he has a headache, he shouts that he wants to quit drinking, but he quits drinking in less than half a day. Got the ring?" Shi Shuyin sat up, rubbed his eyes, and said with a smile, "It turns out the sun has risen so high." Chu Liuxiang said, "It's indeed getting late, I really don't want to leave." He was going to continue, "Although I don't want to leave, I have to go." But he couldn't say this anyway. Unexpectedly, Shi Shuyin said, "You don't want to leave, but I want to leave." Chu Liuxiang was stunned and said, "You?" Shi Shuyin said, "I know it's time for you to leave." Chu Liuxiang said, Then from now on we." Shi Shuyin said, "After? We have no future, because you will never see me again." Chu Liuxiang was stunned. Shi Shuyin suddenly smiled and said, "Why are you surprised? Do you think I will cling to you and not let you go?" She kissed Chu Liuxiang's face and stood up. He started to put on his clothes and said deeply, "You and I are not from the same world at all. Even if I can barely keep you, or I have to go with you, I won't be happy in the future." Chu Liuxiang was simply speechless. Shi Shuyin smiled softly and said, "I am a very ordinary person. I have lived an ordinary life before, and I will definitely live an ordinary life in the future. In my life, I can have such an extraordinary day with you. Just one day, I am already very ordinary. If I am satisfied, I will do so when I am very old. At least I still have sweet memories of this day." She stared at Chu Liuxiang tenderly, and then said softly, so I should be grateful to you no matter what. Chu Liuxiang sat there, not knowing what she was feeling. Shi Shilyan kissed him again. Then he suddenly turned around and walked out quickly, without even looking back to look at him. Chu Liuxiang originally hoped that she could leave well, but now that she really left well, Chu Liuxiang felt a little sour and bitter in her heart. He originally wanted her to leave, but now he hopes she won't leave so quickly. Everyone said that women's moods are unpredictable, but in fact, men are not the same. Chu Liuxiang stared at the door, as if hoping that she would suddenly open the door again and walk in. As expected, the door was pushed open. But the person who walked in from the door was not the gentle and beautiful Shi Shilyan, but a tall man who was full of alcohol and had just given birth to a beard. Chu Liuxiang shouted and said, "Xiao Hu, how did you find yourself here?" Hu Taihua did not answer this sentence, but shook her head and said with a smile, "Old bug, you really have two skills. How did you trick the girl into leaving obediently? You must teach me this method." Chu Liuxiang was full of bitterness, but couldn't spit it out. She slapped her face and said, "Why should I teach you? Girls will run away faster than a horse as soon as they see you anyway." Although he was deliberately angry with Hu Taihua, he also knew that Hu Taihua would never be angry, let alone feel uncomfortable. No matter who wants Hu Taihua to feel uncomfortable, it will be very difficult. Unexpectedly, when Hu Taihua heard this, she immediately cried with sadness and couldn't laugh anymore. She stood there in a daze for a long time, then she slapped herself on the ear and said loudly, "Yes, what you said is not wrong at all. I'm a drunkard, a pauper, lazy, dirty and ugly. It would be strange if a girl didn't run away from me." Chu Liuxiang was also stunned. He knew that Hu Taihua was not a person who liked to joke. He had known Hu Taihua for more than 20 years. Hu Taihua is always happy and proud. How could he be like this now? Is there something wrong with him? Hu Taihua was seen with tears in her eyes, as if she was about to shed tears. Chu Liuxiang couldn't help laughing and said, "Who would say you are ugly? That man must be blind. Look at your nose, eyebrows, eyes, especially your eyes. You can't find one among 10,000 men." Hu Taihua involuntarily raised her hand and touched her eyes, as if she felt a little happier, but suddenly shook her head. He said with a bitter face, "It's no use even if my eyes are pretty good, I'm a pauper." Chu Liuxiang said, "A manly man, it doesn't matter if you are poor, as long as you are poor to the bone. Not all girls in the world are greedy for money." Hu Taihua involuntarily puffed up her chest, but suddenly shrank it again, shaking her head and saying, "It's a pity that I'm an alcoholic again." Chu Liuxiang held back her laughter and said, "What's wrong with drinking? Only those who drink are masculine. Among the famous heroes, generals, and poets from ancient times, who doesn't drink? When a girl sees your arrogance in drinking, her heart will already fall into your glass." This is true. That summer, they were drinking on Lake Macho. Hu Taihua got drunk and confusedly agreed to marry Gao Yanan. But he forgot about it the next day, but Gao Yanan did not forget it. He forced him to ask for her, and said that if he defaulted on his debt, she would have no face to live and she would commit suicide. Hu Taihua was immediately frightened and ran away, with Gao Yanan chasing after her. According to Hu Taihua herself, she actually chased him for 2 or 3 years. This was Hu Taihua's pride. Chu Liuxiang thought that she could make Hu Taihua happier. Unexpectedly, when Hu Taihua heard the name Gao Yanan, her face immediately became like a hanged ghost. Chu Liuxiang was surprised and asked tentatively, "Could it be that you saw Gao Yanan again?" Hu Taihua said, "Yeah." Chu Liuxiang said in surprise, "Is she still ignoring you?" Hu Taihua said, She just ignored me, as if she didn't recognize me as a person." When he said this, he was more like a child who had just been wronged. Chu Liuxiang was even more surprised. She pulled him to sit down and said, "What on earth is going on? Please tell me carefully." Hu Taihua said, "One day I got 2 jars of good wine, so I went to find Zhang Sen of Kuaiwang, because he grilled the best fish, and I remember you also like to eat it." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Yes, the only fish he grills is not fishy, not old, and does not lose the freshness of the fish." Hu Taihua said, "He and I were sitting on the bow of the boat grilling fish and eating wine. Suddenly a boat passed by us very quickly. There were 3 people on the boat, and one of them looked familiar to me." Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "Gao Yanan?" Hu Taihua nodded and sighed. "I was also shocked at that time, so I chased her and wanted to say hello to her. Unexpectedly, she ignored me at all. I waved to her desperately, but she didn't seem to see me." Chu Liuxiang said, Maybe she really didn't see you." Hu Taihua said, "Who said that?" "She was sitting at the window, staring at me for a long time, but it was like staring at a piece of wood. I chased her all the way down, and she sat at the window all the way, but just ignored me." Chu Liuxiang said, "Maybe she really didn't see you." Hu Taihua said, "Who said that?" "She was sitting at the window, staring at me for a long time, but it was like staring at a piece of wood. I chased her all the way down, and she sat at the window all the way, but just ignored me." Chu Liuxiang said, "Why don't you just jump on her boat and find out?" Hu Taihua said with a bitter face, "I don't dare." Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "Don't you dare? Why? The best she can do is kick you off the boat. Why don't you just jump on her boat and find out?" Hu Taihua said with a bitter face, "I don't dare." Chu Liuxiang laughed and said, "Don't you dare? Why? The best she can do is kick you off the boat." Hu Taihua sighed, because of her master. The old nun from the Huashan sect was also on the boat, and I was really a little scared. I wasn't afraid of anything else about her, I was just afraid of her face. Master Kume, the contemporary leader of the Huashan sword sect, is solemn and solemn. It is said that he has not smiled for 30 years. Everyone in the world would inevitably be a little scared when they saw her. Chu Liuxiang said with emotion, "Master Kume has not been in the world of mortals for more than 20 years. How come he comes down this time?" He suddenly felt that this matter was very interesting, if it wasn't something very important. Master Kume will never go down to Mount Huashan. Now that she has gone down to Mount Huashan, something big is bound to happen. Chu Liuxiang suddenly slapped Hu Taihua on the shoulder hard and said, "Don't feel bad. When I finish my work here, I will accompany you to find her and ask her why she ignored you. The corner of Hu Tiehua's mouth moved, and suddenly said, You will be surprised when you see Master Kume. Chu Liuxiang said, Why? Hu Taihua said, Because she has returned to secular life. Chu Liuxiang shouted and said, Master Kume will return to secular life. Have you seen a ghost? Master Kume has been a monk for more than 40 years. She has profound cultivation skills and strict discipline. If it is said that she will also return to secular life, it would be even more surprising than saying that Chu Liuxiang became a monk. Hu Taihua smiled bitterly and said, I also know this matter no matter who I tell it to. No one would believe it, but she had indeed returned to secular life. Chu Liuxiang said, I'm afraid you have misjudged the person. Hu Taihua said, No one will forget Master Kume's appearance after taking one look at it, let alone me. Chu Liuxiang said, But. Hu Taihua said, When I saw her, she was wearing a floral robe with purple satin and flowers. She was holding a dragon-headed crutch in her hand. She had gray hair on her head. She looked like a royal lady with many descendants. Chu Liuxiang was speechless. Master Kume actually went down to Huashan Mountain, which was surprising. It is even more unbelievable that she will return to secular life. This must involve another strange and major event. Chu Liuxiang's interest became more and